towel friends on the towel YouTube. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Before we begin, you know what I'm going to say. Roll the towel intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the towel. That's the melody to... Oh, it's me! That's the melody to Funky Town, and my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. I'm a cold towel today. I am a towel, and I'm with you. Look at... That's me. I'm a towel. Now, you might be saying, little towel, we normally do an animal of the day to start. Why is that picture of you on the screen? You are clearly a towel and not an animal. Well, first of all, I'm technically an animal because I'm a human and humans are mammals. So we just have cognition that's above other mammals. You know what I'm saying? Second of all, that's my I told you so face. All right. And today's stream, I'm relaxing. Okay. So we're not going to do one of those like 45-minute explications where I cite to specific documents. I'm just going to tell you my personal story because I'm relaxing. I feel so much better. You don't understand. I have been under so much stress. I think I have had cortisol racing through my blood for 18 months. Okay? Not just because of all the chaos surrounding the Karen Reed case. Not just because of the cannabis CCC, the Massachusetts regulatory body. Not just because of their ongoing nonsense. Not just because of the leak of Lindsay Catani's phone extraction by Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles. That's an intense situation. But because I felt like this was an untenable situation. I felt like no one could solve this situation. No matter how much I yelled from the rooftops, there was so much institutional weight behind a lot of what was going on that my hope in the justice system itself was collapsing. But something happened. I know something has happened over the past few weeks that has changed everything. The whole dynamic of this has changed, of this situation. Towel feels so much better. I just want to talk. And that's my I told you so face. Okay, so I'm the towel of the day. I don't mean to do this to myself gratuitously. It's really about other people, okay? But the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune notwithstanding, towel went through a lot, all right? And I don't feel guilty for saying that it was a lot, okay? It was a lot on me emotionally. It took a toll on my personal life. It took a toll on my academic work. It took a serious toll. And I was happy to just sit and say nothing. Because I would rather, I'd rather be the lightning rod if it means, and it didn't really work 100%, but I'd rather be the lightning rod to distract from the people who were really being targeted, the very vulnerable people, if that meant eventually someone would listen about how this unit of the state police, although I don't think that the investigation of John O'Keefe's death was a problem. I think it wasn't great, but I don't think it was corrupt. This unit of the state police, I believe, Brian Tully, John Fanning, Yuri Buchanan, etc., covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder, the young woman in Canton who was killed on February 1st, 2021, around 9:23 p.m. by Matthew Farwell, a former Stoughton police officer. The same department, by the way, Stoughton Police, where Yuri and John Fanning used to work before they went to the MSP. Okay? And I think there was a ring of girls that these cops were abusing. All right? So this unit, in my opinion, was dirty. And the timing of this all is very important. All right? When sort of this all went down, 2021, 2022, the Birchmore cover-up, Feds stumble onto it in about the federal government stumbles onto it, not really stumbles onto it. Former chief of the Canton Police, Ken Berkowitz, goes to the federal government, in my opinion, in 2022, upon my knowledge and belief, and tells them the Stoughton Police in this MSP CPAC unit are dirty and they covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. All right. Now, immediately, this starts. It doesn't actually start up an investigation into Matthew Farwell, which doesn't begin until the fall of 2023. It starts up an investigation into this unit and the Norfolk DA, because you got to remember, in that time period, you also had the Troop F overtime scandal with the state police. Like there used to be this troop near this airport that would just do highway enforcement, and they had this like really bad overtime scandal. A lot of people went to federal prison. The state police, especially under the old liberal DOJ, like Biden, Rollins, Levy, like they were like going after cops. Like it was open season juridically on cops in Massachusetts. Like I can't even tell you the number of probes. Like Springfield, some of the stuff I know about what was going on in Springfield, that's wild. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that the Springfield police were necessarily like doing amazing conduct, but like they were being like really targeted by the feds. Same thing with other police departments. But then when President Trump got elected in 2024 and the new DOJ came in 2025, people don't really, I think, understand the dynamics because they're so lost. So we'll talk about Epstein and some of the other stuff going on, but people just get really lost in the machinations of what like prosecuting someone is, especially on the federal level, and like how the Department of Justice thinks. Now, I'm not in the Department of Justice. I'm just a little towel. I'm analyzing this. But how the Department of Justice thinks and then how it approaches things. It's not political per se. It's just a result of like priorities. Okay, that's what prosecutorial discretion is all about. But I'll tell you, if you think this DOJ is like going after cops in the way that the old liberal DOJ was going after cops, you're wrong. However, I do think this new DOJ is onto three things. And let me explain why this is all connected. There's a common thread between the Sandra Birchmore probe and the cover-up of Sandra's death, the federal probe of that, of the federal probe of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's death, of the federal probe of the Cannabis Control Commission, Deb Goldberg, Shannon O'Brien, John Collins, etc., and of the federal probe of Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction leak. Okay? The common thread is Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy. In some way, shape, or form, we're using the U.S. Attorney's Office to either look at things to the omission of other things or to enable conduct. That was potentially the worst part of this, because you got to remember, it was Josh Levy who was talking directly ex parte, just like Jessica Leslie, I believe. Josh Levy was talking ex parte to Karen Reed and her team in November of 2023. How do we know this? Well, on November 28, 2023, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney, in his infinite wisdom, put in writing in a message to Lindsay Gattani that Josh Levy was speaking ex parte to Karen Reed and her team about protected grand jury information on the federal level. That immediately leads Brian Tully of the state police to start asking Lindsay questions about the target of the federal probe. When he learns it's Morrissey and his CPAC unit, Tully's like mind blown. He doesn't know they're looking into Birchmore. He thinks his PI, Marty Kraft, and Kate Peter and Jason Broyles, they got that under control. That narrative's never going to come up in the Karen Reed case. Nobody knows about Birchmore. All right, that's hubris. Like, come on. I don't know how Tully didn't know that Berkowitz had gone to the FBI in 2022. The FBI was onto this before Tully even figured out that they were investigating him. And what that means is that the probe of John O'Keefe's death, the reason why Karen had this cushy relationship with Levy, in my opinion, is the probe of John's death was not like a real probe. It was a backdoor. This is a common term. You heard Sean McDonough, the former DEA agent, tell us about it. They backdoored the MSP. If the MSP thinks that, like, because I believe the Justice Department so in April or May of 2023, the Justice Department under Josh Levy and right as Rachel Rollins was leaving, April, May of 2023. She left in May, I think, right as the OIG released a report about how Rachel Rollins weaponized the U.S. Attorney's Office to try to interfere in the Suffolk DA primary between Ricardo Arroyo and Kevin Hayden in August through September. Well, it was really July through September of 2022. So as Rollins is leaving, Levy gets a contact, I think, from Alan Jackson, maybe David Unetti, potentially Karen Reed. I don't know who makes the contact. And I think Levy gets told, like, listen, Turtle Boy's facing this potential wiretap investigation with this victim out of Rhode Island named Victoria Haskin. He needs some help with it. How do we know this? Well, because Turtle Boy was telling Natalie, the intermediary between Aidan and Karen, in April, May, June through July, right, the end of July of 2023, Aidan was telling Natalie that in April in particular, that he needed help with something. Now, I know for a fact that Samuel Weiner, an FBI agent from the Worcester field office, reached out to people in the orbit of the Natalie Haskin investigation roughly 2 to 3 weeks after Karen put Aidan in contact with Alan Jackson about his problem. Now, I believe what likely happened is the feds, I found evidence of this related to the Crazy Horse 2 in Vegas in the early 2000s. What the feds sometimes do is, like, if they want to honeypot something, they will have a blogger or something cover material that they want out in the public, like in a certain way. Like the feds will kind of like help write the articles. They'll do search engine optimization, SEO for it. They'll implant your email address tactically so you get leads. And then from what I understand, according to what Buffalo Jim and Steve Miller went through in Vegas, or helped the feds do in Vegas with the Crazy Horse 2 in the early 2000s, and this is what Steve Miller, a journalist, has said on record. What the FBI will do is say, okay, so if you're doing this for us and you generate leads, I want you to tell those people to call the FBI 24 hours a day, and then I want you to refer them to us, and I want you to tell us that they're going to call. Okay, that's what I think Turtle Boy was doing for just 3 months. May, June, July, maybe August. I think May, June, July of 2023. Why do I think this? Well, because Josh Levy, when he gave a press conference in August of 2024, announcing the indictment of Matthew Farwell for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, said that grand jury that probe started in August of 2023. So what I think happened was Ken Berkowitz goes to the feds in 2022 and says, listen, this unit, like the CPAC unit in Norfolk County and the Stoughton police are dirty. It's more than Farwell. Like, girls are in danger, young girls. Please protect these people. I think the feds needed from like 2022 until 2023, because they were dealing with a lot of upheaval in their office. Like Rollins was doing some really shady shit. She got like thrown out of office basically by the DOJ, OIG out of it, even though she knew the Biden White House directly. It was really bad. And I think there was just a little chaos in the DOJ in Boston from like 2022 until literally like May of 2022 until maybe like the first quarter of 2024. Like Rollins was on her way out by November of 2022 and December of 2023. And that's when I think like Levy and Bill Abley and Chow kind of like regained control of the office in a good way, for the betterment of the country. And so I think what happened was you get it like started up with the Berkowitz referral coming into the FBI, and then the probe into the Norfolk County DA and the CPAC unit and the Stoughton cops and Farwell doesn't really spin up until the spring of 2023. But, and this is why the timing makes so much sense, I think Levy realized if he just did an open and notorious, if you bring people into a grand jury and start asking them questions about the Birchmore probe, the state police are going to know they're under investigation for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. So to backhand the state police, I think what Josh Levy did was, from the inception of the probe into Farwell, just the first 3 months of it, it was not actually on the surface into Farwell. It was really into the CPAC unit and Tully and all these people in that orbit who covered up the Birchmore probe. But on the surface, it was about John O'Keefe's death. That's why you had all these people going into the grand jury on the federal level being, what the fuck? What is going on? And like even Levy, I don't think was actually targeting the witnesses in the Reed case unless they knew Brian Tully. The real target of the probe, and on information and belief, the real target of this probe for a long time has been Brian Tully. There is an entire file, in my opinion, on Brian Tully. Okay? An entire FBI file on him. He's the target of an investigation and has been for a long time, in my opinion. But there's political machinations involved in this, right? You have to think about this because first of all, it takes a while for Levy to get the Farwell probe kind of like coming. It takes a while for it to get going. And for the first 3 months, it doesn't exist as a probe into Farwell. It does as like I would call like a code word or classified, kind of like a compartmentalized code word classified investigation, where I think what they did was, so some people, like it was still classified within the DOJ on the top level, but it looked to anyone who might like talk about it that the real probe, quote unquote, in the summer of 2023 was about John O'Keefe's death by the feds. It wasn't. Never was. That was a backhand to investigate Sandra Birchmore's murder. And if you're asking people questions, like this is the way to do it. If you're asking people questions about John O'Keefe's death, just throw in a few questions about like the CPAC unit. You already got them in front of a federal grand jury. You can subpoena whatever you want. They didn't want Proctor's text messages because of Karen Reed. You think the feds cared that Proctor called Karen Reed bad words? No, they wanted to see if him and Tully and Fanning and Uri and Nick Garino talked about covering up Birchmore's murder. I imagine they weren't that stupid, because even if you're like a little like lackadaisical with your standards when it comes to like talking about defendants in a criminal case like Proctor did with Karen, if you're covering up a murder and you're a cop, I hope maybe they're dumb enough to have put it in writing, but I hope you would not put it in writing. Like, you're an investigator. You see what I mean? This is what the feds are thinking. Like, all right, these guys are investigators. They're paramilitary intelligence investigators. That's what a state police detective is. Okay? So they didn't put shit in writing. Like, inductively, from the circumstantial evidence, you know that they covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. And you don't want them to know that you're going to go fishing because they, like, who's more powerful than the state police in Massachusetts? No one. So what do? You just throw a fucking bunch of chaos at them about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed situation. And you have Karen on board with it. That's why Karen walks with such a wink, and she did until President Trump won election. That's why she walks with such a wink and a nod sometimes. She's like, I know who these people are. But I'm like, all right, Karen, I know who you are. Like, come on. All that glitters isn't gold. Like, what is wrong with you, Karen? Like, it would be better if Karen were like, listen, it was an accident. This is my opinion. It would be better if Karen were like, listen, it was an accident. I didn't know. I didn't mean to. I got nervous. And then what happened was I realized I was being investigated by very bad people who covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. And as it went on, I learned they were capable of doing things like releasing Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction unredacted with only messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay and from Kay Peter to Lindsay removed. You know what I'm saying? That would have been a better play for her. Like, I think the way she played it, like the feds were never going to move on, like how she was used as a pawn by Levy, as cover by Levy to investigate Birchmore. She played that completely wrong because Levy literally there were serious leaks, serious violations of ethical guidelines, in my opinion, federal law. Like, Levy wasn't playing it straight. If it was an authorized op, it should have been an authorized op played straight, and it wasn't. And that's why this isn't just the cover-up of Birchmore's murder. This isn't just the leak of Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction. It's also the fact that Levy and Rollins were weaponizing the DOJ. Levy and Rollins are both hyper-liberal. Levy is suing President Trump right now. You want a good prosecution, you get them all. You prosecute Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, you get the grand juror from the federal level, Jessica Leslie, to plea and give up who she was leaking to. Prosecute Turtle Boy, you get Alan Jackson, you get Karen Reed, you get David Yannetti. You just ensnare all these people, and then it goes spiders out to Birchmore. You get Tully and Fanning, and you get Uri, and you get all these people. Marty Kraft, the PI, and then with Lindsay's phone, you get Kate Peter and Jason Broyles and Christy Citroni. This investigation, and that's just 3 segments of it, because then you get the CCC stuff, because Rollins was involved in that as well through Sean Collins and Deb Goldberg. All right, it spirals. You have like 100 indictments here. It's wild. It's literally wild. So you have to see how these forces didn't all have the same motives. Like, everyone had different motives. Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins, like, had their motive. Like, they were being, like, the DOJ. Like, they were clandestinely trying to investigate Sandra Birchmore's murder, and they were giving a wink and a nod to Karen and her team to be like, hey, like, draw a lot of attention to yourself publicly, and then we'll use that to backdoor the MSP to investigate them about the Birchmore cover-up. Karen was like, sure, wouldn't you? But Karen should have realized that I don't say things directly, but I kept saying the DOJ antitrust section recruited me, and I turned them down because I know that the political machinations can change the priorities of an office or a section within the DOJ at a moment's notice. So you cannot pot commit yourself to a DOJ. If you have to think about it, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. You have to think about it tactically. You cannot pot commit yourself to the tactical predisposition or the ideological priorities of a given section of the DOJ or a given office or regional office of the DOJ or district of the DOJ during a given presidential administration. If you pot commit yourself to an ideological principle, and it plays out in such a way where there's a shift in the electoral dynamics, you're fucked. And you never should have banked on that Biden campaign. Come on. That was chaos. You could have. I was far more liberal back then in 2016. I saw President Trump's win coming. I was far less liberal in 2024, and I saw President Trump's win coming. Are you kidding me? I saw it coming from a mile away. If you couldn't, as Karen Reed and Alan Jackson, realize that what was happening, and David Yannetti, that President Trump was going to win. Levy and Rollins had weaponized the office to benefit certain factions of the Democratic Party. They were doing it across multiple cases. You're not good at this. and they made terrible decisions. And now, in my opinion, as U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, you're like, you would come into office and realize, like, oh my God, like they served it up on a platter because they thought they were never going to get held accountable. Like the DO, you know what I'm saying? They thought no one would ever topple this very precariously perched tower because there's so many spider webs that fall out. If you open this Pandora's box even a little bit, it spiders out so far that the people involved thought that they were never going to be held accountable. That's exactly how it got to the point that it did. And so really for me, I think where it all came to a head this week, and I was very quiet. I didn't take the week off. I was working to the best of my ability. I'm not doing very well, but I was doing what I could physically, but I'm all right. And going to the doctors and stuff, in between, I'm waiting. Because I knew, I could sense that Kate Peter, Kate Mafia Masshole Peter, who's this PI that used to work for this guy named Marty Kraft, who worked for Tully. I could sense that Kate Peter and Jason Broyles were working for Brian Tully. All right, Jason Broyles is this parking clerk who pretends to be a woman online. He like gets in the orbit of vulnerable victims by pretending to be an advocate, and then we'll like make it. There's reports of like naked pictures being shared of these victims, of like pictures being sent to them. You don't understand how upset it makes me. These are people in like the most vulnerable moments of their life. Do you want to love them? But like, come on. Like, why is that even on people's mind? Like, I don't get why sex is so important to people. It's really not that important. Like, can you not find fulfillment through cerebral means? Like, I don't understand. Anyway, so I came to realize that these people, Kate Peter, Jason Broyles, people at Tully, I think they realized that it was over. And the reason why I knew is Kate Peter she used to be like very aligned with the Norfolk DA, talking to Michael Morrissey directly. She talks to Tully all the time. So does Jen McCabe. And I think what happened was, so back in April of 2024, when Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction got leaked entirely unredacted, including numerous protected materials like pictures of Lindsay giving birth, lawyer-client material, doctor-patient material, God knows who else, educationally protected material. Yeah, as that got leaked, it was on April 24th, 2024. And I'll never forget that day because I truly believe, and this is why I was so incredulous, I truly believe that Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles wanted Lindsay Gattani to take her life so that she couldn't report what she knew about the Birchmore cover-up by Tully's unit, and so she couldn't report what was about to happen to her. I'm serious. I really, truly believe that's why I want to see federal charges about this. I watched it happen. I think they tried to make her take her life because they're cowards. And it didn't work, okay? It didn't work. They tried as hard as they possibly could. They got really close to her. They profiled her like psychologically, and then they tried to do the one thing that would cause her to kill herself, and it didn't work, okay? But that day, April 24, 2024, was not a coincidence. It was right before the first Karen Reed trial. And it was right when, no matter what Kate Peter did, she was spreading rumors that Chris Albert and Colin Albert sold drugs, etc. No matter what she did, focus wouldn't get off Jen McCabe. All right? So you had Tully, who knows Jen McCabe, they talk all the time. You have Kate Peter, knows Jen McCabe, they talk all the time. You have Kate Peter and Brian Tully talking all the time. So I think the actual intent, it's just so petty, which pissed me off too. The actual intent of releasing Lindsay's extraction was so that Kate would say to Broyles, all right, listen, you focus on this extraction, all right? You're going to do two things. You're going to accomplish two things by doing it. One, you're going to get public attention off Jen McCabe, all right? We know now that over the next 9 months, it's only going to be Lindsay for the most part. Even with the trial, 50-60% of people are going to be focusing on Lindsay. And then, so that, I think, was Operation 1. But then, 2, I think Kate said to Broyles, listen, this also has another tactical objective. Because back in 2023, Broyles actually first appeared on the scene, Jason Broyles, under his real name, right when Kate was working for Marty Kraft. And I think Tully was having Kraft work on the Birchmore cover-up, and then also like managing the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed investigations. Right as Kate Peter comes on with Marty Kraft and is working for him, Jason Broyles, under his real name, goes and buys a free Karen Reed billboard. I think that was his first attempt to infiltrate, but it didn't really work. He's like creepy and weird, like under his real name. So then I think Kate was like, what if, Jason, you use a fake account, like called Haley, make yourself like a victim's advocate. We'll completely fake it. Like no one will know. We'll use AI images, and then we'll distract. No one will know it's you, because whenever anyone tries to find out, we'll just send them in the wrong direction. I know like who Kate's people were that were sending people in the wrong direction. And by the way, Jason Broyles, we have evidence, was on Kate Peters' Discord as early as 2019. They've copped to it, all right? And that's just what we know publicly. Who's we? I don't know. I'm just a little towel. I'm a little towel, okay? And so Jason Broyles first pops up in fall of 2023 with this billboard. Then he goes away and comes back under the fake name. And from like January, March of 2024 through like end of summer, fall of 2024, his only role really is to help Kate Peter focus public attention on Lindsay Gattani. And that's why Brian Tully, when he leaked the extraction of Lindsay's phone unredacted, only removed messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay. Because Kate was telling Broyles, like, listen, I will remove the stuff that, because you got to show this to Aiden, you know? That's Aiden's going to have it. Like, we have to give it to Aiden, too. It's discovery. So we'll get rid of the stuff that could expose, like, what's really going on. But you and Aiden, you both benefit. You're going to get a lot of attention, Jason. You can prey on vulnerable victims, share naked pictures. You can get off on, like, going after Lindsay. And Brian Tully will never charge you. It's perfect. Right? And then you can see how this kind of steamrolled. All right. You had Jason Broyles out there for 9 months spreading this unredacted phone extraction, and it's gaining him credibility with Turtle Riders and with Karen Reed fans, and then he's getting more intel. He was like having in-person meetups with Lauren Murray, who I don't even know her that well. I get the sense she's just like has been through a lot, and like Turtle Boy kind of takes advantage of her. So he got close to her, and then I know he was using that, in my opinion. I saw him get close to her, but I think he was using that, in my opinion, to then funnel intel back to Kate and Tully about Aiden and Meredith. Because when Aiden and Meredith, and I know this because people in bars will just reach out to me and be like, Meredith was in a bar and her and Aiden got really drunk, and then Meredith came over to my table. It was weird. Okay, so when they drink, especially when Lauren Murray's there, and Jason Broyles, I'm sure doesn't drink when he's around, probably stays sober, they say stupid stuff. And so if he got close, because I'm sure he was able to say, look, I'm going so hard at Lindsay. Look at all these attacks. Like, I'm a real turtle rider now, you know? That's how you get close to people. They don't do real good background checks like you would think. You say you're a Karen Reed fan, say you're a Turtle Boy fan. You're just like the thousands of others, right? Unless you're a Kate Peter person funneling information back to Tully through Marty Kraft and Kate Peter. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I think this whole situation has become a powder keg, all right? Because how it all links to the development on Friday is, after Lindsay's phone got leaked in April 2024, Brian Tully and the special prosecutors on Kearney's case never moved for a protective order for that phone. They wanted Broyles to cover it. It was an op, okay? But why wouldn't they move for a protective order? Well, I'll tell you right now, it was because Morrissey was probably telling them, it was the Norfolk DA, okay, you don't have to move for protective order. So why? Well, and let me explain this part. That would mean that Morrissey was protecting Kate and Tully at that point, right? You know how that protective order came about? You can read it in the motion. Lindsay had to basically do it. Eventually, Cosgrove filed one too. But Lindsay had to basically beg the court after 9 months. I'm sure Judge Krupp was not pleased. Judge Krupp probably knows a federal crime when he sees one. Just my opinion. Smart judge. So, you got this situation where now, after the context here is that until like December of 2024, other than Lindsay, no one really takes action to have a protective order on this phone. Lindsay and then Judge Krupp, okay? Another 8 months go by. Now we're in July, August 2025. All of a sudden, Bob Cosgrove, on Friday, the special prosecutor, okay, files a motion that throws Jason Broyles and, in effect, Kate Peter and Brian Tully under the bus. Now, why does this all come at such an interesting time? Well, because a week and a half ago, Kate started threatening the Norfolk DA on Twitter. Within 24 hours, I have a firm belief that Kate leaked information, whether through a third party or otherwise, about Marty Kraft, derogatory information. And that's like what you do as a first shot across the bow. You know, I think Morrissey fired back. Well, I think Morrissey gave Tully up and the whole unit. I think Morrissey gave his whole unit up, and I'm pretty sure Hank Brennan knows about this. I think Morrissey gave his whole unit up on the Birchmore stuff, and then now on Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction. All right. And so you had Kate Peter in no man's land in the last week and a half. She's freaking out. She's cut off from the big guy. Tully's like gone. You know what I'm saying? He's gone. He's not in power. He's no one. She has no power. And she doesn't know if the feds are investigating her, if Lindsay's cooperating. Then I think she realized. I think Broyles and Tully and Kate all realized in the past week that not just like are the feds onto them, but like Lindsay was cooperating. And I think that caused them. Now, here's the thing. When people realize something like that, they get desperate. If they're out of power, like you have to imagine how much power these people had. Okay, they could engineer criminal charges, protect people from criminal charges. They have spider webs in police departments, the DCF, everywhere. Okay, you lose all that, and you're cut out of the information flow. You get desperate. You know what you do when you're desperate? Despite someone like Little Towel saying on Twitter, okay, I'm saying this there's a record. I'm saying, listen, something is going to happen this week, and people are going to take the bait. And they're fucking stupid. I was calling the morons and saying, you don't understand. Like, you all are you fell into this trap. And they got so desperate to stop Lindsay Gattani from feeling empowered to cooperate with the FBI that yesterday, during a court hearing, I have reason to believe that Kate Peter and Jason Broyles tried to engineer active obstruction of justice in real time, to prevent Lindsay Gattani from getting a disposition related to a case that I believe Broyles and Kate also were responsible for, and Tully. And I know the connection, too. And then you have to wonder, listen, this is so far above my pay grade, okay? But you just have to wonder, what if the FBI was there? What if they were always going to be there yesterday? And what if they're saying to themselves, oh my God, I can't believe that Kate Peter and Jason Broyles are doing this in front of us. Do you realize how apoplectic that is? I have never slept. It started like Thursday. I started realizing that this was happening. I started realizing it was real, and I realized it was very, 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 very serious. And then I said to myself, okay, so I was willing to write things, but I said, I can't even go live. Because I am inevitably going to say something that even these fucking morons, Kate and Jason, are going to figure out. So I said nothing. I missed you all so dearly. I'm sorry I'm not reading the comments. I just have to focus on my thoughts right now. I missed you all so dearly. But I had to say I said to myself, they're going to do it. They're going to do something stupid on Friday. And I just have this feeling in my towel soul that the feds are going to be there watching. And I think it happened. I honest to God, I believe that yesterday, Jason Broyles and Kate Peter actively attempted to obstruct a state court proceeding to punish Lindsay Gattani in an effort to prevent her from cooperating with the FBI, and I think the FBI watched it happen in person. It's fucking wild. But I'm not personally listen, that's my if you're just tuning in, that's my what did I call it? My I told you so look. I don't care about myself, okay? I care about, oh, no, I want to talk about why I had this picture up. I did look at this picture and I was like, wow, I actually have nice eyes. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm kind of cute. And I was like, oh my God, wait a minute. I got to rethink how I'm approaching the world if I look like that. I don't really think about how I look. And I was like, oh, I'm kind of a cute little towel. I just look like a little dog, just a wide-eyed, naive little doggy towel. Look at those eyes, towel eyes. You can do no wrong. You're a little towel. It's true. Towels without sin in, he will not cast the first stone. But, for me, it's not about me per se. It is important. I needed my cortisol levels to go down. Yes, I can relay all that from memory, okay, which is fine. But the stress was killing me. My doctors were so concerned. I was collapsing, okay, literally. My physical health was really, really deteriorating because of the cortisol levels. My blood pressure was like 180 at certain points constantly. Like, it was bad. In the past 3 days, my blood pressure has dropped 40 points, according to my doctors. Well, I also have a blood pressure monitor. No other changes in my life. Other than, and this has only to do with me in the sense that the stress was literally going to kill me. No other changes other than the developments of the past 2 days. And I want to tell you, now I can talk about why I'm actually pleased. I was so upset. I was so worried about these vulnerable women because this was a lot of power. And when you talk about Tully, Kate, it's a lot of power. Okay? It was a lot of power. Until Michael Morrissey gave them up. All right? Why would Michael Morrissey after not doing protective orders and letting all this stuff happen, why would he suddenly start talking about broils? I think it's because he gave Tully and Kate and Broyles and everybody up, the Birchmore people, the people involved with the Birchmore cover-up and the phone extraction. And the reason I think it happened so recently is, so you're watching these developments, and this motion yesterday occurs right as this hearing's happening for Lindsay, right? The motion goes in, and then it gets, like, I go to the court, I publish it at like 8:30, and then Lindsay has her hearing. And I felt this whole time that this power was unchecked. Like, it was wrong, but like Kate and Broyles were able to go out in public and convince people that they were just warring when really they were working together, and you know what I'm saying, and they were hiding their connections through Tully and Marty Kraft. And the people who were suffering were the people they were using as pawns. And I noticed they picked very specific people to use. Like, it was always like vulnerable women who they thought weren't politically connected, had very little resources, and as long as you put enough pressure on them, they'd either stay in line or die. You don't understand how much that upsets me, because, and how spiteful I will become. And it's more than just spite, okay? I'm very spiteful. I do things out of spite in the sense that if you look at someone and say, well, they don't have access to X, Y, or Z, well, just fuck them. You know what I'm going to do? Forget my personal love, beliefs, etc. Every person that you do that to, I'm just going to go give them my connections. You fucking moron. Of course I'm going to do that. Just to spite you. I'm going to do it until it works. Until you stop. That's why I feel so much better. A little towel. When I saw yesterday that Kate and Jason's plan failed, do you understand? Like, Jason made a post saying that Kate, I have no idea what actually happened, but Jason made a post saying that Kate went to the courthouse, okay, and then started yelling at one of the parties in the case involving Lindsay. Right as this plea deal, not plea, it's she got pretrial probation, which doesn't even involve admitting to sufficient facts. Right as all this was going down, Kate's there trying to cause problems in the courthouse, outside the courthouse, without Lindsay involved at all. Kate just sua sponte on her own, with Jason's coordination, I think. Like, Kate went to go do it, and Jason was going to then report it as if Lindsay had told Kate to do it. Do you understand? Kate tried to set Lindsay up yesterday. They're going to keep trying to set her up too, okay? Like, Kate is going to keep doing things with Jason to make it seem like Kate is doing it on Lindsay's behalf or whoever's behalf. But it's too late, because the FBI, I think, was there yesterday, and the FBI, I think, is actually investigating Kate and Tully and Jason. And so now every time they do this, it's just more evidence against them. And that's why it's kind of brilliant, because she's really dumb. She's like very self-centered and cocky. So she'll just be like, oh, they'll never see it until the day they get her. And she'll be like, oh, I thought I was cooperating. I thought I was helping. They were looking at me. She deserves that moment, though. That's catharsis. But yeah, I just think that part of this is, part of it is that it never should have been done to the vulnerable people. And then finally, it just blows my mind, like, when people get desperate, how they, like, despite all their training, despite everything they know, all their experience, they just act out of emotion. And I think it's why it's so easy to catch dumb criminals sometimes. Now, I'm not a lawyer or a detective or anything. I'm just analyzing. I think it's why it's so easy, especially for the feds. Because you just do a little bump, like you just let people know, and they freak the fuck out, and they stop thinking rationally. Kate Peter never should have gone to that hearing yesterday. She literally exposed herself and Jason Broyles, I think, to like federal liability. And that's why I'm pretty sure like even the Bristol DA, like the local cops are like, are you fucking kidding me? You want us to get involved in this? What do you want us to get fucking a federal probe? Are you stupid? And I'm pretty sure like Kate and Broyles realized at the same time yesterday, and both of them went home and fucking screamed into a wall because all their connections, all the people that they used to count on to call for favors, and Broyles too, Jay, and Tully, all the people they used to count on for favors yesterday said no, bro. They straight up said fuck you, and I don't even think they told them. I think they sandbagged them at the last minute. I'm serious. I think at the last, based on my analysis, the way that this was Lindsay's first appearance after arraignment, all of a sudden the DA's like, we're giving her a 287-76 pretrial probation, no ASF. Kate and Broyles must have lost their fucking mind. That was their pressure over the next 6 months. If Lindsay was cooperating with the FBI, they were just going to call whoever Tully's friends were at the police or the prosecutor's office. You make sure that Lindsay's the worse, the more she cooperates with the FBI, the pressure ramps up. They're fucked. Everyone said no yesterday. Didn't they, Kate? I don't know, Kate. Maybe you should go to more card games, bro. I don't know. Spend less time at house parties, more time at card games. I don't know. It's my advice, bro. Listen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I feel so much better. I almost want to cry. I feel so much better. I'm going to have such a wonderful day today. I didn't know my stress levels could actually go down. And so I have plans. I'm going to do things. Like, I think Lindsay's protected. I think it's almost like coming to a head. I love this country so much. And U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, I don't know her, never spoken to her. Like, I don't think about it a lot, but like sometimes I just like realize like I think a lot of this is because of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. This woman is my hero, along with Hank Brennan. And for Sandra, okay, like that part, the Sandra Birchmore cover-up really upset me, and I just wanted the feds to authentically get these people for that. And then when Lindsay's phone extraction happened, I kept saying to myself, it shouldn't matter whether she's a single, like a soccer mom, or like a political high flyer. Like, she deserves to have the same level of response and action to her victimization as anyone else. And I knew it was going to be hard. I knew it. Like, do you think that the DOJ is just jumping, like, why would they? Like, until you realize, like, it was a color of law. Brian Tully used his official position. And, like, you know, there's certain things that as I mentioned, there are certain things I'm going to withhold. Don't worry, Eva Towel. More to say there soon. But I never thought that anyone in the DOJ or the FBI would care about Lindsay. I wanted them to, but I didn't think they would, because and that's why I'm so relieved and happy. I'm so happy that she matters to them. I'm so happy that what happened to her matters. You know, even if it's just one small part of a larger sort of takedown for these very bad people. And it's not like Aiden Kearney is absolved of liability in this. You know, I think he was gleefully benefiting from what Kate and Broyles and Tully were doing. Gleefully. Okay? I think he knew more than he lets on publicly, too. I think him and Kate probably talk. I wouldn't be surprised. That's just my opinion. They definitely hate each other, but enemy of my enemy is my friend. But I never thought that they would listen. And so what I thought was that, and you could see, like, yesterday was that's why it was all over. Like, yesterday was the end. If Kate and Jason couldn't stop that pretrial probation disposition, that means it was the feds. I don't know if it indirectly, directly, or just the fact that people are talking. It was the feds. That courthouse, I don't know what that discussion was in that courthouse, but I can assure you, in my opinion, someone would have said, perhaps within the Bristol DA's office, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck are you doing? This ends now. We're not getting involved in this. Like, the FBI is probably right here. What are you fucking doing? And then when Kate and Jason did that shit in public, how much do you want to bet the Bristol DA was like, oh, thank fuck we got the fuck away from this. Like, these people are fucking morons. Kate and Jason. And that's exactly what happened. They, in real time, their whole thing fell apart, and they probably were calling all their people who were like, we're not doing shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Stop calling us. And we don't want to be in your call log. Well, and I'll tell you what I think, as much as people are a little bit baffled by the disposition, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but let me just explain the hierarchy. So if we're not talking about an indictment here, we're talking about like a misdemeanor or something. There are 6 possible dispositions: a nulli prosecutori, a null pros. Okay, that is where I'm actually kind of surprised that Bristol DA didn't just null pros it, because I mean, frankly, like if Lindsay had a lawyer that wasn't a Kate person, I'm pretty sure that they would have null prosed it, because that's where the prosecutor like apologizes for the charge. We basically had that situation here. Okay, I think we almost had null pros. Instead, sua sponte, the Bristol DA offers the next lowest possible disposition. I don't think some of you understand what pretrial probation means. It means you don't admit to sufficient facts. Okay, it is literally the lowest possible disposition outside of the prosecutor apologizing on the record to the court for the charge. Okay, a 28776 is the lowest possible disposition. As I mentioned, when you don't get to that ASF bar, you don't admit to anything. The disposition is the same as if you had not admitted to doing it. In fact, you don't admit to doing it. It's reserved for things that they want to remove from your record because it shouldn't have been charged. Do you understand? It's not a null process, something that's going to basically be removed from your record with a formal note on the record that the prosecutor is apologizing to the court. 28776 is basically a recognition. It's like a nullification of the charge. Do you understand? It nullifies the charge. When you don't ASF, the charge is nullified. So if Tully's and Kate and Broyle's plan was to use this charge to prevent Lindsay from cooperating with the FBI, somebody fucking sandbagged it without telling them. And even the fact that Kate got Lindsay a lawyer that was really working for Kate couldn't stop it. That's fucking incredible. You have to understand how much power. I was not there. Okay, I have no fucking idea what went down. I do not know. But you have to understand how much power has to come down on a situation for it to play out like that. It means that Kate, Jason, Tully, no matter who they called, the answer they got was no. That's the only way that plays out that way. And I can't even imagine what that ADA must have said to that defense attorney. Who the fuck just go sua sponte? Yeah, we're going to 28776 this. What? What? Like at the last minute, like on the first appearance after arraignment? Unheard of. Unheard of. Maybe for like possession of a gram of weed. First of all, you can't even get a criminal charge. Maybe for a third time possession for a gram of weed, which I think you can get criminally charged for technically. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. If you got 2 civil tickets for 1 gram of weed, like you said, technically you could get a ticket for possession of like 29 grams of weed. That is 1 gram over what you're allowed to have. So say you're walking down the street, you bought an ounce at the dispensary, or you bought an ounce and a gram, like a gram the day before, an ounce. You can only buy an ounce a day. You bought a gram the day before, an ounce the next day. You have it in your backpack. You're going to a concert. For some reason, a cop finds it and gives you a ticket. Okay, you can't. That's not criminal. Say it happens again. You got a ticket that's like twice the amount. Okay. Say it happens the 3rd time. Same exact set of facts. You had an ounce and a gram in your backpack. You bought them both from a legal dispensary. And you got caught. On the third offense, it would be a criminal charge. It seems weird, but that's how they wrote. Like, they really don't want you to have more than an ounce unless you're a medical patient outside in public. 10 ounces in your home, 1 ounce outside. So you could technically catch a criminal charge for having 29 grams, 1 gram over the legal limit on your third offense. 287.76 is the kind of thing that would happen for that. Now, it does happen in other cases. I want to be clear. Null process happen in all sorts of cases, just like 287.76 is. But to do it, sua sponte, as a prosecutor, you're basically saying, I don't want to be involved in this. Like, this shouldn't have been charged. What are you all doing? And as a defense attorney who was in the bag, in my opinion, for Kate and Broyles, he must have been like, what do you mean you want to give my client a good deal? But he knows he's fucked. Because if there's even a 10% chance that Lindsay has talked to the FBI or the DOJ, and I think it's higher than 10%, he has to have in his mind, hit the defense attorney, I can't fuck around. If I sandbag this fucking plea deal and they're here, like the FBI's here right now, I'm fucked. I have to go through with this. You know, so he probably had to tell Kate and Broyles, like, sorry, brah. Like, they're making me give her the 287.76, which does not involve ASF. It just ends it. Okay, after the pretrial probation. All right? It's not even a quaff, because I want to explain to you. The next level up, so we talked about null pros. We talked about, by the way, a null pros in the context of an indictment is different. Okay, we're talking about a criminal complaint here. A null pros in the context of an indictment is where the grand jury doesn't bind the charge over. Okay, so if you have a criminal complaint in district court that you bring to a grand jury that they don't bind over, then you null pros, but it's different than null prosing a criminal complaint. Okay, null prosing a criminal complaint as a prosecutor before a grand jury or just in the context of a charge based on a criminal complaint, okay, that's an apology. The next level up, 287.76, pretrial probation, that's where this line, right above 287.76 is the ASF line, okay? You don't get above that line, you don't ASF. Okay, no pros, 287.76. No pros and 287.76 are the same thing, basically. Not really, but in terms of the effect, you don't ASF. You didn't do anything. You don't admit to anything, okay? Nothing. You admit to nothing. The next thing up is a quaff, a continuance without a finding. This results in a dismissal of the charge, okay? But it's a different kind of dismissal than a null pros or a 287.76. Now, Kate Peter gets a lot of quaffs, okay? She has this, like, record of quaffs or something. Quaffs, although they don't result in the guilty disposition, do result in ASF. So when Kate takes, like I think she's quaffed to, like, different crimes before, like violations of ROs or, like, witness intimidation or some lesser included charge of witness intimidation. She, like, Tully had her going overboard, in my opinion. Like, she's the turtle boy of the West, you know, the wicked turtle boy of the West. I guess the wicked turtle boy of the South Coast or whatever the fuck you want to call her. the area near the Rhode Island line. Which we don't really consider part of Massachusetts. I hope you understand. Like, you get down, like, too far close to Rhode Island, we love you. Like Dartmouth, we love. They're across the water. But you're in Providence. I mean, come on. If there's more people with Rhode Island plates in your area of Massachusetts than people with Massachusetts plates, something's wrong. All right? You know what I'm saying? I don't like those low-numbered plates. I don't have any love for Rhode Island. I'm sorry. I love Boston and Massachusetts. Anyway. Kate Peter went very overboard yesterday, because you have to realize how much this must have freaked them out. Because when Kate Peter's getting quaffs, that means she has her connections, and the best she can get is a quaff. You have to ASF under a quaff. It gets dismissed at the end of the case, but you have ASF'd. Like, on your record forever, you admitted that there was sufficient facts, should this have been brought to trial, to establish your guilt. You do not do that with pretrial probation. So you see what I'm saying? Like, Kate must have realized right the fuck away, like, oh, fuck, they caught us. Because I really think Kate and Broyles were working together this whole time, right? So they were obstructing justice, in my opinion, to do a lot of this stuff, like the leak of her phone with Tully, like the pressure. Like, I think even they were, like, leaking from DCF. I'm pretty sure DCF's under federal investigation. Because, well, Jessica Leslie worked there, so I know they're under federal investigation for that. But I imagine, like, if Leslie or anyone in her orbit leaked protected DCF files, the whole organization is going to be under federal investigation, and that's just a small part of this. But I think Tully weaponized it as well. I think Kate tried to weaponize DCF. But it doesn't really work when you call people and they're like, fuck you, stop calling me. Like, the feds are probably listening to this. Stop fucking calling me. So that's what I think happened yesterday. Because you see what I'm saying? So you have no pros, 28776, and then there's the line, ASF. Everything below that, you do not admit to sufficient facts. Quaff, you admit to sufficient facts. Guilty, you admit to sufficient facts. Okay? There you go. You could also plead not guilty. You could take it to trial. You could plead no low contendere, which is do we have no low contendere? I think we have no contest pleas in Massachusetts. But you basically, that's the same as a quaff. It's a little higher up. It's basically more, you admit more, it's more serious than a quaff, a no low contendere. But I don't even know if we have it. I'm not that experienced in that area, and I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. The point is, whether it's quaff, guilty, or no low contendere, you're admitting to sufficient facts. Okay, that or guilty, that's going on your record as you admitting to sufficient facts. 28776 and no pros, no admitting to sufficient fact. Okay, do we all understand? Everybody good? We all on the same page? All right. So if you're Kate Peter and Jason Broyles and you worked really hard to make sure you had every avenue to pressure Lindsay Gattani so she wouldn't cooperate with the feds about the leak of her phone by Tully, how fucked are you? How fucked are you? When something you don't understand and cannot explain, and even the defense lawyer you have in the bag for you can't explain, happens. Your brain must just be like mind fucked, and it's happening in real time. You have 5 minutes to react in the courthouse. 5 minutes. What do? Do you keep your... If you're smart, right, and this is why people like this are so fucking dumb. If you're smart and you're sitting there in that courthouse and you're Kate Peter and Jason Broyles, the second you hear 28776, you say, oh, fuck. Your first reaction should be, oh, fuck, because that doesn't just happen. Somebody found out that this was this was basically obstruction of justice. Oh, no. You see what I'm saying? The second you hear that, that's why I wasn't even there, and I just know how dumb these fucking people are. I bet they could feel my presence. I had nothing to do with this, but I just basically were like, Grant knew, they should have heard in their heart, like in their head, and I think this is where the hubris came in. Grant told us today was a setup, in terms of this operation that Broyles and Kate and Tully were running on Lindsay yesterday was a setup to catch them exposing themselves, running it. As soon as they heard 28776, they should have been like, they sandbagged us. Like, the feds figured this out and they put a stop to it. That's my opinion. And they should have just stopped. They should have said, listen, okay, this is a very direct warning from them, like the DOJ and the feds. Like, we should stop. That's my opinion. That's my read. We should stop. Instead, they did the stupidest, and you have to imagine this. If the feds are the ones who figured out what you were doing, and the way you were weaponizing the criminal justice system, the DCF system, all this stuff against Lindsay, do you realize how fucked you are? If you, after the gentle, it's gentle in some regard, after the gentle warning of this is being disposed by a 28776, while the feds are potentially there, then try to cause a commotion in the courthouse to interrupt the plea or the disposition. Are you out of your fucking mind? What are you going to... Imagine how stupid you have to be to miss the context clues there, if you're Kate Peter and Jason, and then run the op anyway, which they did, which they then tried to do. Jason made a post about Kate, being in the area, trying to yell at people in the orbit of the case. It was a setup, and Kate and Broyles went through with it, and they got definitely busted. And you know how I know they got busted? Because instead of the setup being acted on, the people they called, I think, told them fuck off. I think Kate might catch some shit for it. I think Broyles might catch some shit for it. But I think the answer to their question of, are we going to help you do this to Lindsay was no. Why would those people do that? I mean, every single person they used to rely on, I'm talking different police officers, different DAs, every single person saying no, you would freak out. You would start screaming. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. So, there you go. God bless Lindsay Catani. She deserves it. She really does. And she deserves the same level of protection as Jessica Leslie. And I hope they both get it. And I hope these bad people spend a lot of time in prison. But, yeah, it all led up to yesterday. I just had to... Personally, I mean, even though I wasn't streaming, I still was running my mouth enough for them to... They should have known, okay? And they'd still tried to... First of all, it failed. And second of all, like, the fact that they got to experience it in real time and didn't even know... Do you know how bad it's going to be for them if indeed the feds were there? Like, even one FBI agent was there. They're fucked. Because it would mean, like, that I was... You know, I was right. And you did it in front of the feds. And that's certainly why the Bristol DA would have been like, get the fuck out of here, Kate and Jason. What are you doing? Are you fucking crazy? Like, the Bristol DA and their ADAs aren't fucking dumb. By the way, if an FBI agent did show up at a courthouse, do you know you have to walk around, if you have a weapon, which is a service weapon, you have to walk around the security screening, and you have to present your firearm card or your FBI shield to the court officer. You can't just walk into a courthouse unless you go unarmed. But if you're an FBI agent in your official capacity, you go to a courthouse, you can walk in with your firearm. You have to show them your badge. What do you think happens if you show a court security officer an FBI badge at a random district court hearing in Attleboro? Fucking chaos, I would guess. Kate and Jason are so dumb. I didn't see anything. First Christmas, I was at Norfolk Superior Court yesterday getting a document. So I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. And yeah, so Rachel Rollins and Aidan Kearney, of course, adding more intrigue to this and why I think certain people felt untouchable. Rachel Rollins and Aidan Kearney knew each other. Rachel Rollins and Aidan Kearney knew each other as far back as 2022. And I'll say they worked 2021. Rachel Rollins and Aidan Kearney worked together to send Rayla Campbell, a Republican spoiler candidate, to Joe Kennedy Jr. events in the Senate primary between Ed Markey and Joe Kennedy Jr. Joe Kennedy Jr. was then a representative. I think he was in the 4th district in Massachusetts that Jake Auchinclosh is in now. And Kennedy Jr. was going to go from the 4th district to JFK's old Senate seat. Do you understand? If he had beat Senator Markey in that primary. And what do you think the Biden White House thought of the potential of a very similar trajectory from a Kennedy family member, House of Reps, Senate seat, JFK's Senate seat? The 2024 presidential primary would have been Joe Kennedy Jr. versus Joe Biden. But for Rachel Rollins intervening by way of Turtle Boy and Rayla Campbell to make sure Ed Markey won that Senate race. As a result of that, Rachel Rollins then got a direct connection to the Biden White House. How do we know that? She actually got removed from office, not just for intervening in the Arroyo and Hayden probe for political purposes, but also for going to an event in a U.S. government vehicle with a U.S. government employee driving her with Dr. Jill Biden, the president's wife, the then president's wife, in Andover. Okay, bruh? You don't think? Come on. Rachel Rollins got that position as U.S. attorney as a thank you for what her and Turtle Boy did in 2021 with that Senate race. And if you don't think I know that, you're out of your fucking mind. All right, and that's why Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins felt so untouchable. They're basically fucking liberals, okay? Like, Turtle Boy fakes it a little bit. I think he's socially conservative, but he's basically a fucking liberal. Like, he hates cops. You know, if he lived in Russia, he might be commie. Fucking commies. And so he's basically a liberal. And so Rachel Rollins is the most cop-hating fucking prosecutor that exists. We shouldn't have cop-hating prosecutors. That's why she's like an outcast, okay? But of any prosecutor who hates cops, she's the cop-hater. All right? She hates cops. I don't even think she thinks law enforcement should exist. I think she thinks people should just run around breaking fucking windows and stealing from stores. That was her prosecution policy. Don't lie. You know it was. Some of the liberal stuff you can, like, see the logic in, like, no life offenses for certain murders under 25, depending on their cognitive capabilities at the time. Okay, fine. I understand delayed development. I understand someone may not actually understand what they're doing. The kids are kids. Okay, that's not like an extreme liberal position. That's the law in Massachusetts now, actually, from the SJC. That's like somewhat rational and liberal. You know, it's not rational. Being so liberal that you don't prosecute 25 offenses. That's fucking crazy. Like, not case by case. You just don't blanket prosecute. That's crazy. All right? And it's because you hate cops. Fucking commies. Not saying these people are commies. It's just cops hate commies. You know what I'm saying? I hate commies. Fucking commies. Now, I'll tell you. All right? There's a lot going on. Now, I want to show you one more thing I brought up on my Twitter. Twitter's a flooder today. All right? Let's take a look at what I brought up on my Twitter. There's an we know there's an ongoing investigation, and I want to tie this all up by saying that motion Robert Cosgrove filed just confirmed everything I already believed, which is that Michael Morrissey and Robert Cosgrove and Hank Brennan and whatnot gave up Tully and his unit. That's why Tully and them are all fired. That's why they're like gone, basically. We'll use that term fired in quotes. And then if you think about it, Cosgrove yesterday, basically, it was like a mea culpa. And this man, he's not sundowning. I think Meredith got that role. Like, you fucked up if you think this man is sundowning. He's not. He's a genius. I've never talked to him. I just have the sense he's a genius. All right? He used to be a judge. I think it was political, though. And that's why I hate this shit. And I think he senses, if he listens to these streams, that he knows I don't like the politics of it. But it was a mea culpa. Because in Cosgrove's motion, he basically, for the first time, was like, yeah, I was really fucked up that this phone got leaked by Tully. He didn't say Tully's name. He should have. He should. Like, there's more to come, in my opinion. But Cosgrove was basically interpolating, and I'm not a lawyer. There's no legal advice. Cosgrove was basically reading between the lines, like, I'm sorry. Like, we should have moved on this a lot earlier. The protective order is really important. And the one thing Cosgrove should have said is, like, and he tried to cover his tracks, which I didn't like. The protective orders he filed for took months, and they weren't really what were needed. It wasn't until Lindsay sent a letter that Judge Krupp issued a protective order that really mattered. So I just implore Special Prosecutor Cosgrove to think about things like that, just in my opinion. I don't understand, like, you didn't file for that for months. Like, there's a record. You didn't file for it for months, okay? If you really want to make a culpa, that's what you do. You're like, I'm so sorry. Like, I should have listened. Not just listened, I should have done what was right under 26C, the rule of civil procedure or whatever that's relevant in this case. I should have, in the context of this discovery, I should have moved for a protective order, and I should have redacted the fucking phone. And I didn't. I'm sorry. That's all it takes. Like, that's what a good man does. He basically did it. He didn't say it, but he basically did it. Like, okay, so I know how, like, someone who knows how to read the docket. I'm not a lawyer. There's not legal advice. I know how someone who knows how to read the docket would look at stuff like this. I'm telling you right now, the way that any, like, responsible or cogent or erudite, like, student of the law or lawyer would read this docket, they're going to look in there and be like, Cosgrove, what happened between April 24th and, like, October? What were you doing? Were you fishing? No, like, Morrissey at the time was protecting Kate and Tully and Broyles and telling Cosgrove not to file a protective order. I'm not a moron. And I think Pamela Friedman was involved to protect Tully. That's why Pam Friedman and Tully have known each other for 20 years. Anyway, so the way that I think about all this is when you see what Special Prosecutor Cosgrove says, it's not just that he's burning Broyles, Kate, and Tully between the lines and apologizing to Lindsay, which, about time. I mean, that's why I think he's a good man. Smart man, politically difficult position, doing the right thing now. You'll see in one of the lines of the motion that he filed on Friday, which was it was Thursday or Friday. I don't think it was coincidental. He knows what the feds are looking into, in my opinion, and that's where I'm going. Part of the motion says there's an ongoing investigation that Cosgrove is a part of that's unrelated to the Norfolk DA's, like, prosecution office. Okay. You know what state prosecutors are allowed to do? Participate in federal prosecutions by way of task forces. Oh, what a glorious day to be American. Kate Peter's not that important anyway. I don't understand why people even cared. Who cares? Of course she's a target of the federal probe. Of course. And so I think Cosgrove was like, all right, we're at this point. Morrissey probably agreed. Morrissey was probably like, listen, Kate's threatening us. It's time. Like, it's time. And so there you go. The combination of what we're about to see up on your screen and what happened in Attleboro yesterday was it. That was my confirmation. That's all over for Kate, Broyles, and Tully. They lost their influence. They lost their power. And like the desperation of it was probably the most rewarding part, because you could tell like people were not taking their calls. I'm serious. Like you could tell in real time people were not going, like they were saying, Kate, like we know what you're doing. Stop doing this. Same thing with Broyles. I think they both got told like stop doing this. We're not going to participate. And so here's the part of the motion, okay? Now, first of all, I just want to show the initial mea culpa from Cosgrove, so give me a second. The initial mea culpa is over on this part, and this is the first time he's really done this, so about time, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove. Oh, and by the way, the reason, like I have no direct line, but the reason, or even knowledge direct, but the reason why I inductively was able to interpret what this is I read all these documents on this case all the time. I read every single thing that is filed on these cases, and I read them like 40 times. So I know every fucking word that Cosgrove has ever said. I know in the motions, I know every word Ken Mello has ever written. I even could tell when Novak was writing them when he was on the case for a little bit. Now, I'm telling you right now, this is the first time Judge Cosgrove, former Judge Cosgrove, has ever done anything like this. God bless his heart. For the first time, he references one of these letters, because again, he wasn't referencing it before because he wanted to protect, and not him, but Morrissey wanted to protect Kate, Tully, and Broyles in the phone leak operation, okay? Which also was to protect Jen McCabe, but that's secondary. I think it was more about Tully. In terms of protecting the leak. The initial leak was about Jen, to protect Jen McCabe or give her like some relief from the public pressure, which is, in my opinion, a federal crime. Like if Jen was party to it, like that's fucked up. So maybe that explains why people are reporting she was potentially either proffering or subject to custodial interrogation at some kind of FBI station recently. I don't know. I have nothing to independently confirm that. But I don't think like Jen McCabe, like just because she was the impetus for it and like her friends helped, I don't think that's really like, it's not the crime, it's a cover up. And what Broyles and Kate and Tully did after Lindsay realized that they leaked her phone, and after they realized she might cooperate with the FBI, and after I think she did start cooperating with the FBI, that became way more serious. And I don't think Jen McCabe was necessarily like the driving force there. I think that was pure self-preservation by Tully. Pure, and Kate and Broyles. All right, Jen benefited from it because they were protecting what they did to help her, but it wasn't necessarily Jen McCabe that was at the center of that shit. No, that was Tully, and in my opinion, and Kate and Broyles. And in that context, that's why this is so serious, because you have to understand what Judge Cosgrove's doing here. Judge Cosgrove is saying, hey, so, you know, Lindsay was telling us in the court, like this whole time, that we needed a protective order, and you know it was being violated by these people close to Tully and Aiden. And he's not saying it directly, but he's basically like apologizing. He's like, yeah, you know, that's very important, and he has not done that before. Okay, he's never referenced like this her letter. He spent some time defending Kate before in oral argument. That's out the window. I don't think we're going to see any more defenses of Kate Peter by the Norfolk DA or their special prosecutor. Now, if you threaten the DA on Twitter, you fucking crazy person, Kate, in my opinion. But look at this. You see, right here, Kearney continues to utilize discovery to public. And by the way, it's Jason Broyles and Kate more than Kearney. Kearney's doing it, but it's Jason Broyles and Kate who are really doing it, and Tully. Kearney continues to utilize discovery to publicly attack witnesses in this case, delving into alleged character flaws and alleged misconduct that has no relevance to the charges before this chart, and which, in addition to their emotional toll on the victims, can only serve to poison the jury pool. Despite Judge Krupp's order, Kearney has continued to use material he acquired through discovery to publicly harass witnesses. The Commonwealth directs this court's attention to the previously filed letter of March 26, 2025, by the way, I think her first letter was like in December or something of 2024. You should reference that too, Judge Cosgrove, right? I don't know. We should hear about it. It's America. The Commonwealth directs this court's attention to the previously filed letter of March 26, 2025, by one such witness, filed pro se with leave of the court. No, God bless you, Judge Squires Lee. I remember that order that went up on the docket that said Lindsay Gattani can file things. Nothing like being able to walk into a clerk's office as a pro se litigant on a criminal case to which you are an other interested party and say, I don't need a lawyer. Here's a document from a judge, a court order saying I can file things, accept my filing. It really befuddles clerks, I would imagine. It's just an interesting and unique situation. It shows the severity of this phone leak, though. I can imagine Judge Squires Lee was like, hell yeah, she can file things. What did you do with this phone, you crazy people? She didn't say it on the record, but I would have said that, Judge Towell. Bang my towel gavel. How dare you? I sentenced you all to penal servitude. Go to Siberia. Don't put me in charge of sending people to Siberia. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay? Oh, damn commies. Maybe we should send the commies to Siberia, actually. I have to think a little bit about this. Anyway, address to Judge Doolin, which liberally quotes from Mr. Kearney's online presentations for which she provides specific citations and sketches in vivid detail the effects of such verbal assaults upon her. So you've known about this for 5 months and you're only referencing it for the first time in a filing right now? Why is that? Why is that? Oh, it's because you're ready to fuck Kate Peter over. About damn fucking time. America. Then you can see the footnote here. It says this is where you can tell Cosgrove is doing the double whammy on Kate and them, because he footnotes them, and he footnotes are hard. He's going right at Broyles and Kate here. He says, although Kearney claims not to remember who he gave copies of Gattani's cell phone extraction, it is clear that one such person is Jason Broyles. Now, he calls him an accolade of Kearney's, but Broyles I really think is like a PI in Kate's orbit and has been for a while, who has posted under the various names, including Haley Walbrecht and not Haley Walbrecht. I think Kate helped him make that profile, or at least knew about its existence from its inception. Walbrecht posts material calculated to humiliate Gattani, I'm pretty sure at Kate's instruction, and that's Lindsay Gattani, and urges her to recant or face the consequences, including indictment and further attack posts. I mean, bro, do you see what Cosgrove's saying? If he has a record over years of Broyles doing this, and Tully didn't indict Broyles, it's because Tully was protecting Broyles and Kate. Okay, this was an operation. That's obstruction of justice under color of law. It cannot. Say Tully invoked his state immunity, it wouldn't protect him from federal charges. Say Broyles got immunity from Tully, it wouldn't protect him from federal charges. Say Kate got immunity from Tully, it wouldn't protect them from federal charges. You don't understand. I mean, some people do, but there's no immunity unless a federal prosecutor gives you immunity, and none of these people are going to get it because Nick Carino can give up everything on all of them, so they don't need them at all. Why would the DOJ need fucking Kate Peter? She's a fucking target. Why would they need Jason Broyles? He's a fucking target. Why would they need Tully? He's a target. They don't need them. There's no information that the DOJ, in my opinion, can get from Brian Tully, Kate Peter, or Jason Broyles that they cannot get from Nick Carino. Okay? Therefore, they're fucked. It's a race. It's always a race to who can give up the pertinent information first, in my opinion. And they could all. It's too late now. It's too late because I think the feds already know. And this is Robert Cosgrove, who is probably way more in tune with the details than even I, saying this was Kate and Jason. Yeah, Aiden benefited from it. Robert Cosgrove is being very diplomatic here, and I understand why. It's very sensitive politically. He doesn't want to blow this federal investigation that I think he is part of. But I'm literally a legal commentator and analyst. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I'm analyzing what he's writing. I have to read between the lines, or I would not be doing what I'm supposed to do. So look at what this man's saying. He's saying, although Kearney claims not to remember to whom he gave copies of Gattani's cell phone extraction, it is clear that one such person is Jason Broyles. So implicit in that is Tully and Kate helped make sure Broyles got that extraction. An accolade of Kearney's who has posted under various names, including Haley Walbrecht and not Haley Walbrecht. Walbrecht posts material calculated to humiliate Lindsay Gattani and urges Lindsay to recant or face the consequences, including indictment and further attack posts. In one such post, he states he'll just take the incriminating information from her phone. I wonder how he got that. Not just from Aiden, but Kate and Tully told Aiden to give it to Broyles. Or told Broyles to ask Aiden for it. Or put Broyles in a position where he would be trusted to get it and told him how to cover it. We'll just take the incriminating information from her phone and we all believe shows that her and her friends entered into a criminal enterprise, etc. No, that's not what you wanted to cover. You wanted to pressure Lindsay every time you heard she might cooperate with the feds into not doing that to protect Brian Tully and Kate Peter. And I think Robert Cosgrove knows. Now, he's saying it very gently here. I love politics. I love it, but I hate it. You know, because vulnerable people don't understand how to do politics. Fucking, like, how it hides in plain sight. You think Robert Cosgrove is just going to come out and say this? No. He's speak softly, carry a big stick. Bring back the Monroe Doctrine. Fucking commies. All right. Release of certain discovery material. Did communism even exist during the Monroe Doctrine? I think it was just getting started, you know. Hegel, Marx was just a twinkle in Hegel's eye. Release of certain discovery material could jeopardize pending investigations. Routinely cited in the Reed protective orders is a representation by the prosecutors, so that's Brennan, Lally, McLaughlin, that certain materials being provided as discovery in this case may be evidence in unrelated pending criminal cases. This language has been duplicated in the Kearney protective orders. Now, this is different material than Lindsay's phone, right? We're talking now about the communications between the DA and witnesses in the Reed case, and then maybe Michael Proctor's text. Now, but again, remember, it's also Lindsay's phone that's subject to a protective order, so he's equivocating. He's using one word to refer to two different things, and the sentence is nested. There's a dependent clause in the sentence that refers to one of two protective orders, and then the word protective order is functioning in a dual form here, referring to both Lindsay's phone and then the material subject to the Reed protective order. It's very complex legal construction because he's hiding the ball here. You know Hideo Nomo when he does his wind up, remember the old Dodger pitcher? This is Robert Cosgrove right now, okay? He's about to throw what I'd call kind of like a two-seam fastball, all right? The pitch he's going to throw has a bit of an inside-outside curve, and then it's going to come over the plate. It's a strike. It's right down the middle, but it's designed before it even leaves his hand, like the setup, the pitch, the way he's delivering the pitch, he's hiding the ball. He's speaking about even the protective orders. He's equivocating on the word protective order, and he's hiding the ball here, all right? You don't see his fingers on the ball so that you don't know what he's going to do until he throws the pitch. Now, the pitch is what's in red, but I need to explain to you that the setup is as important as the pitch because the setup tells us the position of his fingers on the ball, okay? If you're throwing a pitch in baseball. So we need to know if he's throwing a fastball, if he's throwing a curveball, if he's throwing a splitter or a two-seam fastball. All right? So he's throwing a two-seam fastball here that's going to have some inside-out movement across the plate. We know as soon as he releases it from his hand, right, that it's a two-seam fastball, but we don't know until that moment. Why is he equivocating on the word protective orders? Why is he referencing both of these material? Why is he being so sort of mysterious? All right, and the reason why is he does not want to show you what he's actually doing. And how do we know that? Well, the second sentence in red reinforces everything. And in fact, we're going to come to find out not only did Robert Cosgrove throw a two-seam fastball, he basically threw a ball that doesn't have seams. Because the way he throws this next pitch, it's like covered. It's basically confidential. So it's beautiful. I know he's throwing a two-seam fastball. I know exactly what he's doing. I know exactly what he's saying. I know why he's saying it. But it's so beautiful how he does it because he's being so respectful of the investigatory process. He's a prosecutor. Of the information that I think he has, of how the information he has could impact people like Tully, Kate Peter, Jason Broyles, Aidan Kearney, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, etc., etc. Okay? And so what he's doing is he's not only throwing the fastball, like the setup, this is very obscure legal language. And the judge is going to, when you're reading this as a judge, that first sentence, immediately my mind goes to, if I don't see something in here telling me that you're going to offer a proffer, you are just being obtuse gratuitously, to be obtuse. You're not actually saying anything, you're just being obtuse. You better damn well follow that sentence up with, and here's what happened, and judge, I'll make an offer of proof. Okay, watch what Cosgrove does. Undersigned counsel, Robert Cosgrove, as a special prosecutor, unlike all but one of the prosecutors assigned the Reed case, cannot claim familiarity with other cases being prosecuted by the Norfolk DA's office. That's a fuck of a sentence. Okay, that's 4 double negatives in a row. Okay, that's a fuck of a sentence. He could just say that. He's a judge. He knows how to say it in a sentence. He's veiling what he's saying here. Do you realize what he's saying? Okay, do you realize what that sentence means? Remove all the double negatives. Read the sentence directly. He's talking about things that are not being prosecuted by the Norfolk County DA or the special prosecutors. And he said it in one of the most layered, esoteric formats I've ever seen. Tanya, thank you so much for your support and your question. Yes, so we'll get to Hank Brennan's involvement. I mean, I think it's tangential, but Hank Brennan, I think, knew, my theory is Hank Brennan came on in the fall of 2024. By January of 2025, after the old liberal DOJ was gone, I think Hank Brennan and Morrissey sat down with Leah Foley. That's my opinion. I have no reason to confirm it. It's my opinion. I think Leah Foley told them about Leslie leaking to Reed's team. I think Leah Foley told them about the Birchmore cover-up, and then eventually I think they all talked about Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction being leaked. I think Leah Foley probably told them, Morrissey, we're going after this unit. Give them up. And I think Morrissey was fine. And then in response, I think Hank and Morrissey worked with Leah Foley, and that second Karen Reed trial was a sting. I think that Leah Foley told them, listen, we know that Karen and Aiden and Alan were getting leaks from Leslie, okay? If they do it with her second criminal trial on the state level, we'll just bust them. We'll put people on that jury who are our people. Hank, you just make sure they get on the jury. When they get on the jury, we'll have them be vociferously pro Karen Reed. It'll bait people into influencing the jury, and it'll bait the jurors who do get bribed or threatened or whatever to tell those other jurors about what they're experiencing. We'll keep it all hush-hush, and we'll bust them all. All right? So I think Hank and Morrissey and Marty Kraft even gave up Tully and his unit a long time ago. And in return, Morrissey's not going to catch any shit for this. I think he's going to be able to claim plausible deniability. That's my opinion. For the Birchmore cover-up and Lindsay's phone extraction. I think that's the reward he'll get. He'll be able to say, and I bet he can prove, there's nothing that will prove otherwise. I don't know. I didn't know about it. They fucked me. And that lines up with what I've heard from my people in politics, Democratic politics, which is Michael Morrissey's okay, but the people around him are not. All right? That's multiple people very high up. All right? So, I don't know what to tell you. If I'm hearing that, I would imagine the feds heard it as well. So then it's even easier to make the decision. If he really was in the dark a little bit, it's easier. So that's what Hank and Brennan and Michael Morrissey could have been doing, helping Leah Foley. But the price was you give up Tully, you give up the unit, you give up the Birchmore cover-up, you give up, and now the phone extraction. And so I think, hello, Francesca, I think that's exactly what happened. Okay, it's unfortunate, but I think that's exactly what happened. And it's unfortunate that it took that. It took a man of Hank Brennan's caliber, and it took a woman of Leah Foley's caliber to stop all this. That's why I called them the adults in the room. I fully believe those are the only two people who have the capability and the intelligence and the integrity to put a stop to all of it. You can't just go after the Birchmore cover-up. You can't just go after Rollins and Levy. You can't just go after the grand juror leaker. You can't just go after Karen and Allen. You can't just go after Turtle Boy. You have to also deal with this Kate and Broyles and situation with Lindsay's phone, and then you can stop it. And because you had morality is never black and white. It's never, barring very few people, it is never pure goodness. And it's never even pure evil. Because the very pure evil people mimic goodness, and even pure good people do things for whatever reason that are not always good. Okay, the morality outside of Immanuel Kant, morality is black and white. It is not black and white. Excuse me. And for Immanuel Kant and people who ascribe to his philosophy and Jesus's philosophy, it's very black and white. But for most people, it's gray. Okay, and when analyzing morality, you have to look at it in shades of gray. People are so tribal and polemical these days that they think because someone supported the police who investigated Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's death, therefore they can't have done anything else wrong. Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay, likewise, people think that because Turtle Boy like saves animals and like has a big platform like among internet nerds, that like they should never talk about him doing wrong things. Okay, that's stupid. Okay, it's possible for Turtle Boy to have like helped animals or whatever the fuck he does. I don't know. He like helps animals, and that's why a lot of people like him. Not necessarily his case coverage. He like covers people who abuse animals. I don't fucking know. It's internet nerd shit. So anyway, good for him. All right. But that doesn't mean he's incapable of doing bad things, okay? Likewise, just because Kate Peter and Jason Broyles and whatever supported Brian Tully, that doesn't mean that they were incapable of doing bad things. Just because John Fanning and Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan and whatever helped Tully with the Karen Reed prosecution, that doesn't mean that they were incapable of doing bad things with the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, all right? Like, it's all so gray. Everything about it is gray. You have to keep those shades of gray in mind, or you will become an acolyte, to use the words of the esteemed former judge Robert Cosgrove. You'll become an acolyte of these people. You can't. Don't be an acolyte of anyone. Don't follow me. Think for yourself. Develop more moral principles and act from them. Okay? And that's why we got to the position we're in, because people were so blindly loyal that they were missing that what Kate was really doing, or Tully was really doing, or Aiden was really doing. You just have to, maybe there is some good in some people. Maybe there's some bad in some people. Maybe there are people who are all bad and all good. But you can't be blind to that reality and just hope that because someone agrees with you on one point, that they are all good. That's so incredibly fucking dangerous. That's how Kate Peter was able to operate. That's how Aiden's able to operate. We have to stop this. We have to be critical. We have to be good analysts. We have to be independent thinkers. And we have to protect the vulnerable. And we can't do that when people like Aidan Kearney and Kate Peter and Jason Broyles are enabled because they happen to find out where to align their views so that people will support them and look the other way. That's what broke this system. Broke it fundamentally. Karen Reed's an example of that too. She's not a saint. I think she's brilliant, but she's not a saint. All right? I don't think she's like a hardened criminal like some of these other fuckers, but she's not a saint. She's just like an intelligence asset, in my opinion, way the fuck over her head, and she should listen to her dad more. Her dad's brilliant. I read some of his work, fucking brilliant. I think he's like a little, like, you don't have to be so protective of your kids though, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, my brother does some stupid shit sometimes. I'm like, bro, I know that you're sick, but like, don't do stupid shit, okay? And that's what you tell your kids, like Nathan. Like, bad Nathan. Don't embezzle money from the bookstore. Like, you don't get him off, bro. Like, you make him, like, if it's actually, like, a weaponization of the process, okay. Like, okay. But, bro, like, come on, Mr. Reed. I don't mean to call you bro. But, like, we could have a cigar sometime. I'd hang out with him. He seems nice enough. I think him and I would have fascinating discussions about the intelligence world during the 60s and 70s. But anyway, bro, you don't, like, you just tell him, like, Nathan, don't embezzle from the fucking bookstore. Like, Karen, don't drive drunk and, like, cheat on your boyfriend and hit him with a car. Like, that's how you, like, are a fucking parent. That's what it means to be an adult. So I'm a little bit baffled by him. Like, I think he's brilliant, but I'm like, who the fuck cares, bro? It's not 1910. The aristocracy, like, you are not in the aristocracy. It's so small now, like, you're not in it. What do you think this is? Like, you're not keeping up heirs. Like, nobody fucking cares. Just make your kids, like, own up to their fucking conduct. That's what really went wrong with him as a parent, in my opinion. Like, he wasn't willing to just be like, listen, our family name, like, you don't understand, just because we're not famous. Like, our family name is important. We have a reputation. Like, I've done important work. Like, you can't, like, just don't do that. And if you do it, apologize. And, like, understand why you did it and don't do it again. But the second you cover that shit up, you help your kids get away with stuff like that, you're in it for life with them. Because they'll always say, but you love me, so of course I can embezzle. You love me. I didn't mean to hit him with the car. Let's blame the dog. You love me, Dad. All right, that's dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous. And it's similar with Kate and Aiden. Like, you know, they're very good with a parasocial cult of personality. And I never want you to do this to me. You have a problem with me, say it. And say it out loud and hold me accountable. I want to hear it. But they have a parasocial cult of personality that enables them. They can do no wrong, and it enables really fucking bad behavior. And that's what the root of all of this is. This very, very dangerous sort of enabling that happens, whether it's because of like familial bonds or parasocial relationships in the internet sphere. It doesn't matter. It's scary. And if you think about it, like the bonds people have with Kate and Aiden, Kate on a very small scale, like 4,000 views or 2,000 views, whatever. And Aiden on a bigger scale, like 8 to 10,000 views a video, whatever it is. Okay. They have like the same amount of people every time watching. And I see it too. I don't mind. And I don't want you to have parasocial relationships with me. That's why I message you all directly by email and talk to you all. I'd rather have real relationships. They're happy with having parasocial relationships with their followers and acolytes, because what it allows for is when they give the marching order in Discord or whatever, however they do it, people are going to go with it. Like Kate says, like people are not to talk about the leak of Lindsay's phone, and if they do, Lindsay is to suffer. Like they'll do it. Because, and I don't even think it's a question of morality, they just really are looking for that similar bond of love that they can't get authentically in their life. All these people around Aiden and Kate are internet nerds. And I mean that lovingly. Like, some of them are salt of the earth people, but they're just desperate for connection. And Aiden and Kate prey on that. Like, okay, you want the connection of my group? You better do everything we say. That's a fucking cult. Both of them. Both of them. Okay? And in return, they give these people like a sense of meaning that they're desperately longing for. It's artificial. It's not real love. All these people are being used. You're only loved to the extent you're useful that fucking day in their world. And now listen, I cannot. There's too many people that they're victimizing. I cannot go to all of them and show them what love is. I can't. I need your help. When you see people fall victim to this Kate Peter or Aiden Kearney cult of personality, just return love. Okay? That's what breaks the cycle. If you can show those people that love exists outside of their parasocial relationships with these like cult leaders, then all of a sudden they're free. Then they're thinking independently. And yes, maybe both sides did some good and some bad, but then at least they're talking about it. And they're not addicted to these people, like, and the group mentality that makes them feel like they have social bonds. We have to build these social bonds for the targets and these people in the orbit of Kate and Aiden and Jason. We have to give them connection. They're vulnerable people, and that's why they get preyed on, okay? Not all their audience, but especially the targets of their ops. We have to just give them a lot of friends, just love them unconditionally. I swear to God, I find out any of you get close to these victims and then you take advantage or betray their trust in one way, I'm going to have my attention on you, undivided attention. You love them unconditionally. You never betray them. I'm not saying that we're all perfect, but in your heart of hearts, you love them unconditionally, and then you will free them. Okay? And that's not selfish. Okay? It would be selfish to try to do it with a lot of people, but to find one or two people and free them by showing them that parasocial relationships are fake and they're in a cult and that they're being emotionally abused and that real love exists, that's how we break this. Why do you think I talk about every day small acts of service unconditionally? Because if you really want to stop this cycle, we have to give people meaning in their lives, like the digital age is birthing right now, and it can't be via like the comments in a stream. Now I realize this is a little different because we actually do email each other. You all go out and meet each other. Like, this is a very unique community, okay? So I don't want any of you to feel like we're perpetuating this, because I think we're trying to change it, actually, okay? But we have to help these people, okay? They're desperate. They have no one else in their lives. They're oftentimes very vulnerable. They don't have a lot of money. They don't have a lot of friends. They don't have a lot of connections, okay? And we can't let them get in the orbit of these people who take advantage of them. We just need to find people. It's very hard to build authentic relationships. But if everything we do is driven by that authentic willingness to be compassionate and love one another, then it's possible to get rid of the influence of these toxic, pernicious forces like Kate Peter, Aiden Kearney, and Jason Broyles. Because people will come to realize they don't need those fake social relationships to have meaning in their life. They have people around them who care about them. And I won't rest until every person who has been victimized by these fuckers knows that that is the reality and feels that love. I won't. Maybe I can't do it for every single person, but that's my mission. And you won't stop me. Really? Do you understand like where this comes from? It is so, like, it is indefatigable. I never stop. I don't even need to drink my energy drink some days. That's how much I care about this. Because it's a principle. I don't care about myself at all. It's a principle. and so I can only be a small part of the overall solution. But the principle, I understand how to embody and convey. The principle is that we break these people free from the chains and the garlands of flowers that are these parasocial relationships that are laid over their chains by manipulative people like Kate Peter and Aidan Kearney and Jason Broyles, by showing them unconditional love exists, and there are certain people who will not betray you. And you have to keep your guard up. I am not saying put your guard down, be naive, and go running around the world looking for people to be friends with because they will take advantage of you. Keep your guard up, screen who you're talking to, find people who love you unconditionally and will not fucking betray you, test them, fingerprint information if you really need to make sure they're not leaking to these fucking internet nerds. Or ideally find people who are not in the orbit of these fucking internet nerds. Kate has like 30 to 2,000 people around her at most. Aidan has like 100 to 1,000, maybe 1,500 at most, like around them all the time, like in their online little internet nerd world. Ideally, just get the fuck away from those circles. That's my advice to the people who are being victimized. If you are stuck in these circles, at least look for the people who have no ulterior motives. It's going to be really hard. Keep your guard up and make sure that even if someone is saying to you all of these things using the right words, you don't trust them. Trust but verify everything. After 2 years, whatever, maybe you found your people, but right now trust no one. That's my message to all of you. In Broyles' orbit, in Kate's orbit, in Aidan's orbit, in Tully's orbit, trust no one. Because nobody's out for your best interest until you can find the people who are unconditionally willing to love you. And it's not going to be everyone. There's not going to be a group of 40 people who love you. We are not in high school. And that was probably fake anyway. You're adults. There's going to be a few people who love you unconditionally your entire life. Find them, treasure them, and look for that as a way to break free from the bonds of these parasocial relationships that are literally enslaving some of you because into this cult of personality where you're enabling very serious misconduct. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I went on a bit of a soliloquy in the middle of a sentence, so let's get to the crescendo, okay? However, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove, he refers to himself in the third person appropriately, you don't use I, can attest that some of the discovery turned over to Mr. Kearney bears on an ongoing investigation in which Special Prosecutor Robert Cosgrove is involved. Okay. Is it? So what kind of federal investigation is this? Is Lindsay's phone extraction subject to an ongoing federal investigation? That would be interesting. That would be fascinating. What else is subject to an ongoing investigation? What's on Aidan Kearney's phone from Jessica Leslie? Or in third party? Related to Jessica Leslie? I don't know. Why would Special Prosecutor Cosgrove be on a joint federal task force? I don't know. I'm just inductively interpolating things. Why would Kate Peter and Jason Broyles and Brian Tully and Aidan Kearney all be the target of a federal task force? I don't know. I do not know. These are just questions in the ether. Now, here's the crescendo, because you better put this sentence in there. If you're saying this, if you're laying it all on the line, you're not saying it directly, but if you're laying it all on the line, you better end as a prosecutor with this sentence. Counsel is prepared, if necessary, to make an ex parte showing to this court to verify the existence of that investigation. Do you know what ex parte means? He's not saying, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove is not saying that he's willing to do this at sidebar. Okay, that he would say, I'm willing to explain at sidebar, that, like off the record. Not, it's technically on the record, but it's privileged or whatever, confidential, however you call it, sealed, at a sealed sidebar. This man is a former judge. He knows what he's saying. He's using very specific words. Do you understand what ex parte means? Ex parte means special with permission of the court, which is allowed. You have to make a finding, a written finding. With permission of the court, Special Prosecutor Cosgrove wants to go into the judge's chambers with a court reporter, that would be appropriate, and talk to him one-on-one. When I say deliver, when I say you better deliver, he more than delivered. That sentence is so packed. You don't, I mean, I'm not sure I can even appropriately put into words for some of you what the implications are. That sentence is so packed with information. It's incredible. He's saying that Robert Cosgrove is saying he has information about probably, I'm telling you it's a federal investigation, but he's saying probably, but he's not saying it directly. He doesn't say the word federal investigation, but I'm telling you it's a federal investigation. And he is willing, without aiding Kearney there, if the judge will allow it, to tell judge what this federal investigation is about. Now tell me. You cannot make an offer like that to a judge as a lawyer. You can't. You cannot, unless you're willing to do it. Judge will call your bluff and humiliate you. That is the most serious thing I mean, I know a lot of you are seeing it because of the last bit that I was spending explaining this. That is, hands down, the most serious thing you can suggest as a prosecutor. If you have to say to the judge in open court in a motion, like Special Prosecutor Cosgrove has done here, that you need to have an ex parte hearing, not even a hearing, it's more like a conference, unheard of. Maybe in federal court, a little more common. There's a lot more leeway in federal court to do that kind of thing because there's a lot of very classified stuff in federal court. You don't really deal with that on the state court level. But this, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's not just that Judge Cosgrove is like going up to sidebar and saying, "Can we have an ex parte here, like conference?" He's saying this in an open motion. He's sending a message. And it's no coincidence that Jason Broyles and by implication Kate Peter and Brian Tully are mentioned in this, about the phone extraction leak, are mentioned right before he talks about this. All right? There's a huge latent insight coming. You can see it. The people in the know, you can tell they're kind of being a little circumspect, which is their right. They have a right to protect the integrity of it. They have a duty to protect the integrity of investigations. But this stuff, Robert Cosgrove, all he had to do if he wanted to keep, and I know this is why Morrissey gave him the okay to light up judicially Broyles, Kate, and Tully. I know it had to have been greenlit. Because this could have been filed impounded. All Special Prosecutor Cosgrove had to do was quote from a few things that were impounded. Which, if as a lawyer you want to private, you just quote from a few things that are impounded. You're allowed to, then submit it provisionally impounded. It's going to be impounded for weeks. The judge might never even get around to not impounding it. It could be months. If you're a lawyer, it's on you. If you file something unimpounded, you're doing it because you want the public to read it. So think about that. In Special Prosecutor Cosgrove's mind this whole time, he's like, I know this is a non-impounded motion. I know the public's going to read this. Oh my God. Going to read it? We're not just going to read it. We're going to analyze every line, which means he also knows that, which means when he says, I need to have an ex parte conversation with you, Judge, right in the context of that two-seam fastball he just threw there, convoluted though it were, Mr. Hideo Nomo. That's incredible. He's saying I'm moving. Like, he's going to say that ex parte, we're way beyond like the preliminary stage they're going to move on these people. And Cosgrove knows, and he probably knows that Kate and Tully. Why do you think Kate and Broyles melted down yesterday? They like the one thing they wanted. You have to imagine how crazy this is. Kate and Broyles are like, oh, we're going to have, we'll just get to tell her, like, we're going to talk about your kids. You know, you don't cooperate with the FBI. We're going to talk about your kids. That's all we'll film you at your hearings. Like, she'd be a nervous wreck for months. And they get the notice the last minute, yesterday morning, right as this document goes up on the public docket, that Lindsay's case is just ending without admitting to sufficient facts. Bro, they lost their fucking minds. Jason Broyles and Kate Peter yesterday and Brian Tully lost their fucking minds. And their friends knew it. I think even Yuri knew it. They lost their fucking minds. And it's now Like, it's over. Because they all figured out at the same time that the reason that they were getting stonewalled on obstructing justice by weaponizing the criminal process was that all the people who they were calling had already decided that they were going to get cut out. And what I mean by that is that you go from the person determining whether there's going to be criminal charges to the person subject of a criminal investigation. Okay? That happened in like 10 minutes yesterday. And Kate Peter is so fucking dumb that I think she probably had like one of her like weird like moments where she got so emotional that she went through with the plan that her and Broyles had ahead of time to try to prevent the plea. Because you got to imagine they only have 20 minutes, bro. If you're told, listen, she's getting it to, like, say Lindsay's lawyer who's in the bag for Kate, and we'll let the BBO deal with like that guy George and Tanya and whatever. Like, but you got to think, if you're that lawyer and you get the news that it's out of your hand, like right before court's going to start, you call Kate immediately. Kate, they're going to close the case. Kate, it's not just that they're not going to quaff her, they're going to give her a 28776. Do you realize what Kate and Broyles must have thought? They must have been like, oh my God, we have 20 minutes to sabotage this plea, or everything we've done is for nothing. So then, if you're the FBI, this is actually really smart. You would know that Kate's going to react. It's like a little bump, right? So you know she's going to go to that courthouse. She's a fucking moron. And you know Broyles is going to go. And what are Kate and Broyles most likely to do if they can't stop a plea? Well, they're probably going to try to cause a commotion outside the courthouse or inside the courthouse to give the judge no choice but to abandon the plea. How do you think you'd feel if you were Broyles and Kate if after you pull that, you still get told they're moving forward with the 28776? You lose your fucking mind. Then you get even more desperate and you think, okay, we got to engineer a violation right now, right? She's on probation. We got to engineer a violation. But what if you're already being watched by the FBI in the building? And then you try to engineer a violation to obstruct justice, and then all the police you call are just like, bro, like, no. You'd immediately realize it's over. And they did. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and Kate Peter can go fuck herself on her new couch. Brian Tully, too. And Jason Broyles. They like sex so much, you know what I'm saying? I think it's a little weird. Not a very sexual person. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe I just haven't trusted the people I was with before. I don't know. It's not really my favorite thing in the world. They seem to really like it. They talk about it a lot. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people talk about sex. Maybe I'm the weird one. I don't fucking know. 60% of your time on sex. What the fuck is wrong with some of these people? All right. That was very interesting, I have to say. It's so nice how it crescendos into this. This is what the victims deserve. All right? For the first time ever, I assure you, some of these victims, it's not just Lindsay. Other people are waking up today being like, wow, it didn't work. Like, Kate and Jason and Tully don't have any friends anymore. They're going to, do you know, it's all I wanted. I don't care about day to day, week to week, month to month. All I wanted was for these victims, these vulnerable people, these survivors, to be able to wake up in the morning and know that they're safe. Because that's all that really matters. Everyone deserves that peace of mind that was ripped from them by people they trusted under color of law. In some cases, weaponized against them. And you're talking years of feeling unsafe in your own home, outside, everywhere. Do you know what that does to a person? I know Tully knows what it does. I know Kate knows what it does. And Jason does, because they do it on purpose to people. And Aiden. Do you know how those people must feel when they get that call from Quantico? This isn't a regional thing. Come on. Come on. Do you know how good it... Do you know... That's all I want. I literally am going to start crying. Do you know how good it must feel for those vulnerable people after years of being under the thumb of Kate and Broyles and Tully and these people, getting a call from Quantico? Bro, like tears. Come on. The weight off their shoulder, that's what they deserve. That's all. I don't even have to be involved. Like, that's because it's a level of safety that they've deserved this whole time. And I understand it couldn't happen under the old DOJ. It was very political. I understand. I don't fault them for it. It's just how politics is. I will never fault the FBI for having to work within that system. But, like, that's the moment every single vulnerable person deserves. And it finally happened. And that's where the stress, it's gone. Like, it's over. I feel, for them, for me, I feel so much better. Can you imagine, though, like, how someone like Kate or Broyles or Tully must feel if it's not just, like, the regional offices, but, like, multiple different people, like Quantico. That's, like, I'm telling you, it's huge. And so yesterday, it was very, I don't know if it, I was oscillating between happiness, relaxation, euphoria, like bawling my eyes out. Like, I couldn't even, like, the flexing on Sean McCabe. I couldn't even process how important it is for these people who are under these victims and survivors who are under the thumb of this strange group, Tully, Kate, Broyles, Aiden, etc., to be heard. And not just heard, but, like, imagine how you would feel if after getting fucked by the judicial system for 18 months in every way, just because Kate and Tully can make a phone call, or Broyles, all of a sudden, you see Broyles, Tully, and Kate, like, freaking the fuck out. Well, tells you a lot, doesn't it? God bless the United States of America. What a great Saturday. Want to play some trivia? I don't have a lot else going on today. I want to be done by like 1 or so. Oh, that's right. Actually, can we watch a Jeffrey Epstein clip? I would like to watch this clip because I know Vicky in particular and I have been discussing a bunch of different cases. Vicky Towell is a super towel. And I just want to show you this Epstein clip because in like 2019, and this doesn't tie into the Karen Reed stuff, but in maybe I'll say a few more things as they pop up into my mind, because you never know. When we watch a clip, sometimes I just like learn about something I want to talk about, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know, that ties into this. But let me bring up this video of Epstein. It's from Megyn Kelly and a reporter named Vicky P. Ward. Vicky's an award-winning journalist, 2-time Pulitzer award-winning journalist. I think she was with Business Insider at the time, or the Daily Beast. Now I think she's with the New York Times. She might be over in London. Either way, this is a 10-minute or 12-minute interview. And what we're going to learn about, and I really appreciate being able to talk about this because it does have an intel connection. We are going to, and we'll talk a little bit more about the hearing coming up. We're going to really do that Monday. There's a hearing for Jessica Leslie, the grand juror leaker, at the center of all this, where she's going to plead, like not get a disposition. She's going to plead guilty. And they have to announce in open court in order to depart downward from the 6 to 12 month level 10 sentencing guideline with a step 0 criminal history. And in order to do that, the U.S. attorney has to stand up there in open court and say she's cooperating. Now, there's going to be like everyone there, okay, so we're all going to know the second that they say that word. But as soon as you hear her say that word, it's over. Like, watch. You hear the phrase, and it will be coded. Like, they'll reference, like, a section of the U.S. Code or the sentencing guidelines that has to do with cooperation. They'll either say it as, like, 1356, or they will say straight up, she's provided substantial assistance and cooperation to the government. Boom. Boom. Watch what happens fucking Wednesday morning. Bro, every paper, every single news channel, they're going to know. They already know. I was talking to the cameraman and all the reporters. They know that she's cooperating, but they need to hear it. I'm telling you. And as soon as the U.S. attorney says the word substantial and assistance and cooperation, watch. It'll be like when a U.S. Supreme Court case gets decided and the pages run, like they're called pages for the newspapers and the TV channels. You have to fucking run out of the Supreme Court on decision day with the decision because you can technically beat the internet. That's what they do. It's like a tradition, okay? They sprint out of that court and they go deliver those papers to the networks. I promise you are going to, like, yes, there will be people in there tweeting, but you are going to see a fucking mad bull rush. if they say the word substantial assistance and cooperation about Jessica Leslie. You're going to see a fucking bull rush. You will never, it won't like really start on August 4th, but you will see a bull rush at that courthouse. Unlike anything you've ever seen in your entire life. It'll be the trial. It'll be the fucking events of the century. It'll be way bigger than the Whitey Bulger case. You will have fucking 40, every national network, every international network, every local paper, every international paper, every wire service. I don't know if you understand. If they say the word substantial assistance and cooperation on Tuesday, I may not be able to process it. I'm literally going to collapse on the ground. The marshals are going to have to be like, "Are you okay, young man?" I'm going to be like, "I have my Blessed Mother pin. I'll get through it." They let me wear my pin in the courthouse. It's a sacred religious symbol. It technically is. But my point is, I may not be able to, I'm not going to do anything in court, but I may go outside and literally, I don't know if I'm going to be able to give interviews. I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk. If she says the word substantial assistance and cooperation, if the assistant U.S. attorney, I saw the assistant U.S. attorney on the case. If she says that word, that phrase, 4 words, substantial assistance and cooperation, it's game time. Oh, and it's not just you watch. You won't have had to watch this stream to know what's coming. It's game time for Brian Tully and Kate Peter and Jason Broyles about the phone extraction. It's game time for Tully's unit about Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up. But what's really going to set the media into a fucking frenzy is if it becomes game time on the federal leaks related to the Karen Reed probe, which probably started with leaks about the Birchmore probe so that Alan Jackson could weaponize that information as leverage, as reasonable doubt about Karen's guilt. Okay, see what I'm saying? Grand juror Jessica Leslie gets impaneled May 26, 2022. There is no John O'Keefe probe at that point. Okay, Karen wasn't even indicted in state court until June 10th, 2022. Juror doesn't start leaking until August of 2022. Jessica Leslie. That's the exact same month. I have the emails that Alan Jackson joined Karen Reed's legal team. I have one of the emails. Okay? August 2022. How much you want to bet Jessica Leslie told Alan Jackson, hey, that those cops that investigated your client Karen Reed, they covered up the Birchmore murder, and the feds know. That's a defense. Alan Jackson didn't have to say it publicly, but that's a defense. If you're a defense attorney, you're like, oh, prosecutors don't want the public to know that. Like Morrissey and his unit. That's leverage. Then you go to Josh Levy and you say, hey, that unit that covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder, got some information. I can't tell you from who. But, they investigated my client. We could help you, Josh Levy. Rachel Rollins doesn't like Michael Morrissey. Dustin Chow doesn't like Michael Morrissey. Let us help you out. Tanya, you don't get a sentence reduction to 1 day served for just helping your friends. I think a lot of the FKR people just don't understand the nuance of it, which is understandable. It's federal court. But the nuance of it, which I'll explain, is basically this. So the way that it works is that in federal court, there are sentencing guidelines that are not necessarily they're pretty much binding. But there's limited circumstances for judges to depart from the sentencing guidelines, okay? Now, one of the limited circumstances where a federal judge can depart downward, the judge can always go up, but one of the limited circumstances where the judge can depart downward from the sentencing guidelines, which in this case is a level 10 with a step 0 criminal history, so 6 to 12 months in federal prison. You can plea, and the prosecutor is allowed to say to the judge, now, this is the sentence range, but we'd like to go lower, all right? Now, the judge cannot go lower on their own. That is not permitted. I'm telling you right now, I spoke to former federal agents about this, multiple different former federal agents. You cannot get up there and get a 1 day time served sentence and 24 months of monitoring. You cannot get that if the guidelines are 6 to 12 months, unless, and something very specific has to happen. The U.S. attorney doesn't have to be in the plea agreement, but it has to be at the plea hearing. The U.S. attorney must stand up and say in open court, They have to say it. Now, they might use code, like they might reference the section of the statute rather than say cooperating. So don't. I know I put a lot of emphasis on substantial cooperation, okay? But it could also be like 1356 or whatever it is, like the sentencing guidelines that reference substantial cooperation. They may use code, okay? But it doesn't matter. It's the same sentence. They have to say a sentence to the judge. If the judge wants to sentence Jessica Leslie, and I think she does, I don't know. It's actually not the magistrate judge, which was Magistrate Judge Kelly. It's Judge Talwani. Now, I think Judge Talwani was on the Boston Marathon case, if I recall. But I don't actually remember who was on that case. It might have been Judge Sullivan. I don't remember. It might have been Judge Woodlock, actually. Judge Woodlock built that courthouse, by the way. He was on the steering committee. He built the Moakley Courthouse. It's a beautiful courthouse. I'd like to thank him someday for his architectural insights. Hold on. I have to listen to myself back now. I forgot what I was saying. That is a very common occurrence. Federal probe. Right. So Jessica Leslie cannot be sentenced to any amount of time under 6 to 12 months pursuant to the federal rules. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Unless a U.S. attorney stands up there and says Jessica Leslie has provided substantial cooperation. Now, and I was saying it doesn't matter what terminology they use. They can reference the section of the sentencing guidelines or the law about cooperation, or they can say substantial cooperation. If they say that trigger phrase, okay, and these are like magical legal words. If they say that, that opens the door, and the judge will do it, because federal judges, like if you're like sentencing, it's a little different. But if you're going with a plea, you'll defer to the prosecutors, especially if it's about cooperation. It opens a door for that federal judge to say, 1 day in jail, time served, 24 months monitoring. If you do not say substantial cooperation, the federal judge cannot downward depart. So that's why I know this is going to happen. All of us know, all of us in the media know, but we can't actually go until Tuesday. But you watch. When I say go, months of coverage. Months. This is the biggest story in history. In terms of true crime, this is the biggest story of all time. Why do you think I got to be ready? I had to rest. It was I was kind of working over the past few days. I wasn't well physically. I cannot collapse next week. I have to be ready. Because once it starts, I'm telling you, I was one of the only people on this. I cannot tell you the amount of people that want to speak with me already. The stuff was lined up weeks ago. Some of these outlets that want to talk to me thought this was coming 3 weeks ago, and I did too. We were ready 3 weeks ago. Now we're really ready. All right, watch what happens. Just watch. It's going to be it will start a little slow. It will start huge out the gate. Immediately there will be a wave of coverage about the cooperation, but then it will. I'm telling you, I have a lot of contacts in the journalism world. I know where this is going. It's fucking huge. It's I'm one of the only people who, and I'm telling you, I'm not tooting my own horn. It's just I stuck to it. I knew what was coming. I knew what I knew. I stuck to my guns. All right. I never once departed from what I believed to be the truth. This whole time, one of the only people that was willing to do it. No fear, no favor. Protect the vulnerable. Pursue the truth. Uphold the dignity and integrity of the justice system. That was it. And I'm the one who was right. I'm sorry. I know some of you hate it, but I was the one who was right. And that's what happens. The last one standing probably cast no stones. And there's only going to be a few of us left standing after all this is said and done. There's going to be 2 of us, maybe 3, maybe 4. John Hall's all right. In terms of credibility and ability to report on what's about to happen and all this chaos, there's only 4 of us. Me, Shelley Murphy, Abby Patkin, John Hall, maybe, all right, David Bienick can come in there as well. And Christina. People think Christina's so obsequious. Christina Rex. She's not. She's a fucking lethal, ruthless legal mind. She is going to be ready to. She was taking the bar, I'm pretty sure, because all my classmates were taking the bar. She's going to be ready. I'm telling you, we're all ready. Like those of us who like actually are going to be able to cover this, like we've waited years, we knew we couldn't prove it. I'm not speaking for my colleagues. I'm just saying I got this vibe the whole time. Like we knew something was afoot. It was just, were the feds ever going to do anything? And the political headwinds changed, and we were ready. I was ready this whole time, but that's also because I was so into the CCC stuff. So, but I'm telling you, we're here. So. As soon as you, like, I already know, like, I'm talking because I already know how this is going to play out. I was there at the first hearing. I know what she has to say. It's not like it's not a subjective thing. In order to get a downward departure, you have to assert affirmatively substantial cooperation. It is a requirement. That's what they're going to say. Okay. And as soon as they say those were everything, that's why everyone's off this weekend. That's why there's nothing going other than after Kate and Jason like had their meltdown yesterday. That's why there's nothing going on. Everyone is like resting, okay? Because Tuesday, it's going to be a bull rush, okay? Like I cannot accept all of the like interviews. I can't. I don't even want to do most of them. I cannot. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be absolutely chaos. It is going to be so intense. For the next 4 months, could be even like 6 months, 12 months, whatever. It's not going to stop. It's going to be brutal, but it's well deserved in terms of some of these people getting held accountable, but it's not going to stop. And the media is going to be vicious about it because they've been waiting. They are like vultures. I mean, I guess I'm not a vulture, but like they are like vultures. They may like smile to your face, but they're behind the scenes. They're like, oh, I can't wait for him to get bucked. And who do you think is going to be waiting there for you all? Like when these federal charges or whatever come down, the very same media who is smiling in your face, being like whatever, they're going to fuck all of you. And they're going to cover this relentlessly because it's the fucking biggest story I've ever seen. And they're all going to cover it for like 3 years, maybe 5, 10, 20, whatever. It's just not going to stop. And now it's flipped around on all of them. I'm telling you, that's why like this whole plan for Kate Peter to make herself the Charlotte of the internet and the Netflix doc, out the window. You get hit with federal charges for leaking that phone extraction with Tully, or Tully gets hit with charges for the cover-up of Birchmore's murder, or you get leaks with this grand juror, like that. No, like the whole story changes because it's happening already. And that's where we're going. And that's why Tuesday's huge, because the media is already ready. They're ready to cover this shit. It's just a matter of time. Tanya says, Hank will be at home smiling with an expensive bottle of scotch. Yeah, let me just tell you, I know I'm going to be like in the rush. It's going to suck in the moment, but I'm going to do it. Like it's hard. You don't understand. You are going into a federal courthouse where like there's like 500 U.S. Marshals. I'm exaggerating. No, there's probably 500 there actually. And like the only people allowed in there are like the DOJ, like lawyers, federal grand jurors and jurors, defendants, okay, and like the members of the public who go up to the marshal and can tell the marshal exactly where they want to go and when and why they want to be there, okay, because it is a public courtroom. Doesn't mean you don't understand how intimidating it is and horrifying it is to do this, okay? I'm ready for Tuesday, but even me, I have done nothing wrong. I just want to cover this stuff. Going in there, you're like, oh my God, this is the heart of power. Because it is. And I'm telling you, Hank Brennan is going to be sitting with that bottle of scotch at home celebrating a job well done. Okay? And I don't think he gives a fuck, in my opinion, if Tully and Kate and Broyles go down. I don't think he gives a fuck if Fanning goes down or Yuri goes down. They're not his guys. Okay? He doesn't give a fuck. It's probably why Morrissey brought Hank on. And it also makes me think that some of the families and witnesses in the Reed case can't be trusted. Because I think Morrissey and Hank with the DOJ ran this operation through Reagan Communications. At first I thought it was Karen doing it through Reagan Communications, and then I realized it probably wasn't. They're too entrenched with Brennan and stuff and the DOJ. So therefore, I think even some of the witnesses and family couldn't be trusted because I think the DOJ thought they would go to Kate and Tully. And I think Brennan did too. That's why Brennan's a fucking boss. You think Brennan's going to give a shit? Kevin Weeks fucked over Whitey Bulger. You think Brennan's going to give a shit? No. What the fuck does he care? He's going to be happy as fuck. He did his job. Oh, I think I agree. I think Hank's primary concern is the O'Keefe family. I've always felt that. I agree, Tanya. And then but I also think it's a little bit more entrenched than that. And I think that Hank really cares about like federal corruption. And I also think, listen, I heard Hank say some stuff in that trial. He was like, and I call out the misconduct when I see it on my own side. I do. I could hear him pleading that to me. Okay. He was saying it in court, but he changed the tone of his voice, and I could like, he may as well have looked at the camera and said, Grant, when I see it, I call it out. I could hear, like, I catch everything. I heard exactly what he was saying in that sentence. That motherfucker was like, if I need to burn these fuckers because they did something bad with Birchmore or Lindsay's phone or whatever, okay, fine, I don't care about them. Like, yeah, he cares about the O'Keefes a lot, but do you think he has any loyalty to fucking Brian Tully? No, he doesn't. I don't believe so. I don't think Hank Brennan has loyalty to Kate Peter or anyone. His loyalty is to the justice system and the O'Keefes, who were very much taken advantage of, as was Lindsay, as was Sandra Birchmore, in different ways. The question is, when is the chaos all going to come to an end? Oh. The question is, when is the chaos going to come to an end? You know what I'm saying? And I think the answer is now. Let's watch this Epstein video. It's very interesting. By the way, I saw Vicky's here. I saw Steph is here. I saw Peggy is here. I saw Ruth is here. Yes, Ruth. I think Hank will have a nice bottle of Irish whiskey. I don't drink myself. I like cigars. Oh, that day. Listen. On Wednesday, we'll do our stream. But I am going to have, like, I might spend, instead of like $60 on an ounce, I might spend like $80 on an ounce, okay? I'm going to get some flour for myself, some tobacco flour that is excellent. It's not as good. Like, the most expensive is like $200. I'm not doing that. I'm never spending $200 on an ounce of flour. You will never get me to do that. Don't even try. But I will buy something that's $20 more expensive than my other flour, my medicine. Wednesday, I want to see this. I want to see every story. I want to see every headline. Now, I can't guarantee it. Anything can happen. I'm telling you, literally, the system is so volatile that you could have people like change. The plea hearing could get delayed like the morning of. They could bump it a month. The plea hearing could be completely different than a normal plea hearing because she's a protected witness, clearly, in my opinion. The point is, if it plays out like I anticipate, and I've been pretty right. I mean, I'm not tooting my own horn. I've been pretty right about most of the things that have happened. It's going to be explosive because you start with the leak, the Leslie leak to Karen's team. You go immediately to Birchmore cover-up and then Gattani phone extraction. It's apoplectic and it just keeps coming. You could even get up to Rollins and Levy. Do you understand? You could even get up to the CCC stuff, which involves Rollins. How are you even going to prosecute other cases? That's incredible. And that's where we're going. The people who deserve it the most, Tully, Fanning, in my opinion, the people who deserve federal indictments the most are Tully, Fanning, and Uri. Sorry, I have no sympathy for you. I know what you were doing in Canton. And Tully, I know what you knew about what they were doing in Canton. Sorry, no sympathy. You hurt kids. You killed a child. You killed an unborn child. You hung a fucking girl you had abused since she was a kid from a door. I have no sympathy for you fuckers. I don't care if you were on Marine One. I don't care if you were in Iwo Jima and raised the flag and killed like 40 Japanese and defended America. I don't care. I don't care. That does not give you a license to do that. I don't care. You're not a hero. You're a terrible person. Everyone of you knew about it. Every one of you. Just because John Fanning made it happen, every one of you knew. Uri, John Fanning, Brian Tully. I think Nick Reno knew too, but I don't think... See, that's why I don't really think Nick Reno did things that were that bad. I don't think he was like in Stoughton. I just think they told him to cover up the Birchmore text with Farwell. You know, so he's a good witness in my opinion. And I have no sympathy for Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles. I'm sorry. If they get indicted for that phone leak, and he could go away for a while, Tully, because of how many I looked at this. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I looked at 18 USC 1982, I think it is, and That's some serious shit. Okay? Like deprivation of rights under color of law, and you have multiple categories of protected information over 15 years when Lindsay was only involved with Aiden for at most like 2 years of the 15-year extraction. At most, that's a liberal interpretation of the timeline. And you get 15 years, bro? Like all those categories of information, and you only remove messages from yourself to Lindsay and from Kate to Lindsay? I mean, that's constructive knowledge. That's evidence of intent. I mean, that alone is a long, long sentence. Just the phone leak, not to mention like what Broyles and Kate did potentially with Tully's permission related to the phone leak. They should be tried together. Tully, Jason Broyles, and Kate should be brought into federal court as co-defendants and be forced to sit at a table with each other on trial as co-defendants, in my opinion. So the world understands what they did. Because they did do that. I'm telling you, it's blatantly obvious that Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles leaked Lindsay Catani's phone extraction together. Okay? I think it's sick. I think it's absolutely sick what they did. And I think, unfortunately, it's going to end up causing her more problems than it's worth. Yeah, so it's causing... I just don't... I do understand, okay? I do understand why, in some sense, they used Kate and Tully, okay? But the fact that we're heading in this direction... why they used Kate and Broyles for this. But the fact that we're heading in this direction, the potential of them being co-defendants, just all of it, I never thought we'd get here. They literally had a little fiefdom down there in Norfolk County. And listen, if you think I'm sympathetic to Karen Reed because of this, you're wrong. I'm not. I told you earlier. I don't think she's like... the one thing that I've written... So I want to interview her. And I will interview Karen Reed if she wants to do it. And now, I don't know if she's going to get federally charged or not. I have no idea what the fuck's going on there. But I would interview her because I want to know a few things. And I will be less... I'm not going to be hard or easy on her. I just want to know a few things. And I've asked her and she's never answered. She put in a message in March of 2024, March 4th to be specific, around 1:52 p.m. Eastern, I think. Photographic memory. She said that Aiden Kearney was a risk because she told Aiden not to go to Lindsay Catani's apartment on December 23rd, 2023. Karen, by doing it, sorry, I was banging my lighter on the chair. Karen, by doing that, mentioned Lindsay. Okay? So since at least March of 2024, Lindsay has been on her radar, which means when Lindsay's phone was leaked by Tully, I think Karen knew that it was Tully and Kate and Jason. I think she was happy to let it happen because it helped Aiden, and so that by proxy helped Karen for the time being. But I think Aiden had also threatened Karen and her team, just like Aiden does to everyone that gets in his orbit. So I think Karen, and I want to know this, I want to know if she was sympathetic to what Tully... I want to know if Karen was sympathetic to what Lindsay went through at the hands of Tully, Broyles, Kate, and Aiden. Okay? Then I also want to know a little bit more about when Karen was read in on the Birchmore cover-up probe. Okay? And then I want to know how much of what she did to these people was because they were prosecuting her, like the witnesses and people in Tully's orbit, and how much of it was because she was like, fuck these people, like I'd be more willing to play ball if they weren't so fucking evil. And maybe the answer is a little bit of both, but I don't know, I can't read her mind. She has I'm not letting her look into my soul, I'll tell you that. I'm going to put some kind of like holy water on my eyes. You stay out of there, Karen. But what I absolutely want to do is I want to hear her say, and I can tell if you're lying. I can feel it. I don't even need to look at your body language, I can just feel it. So, I don't know what to tell you. And I just want to know the answer. If she willingly was tormenting Lindsay, which I never got the vibe she was, I'd have a problem with her. If she looked down on Lindsay, I'd be like, bitch, you drink fucking more vodka than a fucking fish, and you like drive while drunk. Who the fuck are you to judge anyone? You also wreck marriages, so who the fuck are you to judge, Karen? What, because you keep up appearances? Fuck you. That part I wouldn't like. But, I just want to know. I'm very interested in what Karen thought about all that. Did she say, Tully did it to Karen, I'm sure. Proctor talked about Karen's nudes. So, how are you not sympathetic? And if her answer is, I was sympathetic, all right, I want to know. I'll be the judge of that. But that changes my opinion. I'm still never going to absolve her. I know what she did to John. I know why she started the affair with Higgins, Karen, on January 12th, 2022. I'm not a moron. You don't hurt good men. You don't hurt good women. You don't hurt good people. Okay? Emotionally tormenting him, banging on his door. I heard Kaylee's testimony. That I'm never going to get over. But what do you want me to do? She went through this shit, and she has a right to tell me what happened. I'm never going to absolve her, and that's between her and God anyway. I'm never going to absolve her for what she did to John, in my opinion. But she wants to tell me about some other shit. She's a fucking power player. She knows, intel. You want to tell me? I'll listen. You got to do it in an interview. I don't think she's smart enough to do it, though. She's smart enough to know she shouldn't do it, but I don't think she's smart enough to actually do the interview. Sean McDonough is. That's why Sean did the interview. He's smart enough to do an interview like that and not give things away he shouldn't. You know who's not, though? Karen. She would give things away she shouldn't. And Alan Jackson, similar. David Yannetti, too. Bob Alessi, too. They're not brilliant minds like that. They're very, conniving, tactical minds. They're not real-time thinkers. Alan's okay, but he still couldn't do an interview with someone who knows PR. He'd get fucked. It's too merciless for him. He has to be in a position where he can leverage his power to control the person he's speaking to. If you're talking with someone who's smarter than you, you're fucked in an interview, especially if they know PR. Because you won't be able to hide anything. Are you kidding me? I can ask a question that could ruin your life, and when you dodge, I'll be like, that was a dodge. Most people don't do interviews with me, though, for that reason. Hello, Judy. It's great to see you. Oh, no. Sunken Grave and Judy are in a competition over Hank Brennan. No one tell. Yeah, I agree, Tanya. That's why Karen... you want to know something worse, Tanya? Do you know why Karen started the affair on January 12th, 2022 with Higgins? Because that was the anniversary of KF and PF's father, Steve's, death. John was giving the kids a lot of attention that day. Karen likes attention. What's it feel good, Karen? The attention? I don't know. Get a porn bot or something. I don't fucking know, bro. Get a bot to talk to you, whatever the fuck. I was talking to Grok this morning. Not sexually. No, Grok. No, you may not talk to me sexually. Absolutely not. But you can do that, Karen. Go ahead. Whatever. You know what she was doing? You know what Karen did? That's when she started the affair with Higgins, because John was paying attention to the kids on the anniversary of their father's death. That's brutal. That's a level of psychopathy, in my opinion, that's hard to comprehend for someone to do that by analogy. So that's fucking disturbing. You have to be very demented and sick in the head to be my partner is spending time with his kids because their dad died today. I think I'm going to start an affair because I want attention. He's not giving me attention, so I'm going to go fuck his friend. What the fuck, bro? That's not rational. I mean, I guess it's rational if your goal is to hurt people, but what the fuck? Why would you want to hurt people that you love? Bro, maybe he didn't love you as much as you loved him, but still, why would you do that? Just leave, bro. Just leave. Why would you hurt him emotionally on the way out? So fucking sadistic. That's why I don't like her, all right? She's never going to convince me that she didn't emotionally torment that man on the way out, okay? She wouldn't just leave the relationship. She emotionally tormented him. And that's why she won't interview with me, because I will ask her all about this shit, and I know way more about this than she does. Okay, even though she was living some of this stuff, I still know more about some of the details about that month in January than she ever will. And she knows I'm going to put her on the spot, and she's going to look like a fucking moron or a fucking evil bitch. And so she will never, sorry to use that word, she will never do an interview with me because she cannot answer those questions. She will just run. She'll be like, oh, Eliza Little just landed in a spaceship. My Lexus has come back from the moon. I have to go. Sure you do, Karen. It is disturbing behavior. It is. It's sick. It's sick. I know, Peggy. I know it's sick. It's disturbing. You know what? I'm having a good day. I'm still having a good day, but I start thinking about Karen doing that to John in January of 2022. I get really mad. Those poor kids. Those lovely children. I saw KF testify. She's super tough. You don't understand. I would interview KF. That would be a good interview. She's super towel. Protective little compassionate towel. I could do a good interview with KF. She's a fucking, she's a G. She's a genius too. I heard she testified. I think I saw it online or something. Someone posted about it. She testified on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and then like a few days later she had a home run in softball, and I was like, oh, God bless you. That was John looking down on you, KF. Like, no doubt about it. Like, she was super towel in her testimony. I know the result. I think if I were like trying to explain it to her like gently, what I would say is like, I don't think that result was authentic, like, and not in a bad way. Like, Karen didn't manipulate it. It's just know that like the result, not because of anything you or anyone else did, like that result was not a result of the evidence. Okay, like this was a larger operation to get some bad people messing with the judicial system. So know that first, you know, and then second, you're a fucking superstar. That was one of the best tests I took. Do you understand? I'm going to preserve the notes, the handwritten notes I took on KF's testimony. That was the greatest testimony ever delivered by a witness of that age that I've ever seen in my entire life. She got up there. She was completely composed the whole time. She did not break. She did not cry until she did cry when she walked out the back of the courtroom, but the jurors couldn't see it. And as she walked out the door, I was the only one who saw it because she was even behind Karen and the families. Most powerful testimony I've ever seen. Cogent, erudite. She had Laura McLaughlin directing her. She didn't really need it. She answered every question. She remembered every detail. She did it in a way that honored John's life and presented to the jury indisputable facts about the way Karen tormented John on the way out of the relationship. Right? You know what I'm saying? And the jurors, who I think some of the jurors were running an operation to catch more leaks, they'll never talk about that because it makes Karen look really bad. And part of their operation, I think, is they have to be like pro Karen Reed, pro Turtle Boy to get more information to feed to the feds. That's just my opinion. But that was like KF, you deserve so much more applause. I know I was one of the only journalists in that courtroom who like really took notes on everything you said. I realize I'm one of the only journalists in that courtroom who actually like continued to focus on it because it was harmful to Karen's narrative. But you were a centerpiece. You were a shining star of that case. You did John O'Keefe and his life of service to you and the wider community in this state justice. Absolutely. Regardless of the outcome. That was incredibly impressive. I'll never forget it. I'll remember every minute of it. I'll remember Chief of the security coming over and giving us notepads and pen before you came in and saying, this is how journalism started, and telling us that we couldn't use our phones or computers and monitoring us. They had like 4 or 5 people monitoring us, so none of us could use our devices. We could type stuff into our phone under the table. We could not have our phone up. We could not use the internet. They were brutal. Christina Rex was in her element, though. I don't text that fast. She was like flying on her phone. I was like, oh, you should just type on that all the time. I was writing by hand. I'm a little towel. But regardless of the journalistic ability to keep up, it was the testimony that was so important. But then also you have to feel that anyone who really understands the order, it involves so many different elements of the justice system. They got taken advantage of by so many people, just like Lindsay. It's why the O'Keefes and Lindsay need to speak directly without Kate Peter involved. Anytime Kate Peter gets involved with anything, it's treacherous, okay? Like Kate Peter will try to middleman interactions and then like use it against people. No, the O'Keefes should just speak to Lindsay, and they're adults and they can. And people should just cut Kate out, and then they both were targeted in similar ways, right? That's why Kate tried to get Gretchen and the people making the Netflix documentary to make the whole documentary about Kate. It was literally going to be Kate as the Charlotte of the internet saving people from Aidan Kearney. until the producers found out that Kate Tully and Broyles leaked Lindsay Catani's phone extraction. Once they already have the footage of you, it's their creative control. They can go whatever direction they want. They can just stop talking to you. Listen, it's a brutal game. Like, PR is brutal. I don't recommend anyone getting involved in it. I have some, thick skin, and I've dealt with it for a while, but it's brutal. And it really takes a toll. And people aren't very good at it. Like, if you're not good at it, like, sit down and shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to any of you in the chat. Like, stay the fuck out of that world. Please. Don't do it. Like, the people who do it know what they're doing. And the people who are like critical theorists that study it know how to break it down. Don't get involved in PR if you don't know what you're fucking doing. Especially if you don't have principles. You'll get fucked very quickly. Let's watch the Epstein thing. What did Eva say? That was spot on. I want to read it. Hold on. What did you say, Eva? There are none so blind as those who can't see. Love it, Eva. Love it. Can we watch the Jeffrey Epstein clip? I want to order lunch soon, too. And we're going to have a relaxing day after this. We're going to do a watch-along. But I want to watch the Epstein clip because Vicky and I were talking a little bit about it. And also, I think this Epstein clip is actually really good. Megyn Kelly and Vicky P. Ward talk about... Epstein's intel connections. Now, you want to... Listen, I cover some shit, okay? You want to see the people I look up to? And I don't agree with everything Megyn Kelly says, and I haven't read all of Vicky Ward's work. But, like, you want to see, like, people I would consider, like, way better than me at my craft? Let me show you, okay? I'm going to show you right now a video of... It's about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's going to be Alex Acosta. So let me give you a little context. Alex Acosta was the prosecutor in 2007, 2008 who prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein for... very serious offenses in Florida, and then allowed Epstein to plead out to like lesser charges. Now, Epstein in 2016, Acosta in 2016 went on to become President Trump's labor secretary. Now, this has nothing to do with President Trump in that regard, except for this. When President Trump was screening Alex Acosta, I think he knew like Alex Acosta got a sweetheart deal. So President Trump had his transition team ask Alex Acosta, Mr. Acosta, will the deal that you made with Jeff Epstein be a roadblock to your confirmation? And Acosta said no. I'm telling you, Vicky P. Ward's going to report this. Acosta said no to President Trump and his team because Epstein was intel. So it wasn't that Acosta was backing off. It was he was told to back off. Now here's where this gets fucking wild. Epstein was not American intel. Okay, he wasn't even British intel. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was Mossad, okay, the Israeli intelligence agency. It's very serious. It's the foreign intelligence service of the Israeli state. One of the most serious in the world. The Mossad in 67, I think it was actually 63 to 67, the Mossad, through Ghislaine Maxwell's father, stole U.S. nuclear technology, and that is why Israel has the nuclear bomb, okay? Oh, Sunken Grave, God bless you, my friend. Before we go to the Epstein clip, Sunken Grave said, Grant, please don't let this crap eat you alive. You are better than the storm. God bless you, my friend. I will eat my towel lunch, hold on, today in your honor. I shall not be consumed by the storm. I shall let the waters make me a more fluffy towel when I dry. Look at that. I have a way with words. I'm a little towel. It's typing. Come on now. Sometimes my computer can't type as fast as me when I'm doing a lot of things. It slows down. I'm like, computer, if you can't type as fast as me, I don't know what to tell you. I have a lot to say. I want to say it quickly. All right, so let us keep doing that. But then what I was saying is Ghislaine Maxwell's father stole U.S. stole nuclear technology that allowed Israel to get the nuclear bomb. Okay, so he's Mossad. All right, there's no question that Epstein's Mossad. In my opinion, I've seen his little black book. I know exactly what his little black book says, okay? And his little black book has multiple entries under the Israel section. It's not grouped by Israel. I think it might actually be grouped by country. So it's grouped by Israel. And it says straight up, like, there are email addresses on there that, like, you cannot find online. There's certain directorates that you cannot find. But I know who those people are, okay? And we're going to listen to Alex Acosta weirdly deny whether Epstein was intel. And then we're going to go into our watch party and do some trivia. All right, I'm excited. Best day ever.
Your handling of this case, if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say, there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case, not just now but over the years, and again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes. A few more questions. A few more questions. Have you asked a question yet?
I have. But I got
Okay.
a good one.
How about that in front of you? Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Let's talk about whether Jeffrey Epstein was, in fact, an asset, okay? Was some sort of intelligence asset for America, Israel, or some foreign government. This, many people believed that he might be because he didn't go to college. He was a high school graduate who somehow parlayed that into a job at the prestigious Dalton School in Manhattan and was hired by Bill Barr, former CIA, former Attorney General now, by his dad, who was the headmaster there. And that guy was in Intel. And there was a question about whether he'd been potentially recruited by him or potentially brought into or in connection with the Mossad in Israel because Ghislaine Maxwell's father was believed to be connected with Mossad. And that guy I mentioned to you yesterday, Ari Ben.
Oh, hello, I'm back. So, I didn't mean to let Megyn Kelly start talking, but you're going to hear. So you saw the denial. Also, listen, I think we're really starting to catch on to this. I'm starting to think that Mike Crawford, the dog walker, the nipple rubber guy, he looks like he's free Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. I don't think he is. I think he's a Kate Peter person. I'm starting to realize that the last few deep cover moles that Kate Peter had are done. Because they're oh, this is great. Listen, folks, it has taken a long time to get us to this point. But to know that, like, even the Netflix people are aware that Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Jason Broyles leaked Lindsay's phone. I mean, this, folks. Kate tried to take all these people for a ride along with Broyles just to protect Tully. And yesterday it all came crashing down. You know who else it's about to come crashing down for, though, and what we're going to talk about a little bit today, because, listen, as much as I want to focus on this, we're in a lull, okay? Until Tuesday, we're in a lull. But come Tuesday and Wednesday, let me just tell you, like, Brian Tully's world, Kate Peters' world, Jason Broyles' world, a lot of people, that begins the path to the inevitable conclusion of this juridically, and I think they know. So, listen, my advice to the folks who have been kind of coming along on this roller coaster is let your brains relax, okay? You deserved it. You earned it. There are some people who are kind of, you're going to enjoy their meltdowns, I think, over the next few days. But in terms of yourself, try to relax. Try not, as Sunken Grave was saying, try not to get too wrapped up in their worlds collapsing, all right? Take it in for what it is. If you want to have your Miss Havisham moment, now's the moment to have it. So, like, if you want to be following people like Broyles and Kate on Twitter, like, now's the time to do it. You're going to watch them fully melt down, okay? And when they fully melt down, what you'll be able to see is there are certain people who were cut out of the information loop yesterday, Friday morning, around 8:30 to 9 a.m. What they didn't realize when they walked into Attleboro District Court was that despite reading about it on Twitter, they attempted to apparently obstruct an ongoing state court proceeding in front of the FBI. And so that when you get that desperate, when you have no one left that will help you, right? And when you are aware that people are cooperating with the FBI and then still target them, I mean, you're on constructive notice that they're cooperating, and then you do it in front, potentially, of the FBI. Oh, magnifique. Magnifique. I'm telling you, it's the best weekend of my life. And again, like, it is going to be a little bit sad to watch them go. You know what I'm saying? It is, because they, by being out there, Broyles and Kate and whatever, they were giving a lot of information away because they didn't realize that people had picked up on the fact they were both working for Tully to help release Lindsay's phone extraction, etc. Now they don't have any friends anymore. They don't have those connects in the prosecutors and among the police. And so yesterday, when the only thing they had was hoping to compromise that plea, not only did they fail, they weren't even told about the plea until the last minute. And then when it went through and they tried to stage a violation, they might have done it in front of the FBI. Now, speaking of the FBI, let's learn a little bit more about the prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein, because there are a lot of connections. A lot of connections. I'm not saying it's nothing to do with this case, but I'm saying if you look at how some people with power hide in plain sight, you see a very interesting tale. Very interesting tale with the Epstein story. And frankly, as we're relaxing and we're going to play some trivia and my cortisol levels are finally down, taking some time to look into some parallel cases as we wait for Tuesday may well prove very interesting.
And Minash said he was Ghislaine Maxwell's father's handler and that Jeffrey Epstein was connected to.
Yes, one more thing. Hold on one second. I'm going to back up a little bit. Peggy asked if I think Turtle Boy lost a lot of his sources. Yeah, I think Turtle Boy, Kate, and Jason Broyles lost a lot of their sources. They have a few moles left. So like I was mentioning Mike Crawford, I think some people that have been like Crawford or Broyles that were like pretending to be Free Karen Reed and Turtle Boy were just Kate people all along. So I think Turtle Boy's lost all his sources. Kate's lost her sources, and it's not just their sources. I believe that Kate and Aiden have people throughout police departments, the DCF, prosecutors' offices who leak to them. They have mutual blackmail on them. And then what stopped yesterday was the local police all not just cut them off as sources of information, they wouldn't do favors for them. That's why this is apoplectic. Like, if you're so used to, if you're a Kate Peter or Jim, the rank and file say how high. But if you're Kate Peter, oh, God. I can't tell you how great this next few months. No, it's not going to be necessarily great because a lot of stuff was serious and very, very harmful, especially what Kate Peter had done to Lindsay by facilitating Tully releasing that unredacted phone extraction. And the key part of it all is, remember, Tully removed only messages from Kate to Lindsay and from Tully to Lindsay. It shows intent, and there's a record, and I think the feds have it. So, like, to go to a court hearing in a criminal court building, like a district court, where you know someone might be cooperating with the FBI, but you don't want them to protect Brian Tully, Jason Broyles, and Kate Peter. Like, for Kate Peter to open and notoriously, like, try to sabotage a plea and then not succeed, and then try to, like, stage a violation and then not succeed, with Broyles' help, potentially in front of the FBI. I mean, do you understand? Like, nothing happens overnight, but, like, come on. You tell the if that hypothetically is what happened, then you just told the FBI everything they need to know, bro. In front of their eyes. Like, on camera, in a courthouse. And that's how dumb Kate Peter and Jason Broyles are, in my opinion. So, if you're wondering, like, why is this, like, the weekend of celebration and relaxation, well, maybe some people who got taken advantage of by Kate Peter, Jason Broyles, and Brian Tully for a long time, and Aidan Kearney, are now finally being listened to. I'm just sorry it was too late for Virginia Goff in the Epstein case. It's so sad. And we're going to watch this because it's important and it ties into how powerful people can be protected. But I truly believe in my heart of hearts that Brian Tully, Jason Broyles, and Kate Peter wanted Lindsay Gattani to take her life so that she wouldn't be able to cooperate with the FBI about the leak of her phone. And they failed. Not only did they fail, yesterday they came to realize that there's at least one part of the government that they don't control.
And there was a question about whether he'd been potentially recruited by him or potentially brought into or in connection.
Oh, and Peggy asked, like, why would Kate Peter and Jason Broyles, like, with 20 minutes, like, plan to just show up at court, like, pretending to, like, be on opposite sides? Well, you remember, if Broyles and Kate get this call at the last minute, right, saying, oh, they're doing a plea deal, and it's not just a plea, they're doing a 286 or 287-76, no ASF at all, right? You're going to panic. So as Kate and Broyles, you're just going to go to that courthouse. And that's what they did. I think Kate and Broyles just showed up. Kate, and if, like, imagine how scary that is if you're Lindsay, right? Like, you, hypothetically, like, if you know you're cooperating with the FBI, and then the target of the probe comes up to you in court and is just like, hey, I'd like to support you, and then just starts doing crazy shit without even your knowledge. Like, Jason Broyles reported on Twitter that Kate did not arrive to the hearing with Lindsay. Kate just showed up and was driving her car around before, like, she even went into the building. And then Broyles tried to take pictures of that. You can tell Broyles and Kate planned it, in my opinion, because they were going to be like, look, Lindsay told Kate to do that. Kate just showed up to try to fuck Lindsay to stop the 287-76 from going through. And Kate failed because she's got no connects anymore. No. You can't obstruct justice anymore, Kate? That's so sad. And then Mike Crawford got threatened with contempt proceedings yesterday because he tried to broadcast the hearing and got caught. I heard that the clerks even got video evidence. I think Crawford might. So I don't know if he violated just the court rule or whatever it may be, but I heard that there was documentation reported to the clerk's office of Crawford doing that. And then I heard he might have tried to retaliate against people who reported him. And of course, you know, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but if you retaliate against someone who makes a report to a judicial branch of the government, and then there's any sort of like action on your retaliation, you know, that's pretty serious, especially if there's a direct causal and temporal link between you learning about the report. Maybe you even learn that someone's like cooperating in a federal investigation and then you purposefully retaliate against them. I don't know. That's the kind of thing that could like get reported, like especially if there's like written records of you attempting to retaliate by like written complaints or things like that. But then again, these people are dumb and, you know, focus on me, please. I want to be the lightning rod. Do not keep focusing on the vulnerable. Stop targeting vulnerable people because they're easy to bully. Focus on me, okay? Focus all on me. Don't pay attention to anything else right now. Just focus on me, okay? I want you to do that. Not any of you in the chat. I love you all. Focus on me. Trust me. Focus on me. Attack me like verbally all you. Please don't hurt Little Towel. Attack me verbally all you want. Come for Little Towel, please. That's who you should be focusing on, especially if there's a paper trail of you doing it in retaliation for someone cooperating with a federal probe or making a report to a state judicial official. Please. You know, I'm being sarcastic, obviously. But yeah, like that's a great idea. That, just like when I got one phone call after I formally confirmed that I had provided information. I got one phone call from a number threatening me. It wasn't direct threats about a specific sort of part of my cooperation, but it was a threat. I knew what it was. I got one. I did not get any more after that. That was weird, you know. I don't know. I'll tell. Why do people retaliate against witnesses who cooperate with the FBI? Oh, yeah, no, so, listen, as I said, you know, I'm not there's a lot I know that I'm not going to speak to directly, but like say Kate Peter did show up without permission and, like crop things, and that's just going to fuck her more in the end, right? So why should I get ahead? Why should I get ahead of that? Come on now. That's not fair to do to me, Eva. We're having a good Saturday. Don't make me tip my hand too early. Come on now. That's not fair. But yeah, what we're going to watch here, and again, this isn't about President Trump. I saw a little bit of discussion. And also, Peggy, Team Peep Towel. Yes, Peggy likes Peep Towel. Peggy, I just want to let you know, I think, just as a reminder, I think you are welcome here, obviously, but you should just remember, like most of the people here think Karen Reed's guilty, that Turtle Boy, Kate, and Jason, and Tully did bad things. Like, just keep it in mind. Like, so if you just constantly say things that run against the grain, like if you rile people up, like I have to pull you back a little bit because you are entitled to your opinion, but I don't want anyone else to feel like you're telling them over and over they can't feel a certain way, and I don't want anyone telling you can't feel a certain way. We all on the same page, and we all agree we love Bunny Peep Towel. All right. Well, that's a good question, Vicky Moore. Let's go back to the Epstein thing. So my attention today, I need to rest my brain until Tuesday because what's going on with Jessica Leslie is huge. But while my attention today, while we're like relaxing and doing a watch along for a little bit, let us go back to the Jeffrey Epstein thing because I think a lot of people are focusing on this. And I watched this video from Megyn Kelly, and we'll start from the beginning again. And let's learn this. I have heard this described as the best summary of the Epstein situation that anyone has ever provided. So let's watch it. Get ready for towel lunch. Let's relax.
Sort of intelligence asset for America, Israel, or some foreign government. This, many people believed that he might be because he didn't go to college. He was a high school graduate who somehow parlayed that into a job at the prestigious Dalton School in Manhattan and was hired by Bill Barr, former CIA, former Attorney General now, by his dad, who was the headmaster there. And that guy was in Intel. And there was a question about whether he'd been potentially recruited by him or potentially brought into or in connection with the Mossad in Israel because Ghislaine Maxwell's father was believed to be connected with Mossad. And that guy I mentioned to you yesterday, Ari Ben Menashe, said he was Ghislaine Maxwell's father's handler and that Jeffrey Epstein was connected to Israeli intelligence, the Mossad. And there were many Israeli politicians, like heads of state and Mossad officials at Ghislaine Maxwell's father's funeral, and on it went. So there had been speculation about whether Epstein was connected to American intel, Israeli intel, or some other country's intel. He was close with the Saudis. There were a bunch of possibilities because he got very, very rich in a very, very short amount of time, notwithstanding the fact that he wasn't very, very impressive on his academic resume, at least not in a way that you typically see of people who suddenly make hundreds of millions of dollars based on their smarts and their connection to powerful people. So that was a question that was buzzing around. And then it got even more furious when he copped that amazing plea deal in 2007, 2008. Now, and because it looked like somebody stepped in to make it go away. That's how it looked. It was like these were very serious charges. The truth about him was coming out. The government said it knew of at least 30 victims who had been trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, including underage girls. Who gets 13 months, basically house arrest for that? And it gets it reduced to 2 misdemeanor solicitation of a prostitute accounts. I know Alan is a great lawyer, but he's not that great. So what else was at play in making that very strong case get whittled down to nothing? People wanted to know. I want to know. And this is where Vicky Ward's reporting comes in. She reported, as I started off the show with, in 2019, that in 2016, she'd spoken with a person on the Trump transition team about Alex Acosta, who had been nominated for labor secretary. And there was, she knew the case very well because she'd been reporting on Epstein for years. And she could see, that was an interesting choice. Like, this is an interesting choice. Why, are you sure you're going to be okay with Alex Acosta? And she reported, as I said at the top of the show, what she reported about how he was believed to be an intelligence asset. Again, that he'd been told to back off, that Epstein was above his pay grade. Quote, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. And by the way, he also said on camera that DOJ had full vetting and approval of that settlement deal, of that plea deal. So there's no question that Alex Acosta wasn't making the ultimate decision on that settlement, on that plea deal. It was Maine Justice. Now, who was the Attorney General at the time this deal was made? It was Alberto Gonzales. The deal was made, it was right up to like the middle of November. I can't remember exactly what day in November it was cut, but it was November of 2007. And Alberto Gonzales was the Attorney General. Within a week, he resigned, and Michael Mukasey came in. I mean, I think it's kind of interesting. Why did he resign again? Like, I'd love to go back and ask him, like, what did we know about this case? I'm not suggesting he resigned because he was like disgusted or ashamed or guilty, but I'd love to know why the timing was so close. Anyway, Michael Mukasey stepped in, and there's no question Alberto Gonzales would have had to, and Alex Acosta specifically says, signed off on this plea deal. He didn't mention Gonzales, but he said Maine Justice, and something like this most likely would have gone all the way up. So that's what happened. Then, so Vicky Ward hits that reporting in 2019, and she dropped that report in the Daily Beast the day before Alex Acosta was forced, now he's labor secretary, to hold a presser about the fact that he's been embroiled in this controversy and what's he going to do? Can he last as labor secretary, or is he going to be forced out? And that's when he issued that, what I think is an absolutely pathetic non-denial denial. We'll play it here. It's SOT 9, July 10th, 2019.
Mr. Secretary, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say, there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case, not just now, but over the years. And again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes.
That is not a denial, people. That's not a denial. That I don't know whether he actually said that to Trump transition, but that is about as mealy-mouthed and wormy an answer to a direct question, were you made aware that he was an intel asset, as you could ever hope to hear. He did not say no, first of all. He did not deny the report. All he said was, I would hesitate to take as fact some of the reporting that's out there. Okay, by this point, why couldn't he say no? By this point, he could have said, no, I was not told that Jeffrey Epstein was an asset. That is a report that is out there that is not true. This case was settled based on perceived weaknesses in the government's case. While it was a very strong state case, this is what Alan Dershowitz has said, by the way, it was less of a strong federal case. I don't know if I believe that, but I'm just saying, if you wanted to find a way of justifying to the press in front of you why you walked away from the deal, it would be very easy to say it had nothing to do with him being an intelligence asset. No, that was never told to me. We walked away for the following reasons. It was a weak case, whatever. So that's what Alex Acosta said on camera. And then he sat with the Department of Justice's Office of Professional Responsibility, which looked into this whole matter. And this is what people who say he was not an asset, and again, I'm not arguing he was an asset. I have no idea. I'm just trying to do an honest investigation for you guys. I'm not somebody with a horse in this race. I don't discount the allegations he was or the defenses that he wasn't. In any event, so then he speaks to the OPR. And reportedly, he told OPR that no, he wasn't told that Epstein was an asset. or at least that's what most reports that write about the OPR investigation say. Alex Acosta said. Enter Mike Benz, former State Department employee, now heads up an open intel type organization where they're demanding transparency from government, no matter the party, on all sorts of important issues. And he knows this case like the back of his hand. And he was making some very good points about this OPR report. I think this was yesterday, and it's SOT 7.
They tried to put this story to bed by saying, oh, we did this OPR report, and Alex Acosta walked back what he said to the Trump transition team, or what he contradicted Vicky Ward's reporting. Well, we don't know that because we never got the transcript. We got a one-line summary description buried in the 244th footnote. Now, that OPR investigation is totally sweeping. All of the audio files, all of the transcripts, all of the interviews can be made public. Now, OPR reported directly to Bill Barr. Bill Barr was the CIA's mop-up man for Iran-Contra. He started his career in the CIA. The Washington Post called him the CIA's fall guy because he blocked disclosures of CIA files. It's very possible that the intelligence angle could have been buried by Bill Barr himself.
So interesting. Okay, so what does Vicky Ward think now? She's the one who, first got any actual reporting about his alleged intel ties going. She's an investigative reporter. She's worked for numerous outlets in the past. She now posts her own Substack, Vicky Ward Investigates. And she's actually also the author. We were booking Vicky for this week, irrespective of all this, because she's the author of a new book that's just hitting. She co-authored it with James Patterson, called The Idaho 4, An American Tragedy. This is about, of course, those poor four souls.
Wow. So I did not realize, I think I actually remembered I meant to bring this up to you all. Vicky Ward wrote this book with James Patterson, and I might actually read this. There's a book that LS Tal sent me that I got on Audible. Well, it actually wouldn't load on Audible, that I'm going to read, though, about this case. And we may do, I may interview LS actually about this. But I want to learn a lot about this book. Now, Vicky Ward is not going to talk about the Idaho 4 case right now. All right. Oh, yeah. No. So the one thing is, we'll do it sometimes, and I feel bad. I don't want to just that one. I just don't want to advertise Kate Peter. Kate Peter's a little subversive. So if you want to link to Kate Peter's social or something, let's ask generally first. And the general prohibition will be no Kate Peter content. I think it's unhealthy right now with what Broyles and Kate Peter did yesterday by trying to potentially in front of the FBI obstruct a state court proceeding. I just don't think that any links to Kate Peter or her social media for now I would like to link. But let's focus on this a little bit, okay? So sorry about that, Chris. I feel terrible. I never do that to my towel friends, but that I want to do. Allie, someone else mentioned the island as well. We can look at a video about this island. I think they're going to destroy it, frankly. It's horrifying. I agree with Allie that scenically it's beautiful, but it's built on hillsides, so they clearly had bunkers under the buildings. It's horrifying, okay? And it was his own little fiefdom, and people did go there. Now, I actually have a video from many years ago, right after he got arrested the second time. Someone went to his island and walked around it. I think it was Luke with We Are Change, but I'll double check that for you. We can watch that next. Let me tell you, the juxtaposition of the scenery with that, what happened at that island, and you can clearly tell there's bunkers when he walks around, because this is the only video I think of it. People have gone on boats around it. This guy actually parked his boat because it was right after Epstein got arrested. They didn't have time to secure it. This guy parked his boat, went on the island, and you can see even in the boat ramp, where you pull in the little cove, there was tunnels. They built a complex under that island. They're going to destroy that island because whatever the fuck went on in there is horrifying. Okay? Oh, yeah, and I totally agree. Well, listen, I totally agree that a lot of these people and everybody who is at that level of government is some kind of asset, okay? You can't get to that level of government unless you're an asset. So I totally think a lot of these people thought that they were like getting information on each other. Everybody just worked for different governments, and some of them were really evil. Epstein was one of the most evil, okay? That's why they killed him because, and by the way, there's a new video of the DOJ, that the DOJ has found video of someone going to his cell when he died. Okay, they killed him because he knew a lot, and we're going to find out from Megyn Kelly and Vicky P. Ward. Makes me think of Vicky Towell every time. Exactly what happened.
Idaho, who were murdered, we now know for sure, by Brian Kohberger. And we're going to put it right to her. Vicky, first of all, thank you so much for being here. What do you make of all the back and forth now that's going on about your explosive 2019 Daily Beast report?
Well, thank you for having me, Megan. That was the most detailed, comprehensive overview of Jeffrey Epstein's backstory that I've ever heard. Because
thank you.
It's a very complicated subject, and it's very hard to do it justice quickly, because there are, as you say, so many questions. First of all, I 100% stand by what I reported in the Daily Beast in 2019. I was told directly by someone in the Trump transition who had met with Alex Acosta in the transition and asked if the issue of Jeffrey Epstein would be a roadblock or a problem for his confirmation. And the answer came back, no. And, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and they moved on. I obviously wasn't in the room in the Trump transition. I was told this anonymously, so I can't name my source, but nothing has happened since then to make me think that there was anything wrong with that person's memory or what they told me. So does that clear that up for you, Megan?
Yes, it does. You stand by your reporting. The person who said it to you has never gone back on it or called you to say, gee, I might have screwed that one up. Sorry, I put you out on a limb there, Vicky. And you were in no way confused or playing with the person's words or jumping to your own conclusions. You were reporting exactly what you'd been told.
That's exactly right.
It was a person who was in a position to know.
Correct. Was a person who was in the position to have been in the room with Alex Acosta. And I think that given, I also think the choice of wording is sort of interesting. Epstein belonged to intelligence, because that also runs a gamut, right, of possibilities.
Since President Trump was sworn in, his administration has made enormous progress at a breakneck pace. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the nation, you've got your own personal savings to worry about.
I was like, wait, she wants to talk about President Trump? I'll listen to that. And then it was like, oh, it's an ad. I'm like, wait, what? That was a drastic transition. And you want to say about President Trump? I'll listen to that. But that was a bit of a drastic transition. All right, let me get the video that I think you all want to see. Is that Murder by Maestro? Oh my goodness, it's Murder by Maestro, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. Murder by Maestro wants to see the video we literally were just talking about. Murder by Maestro, are you some kind of sentient super towel? You binumerical speaking genius, you. All right, I got the video for us. Who's ready for this? This is incredible. This is the only video that exists of Epstein's Island on the island, okay? They did this literally right after he got arrested. This is incredible. All right, this is Luke Radowski, another independent journalist. Okay, this is the only footage that I'm aware that exists like this. Other people have got close. Nobody got this. And by the way, we'll play some towel trivia, I'd say, in like 20 minutes. All right, so if you're excited for a round of towel trivia and then our watch along, we'll start that about now. All right, so let's start with this for our watch along. This is Luke Radowski on Epstein's private island. Oh, hold on one second. Second. All right, let's do it.
Well, hello from Jeffrey Epstein's Island. Walking around the whole island, there's like no one here. Very interesting place. The swimming pool looks like it's in good shape, so oddly quiet here.
Come on, golf carts, get the fuck to
What? Shit.
Hurry up, you guys. Get your asses on there. Epstein Island. Jeff and Luke.
Holy shit.
This is a Gradowski of WeAreChange.org here with Jeff Berwick, the dollar vigilante, off yet another crazy, insane adventure, this time to Jeffrey Epstein's private island, Little St. James. And there's a lot of things we're going to have to get into in this video, but I don't even know where to begin. I mean, just even being here, it was difficult finding a boat operator. Jeff, just start it off from here.
Well, we were in the area and we thought, no one's ever gone on this island. No real media, anyone really that I know of has ever gone on. We only get the information from the government and the mainstream media, and those are the two things you can never trust with information. So we're like, well, I guess we have to go and check this out and see if it's even real. For all we know, there might not be anything there. Like, it's always lies what they tell us. And for all we know, there could still be some activity going on there. Maybe Bill Clinton's there, maybe Jeffrey Epstein's there. No one's looking into this. So we took it upon ourselves to, well, let's do it. But it wasn't easy. Most captains said they wouldn't take us to the island. There's all kinds of, you're in different countries on different islands, so we had to work our way around that, make sure we weren't doing too many illegal things all at once. Just rolling up to the island and actually seeing that temple, which is there, so we have verified that. This is a lot of verification of what is actually there, was pretty surreal.
Yeah, and it was also kind of a little daunting, a little scary kind of going in there because, in some jurisdictions, you could just get shot and killed for going on private property. And this is, someone that was extremely powerfully connected to presidents, prime ministers, royalty, and was able to evade law enforcement for some of the worst, most despicable acts in this world. This is a man that literally, when he was finally put to court, was given a slap on the wrist by someone who was previously working inside of Trump's administration that somehow was connected. Again, the interconnectedness of Jeffrey Epstein is just absolutely mind-boggling. I mean, we're talking about billionaires, leaders, bankers, the most influential people who were on that island, and there was really no one else to verify it. All of I've really seen from independent media is a guy who is anonymous or a girl who is anonymous that is flying drones over the island and just documenting what is there. So being in the area, I'm like, we have to see what's going on here because there was other drone footage showing that there was stuff moved before the U.S. federal government came in. And then, as we know, the U.S. federal government, the federal authorities can't be trusted here. For over a decade, they let Jeffrey Epstein go on and be totally free. He not only had a private wing of his own jail cell, he was able to leave during the day. He was supposed to check in with parole officers that he never did check in. But even the journey here of trying to find a boat, we were able to find out some other information about how this wasn't even that big of secret on this island at all.
Yeah, talking to the locals, people have lived here for 20 years. They're like, oh, everyone knew. You just see the 12, 13-year-old girls waiting on the dock. They'd come get picked up, go down.
That's horrifying.
So it's incredibly out in the open. And, people like Bill Clinton came here, 50 times? A huge amount of times. It's just like when we go to Bilderberg, right? The mainstream media doesn't cover any of that stuff. They don't cover, because we knew about this. I know we were talking about this for years about Epstein Island. We were talking about it before everyone heard about it in the mainstream news. And we're talking about how Bill Clinton's going there, Prince Andrew's going there, and no one, it was just so out in the open. They were so brazen that they're like, well, no one can arrest us. We're involved with all the people who would arrest us. So rolling up to the island was pretty surreal. We did not know what to expect.
Pause, please. Can we talk about that? remember what I said? This sounds eerily familiar in some sense. Okay, that's what I was talking about. These people were like, oh, who's ever going to arrest us? We're the most powerful people in the world. No one's going to arrest us. That's how this stuff happens. Now, Epstein was on a much bigger level than we're talking about in Massachusetts. Okay, that's small potatoes. But don't think for 1 second that these people are not that powerful. They are absolutely 100% that powerful. It exists this way. It has always been this way. These people, for some reason, when you get enough power, when you're close to make people who make prosecutorial decisions, when you're intel, you feel above the law. Now, listen, maybe there's a reason for some people in intel to be above the law for certain things. I love America. You want to protect the United States of America, and you need some of your agents to do some things that are risky, but the actual goal of the operation is a noble one. I don't have a problem. What is noble about releasing Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction under the color of law vis-a-vis Kate Peter and Jason Broyles? What's noble about that? How is that serving the American national interest? How is that serving the interest of the population of the United States? It's not. How is letting Jeffrey Epstein do this on an island to get intel on powerful people that would make them do what you want in the interest of anyone? It's not. It's personal. When you're thinking about principles, you must be a Kantian through and through. How would I make this, the decision I'm making, a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times? These guys didn't do that on Epstein Island, and Brian Tully didn't do that with Kate Peter and Jason Broyles. It's horrifying. Josh Levy's responsible, too, in some regard, as is Rachel Rollins for the grand juror leaks and the leaks to Karen, as are the complicit people in the DOJ who allowed Epstein to get away with this because they were told that he was intel. If he wasn't American intel and we helped him, I don't care if it's a partner, I don't care if it's Israel, that's wrong. Now, if American intel was running this kind of thing, we went through this with MK Ultra, don't run brothels as American intel, like the public doesn't like it. Okay? So, like, this is bad. It's bad. No matter if it was foreign intel and we enabled it, it's bad. If it was domestic intel and we enabled it, it's bad. Everything about it's bad.
No, because no one had ever done this before. So we didn't know if there was going to be 100 DE agents, FBI agents, all armed. We didn't know if there was anyone on the island. So we had all these plans. I don't know if you want to mention some of the plans. It was a stupid plan.
The whole thing is pretty ridiculous what we were doing, but you had this idea because we were staying at some kind of resort. We're at Joby Weeks, and he's like an OCD kind of traveler. But we got these kind of wristbands here. It says Langley Resort. So, like, one of our plans, out of many plans, was literally just showing up there, and if someone stops, to be like, oh, yeah, we're here with Langley. You didn't get the memo? And then being like, hey, you got to talk to my supervisor, Jeff. Jeff, you would have, there was 4 other people. We had so many different plans. All of them fell through last minute.
That is, I don't know why he's saying that. Do you understand that even if you don't say directly, like what he's trying to be like, oh, yeah, like we didn't say directly, that we were with the FBI, all we did was, or with the CIA, all we did was we were going to say we were from Langley. Okay, are you a moron? Like, seriously, I'm not being mean to this guy, but like, why are you admitting that? Like, you don't have to directly represent yourself like that. Like, that's crazy to say Langley. Like, that is enough for them to be like, this person was trying to represent themselves as like from Langley. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Why would you do that? And if you do that, why would you even forget about if you actually did it? Why would you even say that you thought about doing that? Like, that's why this guy, I don't know how much reporting Luke still does, but that's not like, no, that's outside the bounds of reporting. Like, I would never do that. I would hope most of my colleagues would never do that. I know he's saying he didn't actually go through with it, but like, just on a personal level, I'm not a lawyer. That's not legal advice. Don't do that. Why would you ever do that? That's crazy. Don't ever even think about doing that. That's crazy. I can't believe they even thought about that.
All of them didn't work out. I remember being so frustrated in the morning because I know how important this was. We were kind of bickering with each other, like, come on, we got to do this. And then what ended up happening is this random last minute, the captain who said he wasn't going to, he said he was like, yeah, I'm not getting my boat seized. I'm not getting in trouble. But last minute, we were just going around the island. I was like, let's go around the island. He pulled up to the dock. He was like, you got 5 seconds. You're going to do this? Do it now. And I was like, oh. Literally quickly grabbed my shoes, And I'm like,
grab my shoes, by the way.
Yeah.
I just have to say, Epstein Island is full of jagged little rocks, and I didn't bring my shoes. So I'm in bare feet trying to run, especially near the end. We'll get to that part. But we went through the whole island with jagged rocks.
Yeah.
So it was like this sort of, we didn't know if we were going to do it. We didn't know. And it was just like, and all of a sudden the captain, he was really great. At last minute, he goes, if you're going to do it, you got 5 seconds. And you just jumped, and you're like, Jeff, come. And I'm like, all right, let's go.
I remember in the back, I'm like, he's giving me 5 seconds. I quickly put on my shoes. I'm like, do I have my cameras? Okay, luckily I had my cameras in my pockets. And I'm like, Jeff, come, let's go. And you're like, okay. And I'm like, okay, good. I'm not going to be on my own, because I would be terrified on there on my own. I'm like, okay, thank goodness I had Jeff with me. And then
it would have been creepy to be there on your own, because you just don't know what's there. We've heard so many things, and we're it's quite a big place with the mansion and the temple and all kinds of. There's a huge what do you call it, sundial? Yeah. Very interesting. But it was kind of creepy, because at first we didn't see anyone. It was like, we even went into like offices and places, and nothing was locked. Yeah. But it was like eerily weird because there was no one. But we later found out there was some people.
Yeah. I mean, I got a phone call and I was running up to you. I mean, you were running like Forrest Gump. It was extremely impressive to see that run. But like when we got on there, you're like, okay, let's get the selfie stick. I'm like, dude, you don't understand what we're doing. Like, put down the selfie stick. Let's go. Let's get down low. Let's be quiet. And let's traverse this. And we traversed a large part of the island. We didn't get to see everything. We kind of stayed out of the fray. I was always looking, always paranoid. At first, we thought no one was there because there was no kind of signs there. But pulling up, I was always a little bit skeptical because the grass was kind of taken care of. We also looked at the pool, and we're like, the pool's also taken care of, so there's people there. And it's important to understand here is that this independent anonymous drone operator who's afraid to release his identity, who's flying the drones over there, captured Epstein's island with particular items in there that were swept between the federal government coming in. And with the federal government and their investigations not trustworthy, this is why we went in there to try to take a look at everything. And I looked at everything. I looked at every garbage pallet. I went into the ambulance. I checked in to briefcases that were in the dumpster. I made sure that there was no stone unturned. I remember there was a lot of people talking about the possibility of tunnels there. Sadly, we were not there for a long time. We were there for about a half an hour, traversing a lot of landscape that was.
A lot of the stuff, we went into the office and stuff, it's cleaned out. Like, there's no evidence of anything. But the most interesting to me was the temple. And I heard a lot of people saying from this drone footage that it's not even like, it's like not 3D. It's like a flat wall that they made painted, looks like it's like goods and all this stuff. So we went up and we checked, and it's just a flat wall. The door is painted on. And I have to say about the temple, he was a billionaire. I say was, he's probably still alive, but he is a...
It's not even a door. Sorry, I'm eating Cheez-Its. It's not even a door. Oh my God. Maybe I just haven't watched this in a while. What the fuck? It's not even a door? It's just painted on? I'm creeped out. I'm going to keep eating my Cheez-Its.
Was a billionaire. That seemed like the cheapest little temple I've ever seen. Like, why would you just paint it? Like, I could have built that myself for about $5,000, I think. And the dome flew off, and there was no hole underneath the dome, which is what you would have if you had a true dome. So it almost looked like a Hollywood set. Actually, that's exactly what it looked like.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the dome flew off during a recent hurricane here. So the situation here has definitely been changing. The most interesting things that I personally found were these like little satanic gargoyles with horns on their heads that were all over the property that were very creepy. I also found a chair that was completely made out of horns and looked like some kind of animal hide. That was very creepy and kind of very weird to look at. But other than that, we weren't really that successful because as we're going through our little mission, we're like, okay, the pool's taken care of. There's someone here. We got to be quieter. Luckily, somehow I got service, and our good friend Joey Weeks called me. He was like, dude, there's a lot of people. There's people running all over. We just heard screaming. Are you okay? There's people going around in golf carts. Like, get out, get out, get out. And I'm like, oh, crap. This is not. So this is something that has a lot of serious implications. There's a reason that guy who flies the drone around the island is anonymous. There's a reason Epstein was able to evade any kind of justice for his horrible acts for decades and decades. There's a reason why this case is so significant, and yet the mainstream media just totally threw it out of the news cycle. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And we were there. We were also there at the helicopter pad, and it was even...
I'm pretty sure that's like ivory or something. Like, that's fucked up. That's like elephant hunting.
Reported previously before that Epstein would just get on his private jet, land at the St. Thomas airport, previously before that Epstein would
Hold
just
on.
get on it.
Does he even know what he's looking at? What is that?
His private.
Is that a jewel encrusted or like seashell encrusted picture frame, bro? Like, I don't even know if he understands what he had just pulled up the corner of. And like, it's painted a very certain way, those colors, blue, red, and yellow. He doesn't know what he's looking at. I don't want to talk anymore about this.
Jet, land at the St. Thomas airport, take a helicopter over so no one else would see him to do other things. There was air traffic control that actually came out and whistleblowed and said that he saw many small children going onto the helicopter, going onto the private jet. So, the severity of this case is still widely unknown. We still don't know so many significant parts of this story, and the story is just erased from the mainstream media. No, the story can't be erased. This story can't be ignored, and it can't be ignored only if we start paying attention to it and start sharing the fact that this is still an open case. This is still a case that has a lot of serious implications, where we have royalty like Prince Andrew in the United Kingdom that are still running about free to do whatever horrible acts that they want to do. And again, the implications here, the allegations here are so severe. And it's just insane. I mean, even talking to that guy yesterday, he was like, yeah, the whole island knew. Everyone knew what was going on here. Like, if you know about these really sinister acts happening, like, holy cow.
And we should mention, too, that he told us, and we didn't get too into specifics, but he said there's actually another island quite a lot like the Epstein Island. There's still things going on. So we're looking into that right now.
Oh, God.
There's a lot of interesting things happening with this whole situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we need independent media. This is why we need independent investigation. But it was a crazy adventure. I mean, that running scene was... we can't just stop laughing at each other at how ridiculous we were, because again, I got the phone call from Joby, and I'm literally running through half the island because me and Jeff decided to separate just in case. Because as soon as we saw some of the upkeep, some of the people still there, we were like, okay, let's keep separated in case you get caught. I still have some footage. In case I get caught, I still have some footage. Let's make sure we don't get caught at all. But then after getting that phone call from Joby, like, run, get out of here right now. I was running behind you, and I'm like, dude, you were doing your little walk and talk videos, which are great, by the way. I love the walk and talk videos. I started doing them too. I was like, dude, get out of the open, hide into the bushes. But before I even got to say hide into the greenery, the bushes, you were off, man. You were not trying to have it at all.
That is the fastest I think I've ever ran. And we've been to Bilderberg and Venezuela and Somalia, where we've been in situations. And Venezuela, we thought we had to run a few times. People were telling us to run. I run from the airport. You can see in the footage. I was just doing my walk and talk. If you don't know Dollar Vigilante, check it out. I do walk and talks all the time. And I thought, why not? I got back to the beach, and I was so happy because I was off the rocks, because that was an hour of torture for me. And I get down there. I'm like, okay, we're only about half a mile from the boat. I'm just going to do my walk and talk. So I just start, and you can see Luke coming up behind me. He's like, run, you idiot. And as soon as you said, I don't think I looked at the video. I'm like, holy cow, I'm pretty fast when I have to be.
Yeah. And then I just see them book it. I'm like, I start laughing a little bit. I'm like, okay, this is pretty crazy. I ran off to the bushes, and I saw also the kind of private massage area.
No, bro, they sealed that. Oh my God, he doesn't even know what he's looking at. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be cruel. Bro, they sealed that. Okay, it's kind of like the tunnel under the Soviet embassy in Washington. That is sealed, bro. That is fresh concrete. That is not a fucking massage parlor. Bro, that is an entrance. That is sealed from the top. Okay, do you understand what it means to seal something with concrete? They sealed that shit with concrete. That is freshly poured concrete. I mean, not too fresh. It looks like recent, but I mean, it's not wet. But that is freshly poured concrete. I see the fucking cinder blocks. It's barely weathered. That shit is exposed on an island. That is freshly sealed. That is an entrance. That's why I told you. I remembered a scene from the video where they clearly went into an entrance. That is an entrance. Do you know what a bunker is? That's an entrance. That's an entrance. That's an entrance. And they sealed it. The government, when the government seals tunnels, they use that. That's the exact method that they use to seal a tunnel, and that is government. Look at how perfect that is. Look at it. They swept it. Some dirt got in after, but they swept it. It's perfect. That is a sealed tunnel. Okay? I'm telling you right now that's a sealed tunnel. I know what a bunker entrance looks like. I know how to seal it in the sense that I've seen documents about how they sealed the Soviet tunnel entrance. That's exactly what they do, word for word. Literally down to the material, how the government would seal an entrance.
This is pretty crazy. I ran off to the bushes and I saw also the kind of private massage area. If you know about the Jeffrey Epstein kind of scandal, he used to, usually bait a lot of his victims with, quote, massages. But oh my
God, that is a vent. It's a vent. In some sense, I'm astounded that he thought this was a massage parlor. So the other thing we just saw, okay, let me take you back to this. This, where they go up into this little building, that is an entrance, okay, right here. This is an entrance when we're in this building here. It was quick, he was in it. This thing, okay, this is an entrance, okay, that is an entrance to a bunker, okay, that is a sealed entrance to a bunker. Okay, that's what it would look like. Look at the cables. Like, that is a sealed, that's not a massage room, bro. That is a sealed entrance to a bunker. Now, look at what he does over here. This motherfucker doesn't know what he's looking at.
Crazy. I ran off to the bushes and I saw also the kind of private massage area.
No.
You know about the Jeffrey Epstein.
No, look at that. Bro, the entrance is right to the left. That is a vent. Do you know you can't? Okay, so for those of you who are not familiar with bunkers or underground structures, it is not a self-contained environment. You must vent or you will suffocate as a byproduct of your own off-gassing. Like breathing, you'll just kill yourself because you'll take all the oxygen. So you must vent the bunker. That is a vent. That is a vent. That is a bunker. It's built into a fucking hillside. Do you realize, like, the government does that kind of stuff? Okay? That is a bunker. That is a bunker. That is 100% a bunker. I'm telling you, I forgot about the exact details of this. I'm much more intelligent than I was when I first watched this like 10 years ago. I'm telling you, that is a bunker. Everything I know, every piece of research I've done, that is a bunker. The thing on the left is the entrance. The thing on the right is the evac shaft or the vent. Okay? That's a bunker. That's 100% a bunker. That's the most obvious bunker I've ever seen in my entire life. He doesn't even really have to hide it. Do you understand that shade of green is called go away green? It means you can't even really fucking see it when you're looking at the natural environment, like Disney World uses it. Okay, go away green. That is, like, bro, that is a vent for a bunker. He even walks up to it. I mean, we can watch him. He walks up to it. He doesn't even know what it is.
Scandal.
Look, that is a vent for a bunker. Okay, that is a vent. Wait, are those cinder blocks in there? Oh, those are cinder. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me turn the volume down. I'm pretty sure those are cinder blocks. Okay, so see how there's a few slits in the holes of the... Look at... Okay, right there. They cinder blocked... Bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a whole complex under there. Look inside that green thing. Do you see what that is? Those are cinder blocks. They cinder blocked everything. There's a whole complex. He must have built a fucking city under there. He didn't buy an island, folks. He bought a fucking mountain in the ocean and then built under it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He lived underground. Oh my God. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I can't believe there are cinder blocks in there. You don't understand. That means they cemented everything. They cemented the entrances. They cemented the vents, the evac shafts. Oh my God, this must have been a military operation to seal this stuff. It means they couldn't destroy it. What the fuck? Who can build something that can't be destroyed? What did this fucker plan to, like, live out a nuclear attack or like a fucking giant tidal wave on this island underground? I'm just astounded. I'm blown away. I don't even know if I'm okay with what I'm seeing. Like, listen, I'm not reading documents. My eyes are not lying to me. I know what I'm looking at, and I know Murder by Maestro definitely knows what he's looking at. No, Murder by Maestro, trust me. I have always thought this was a subterranean structure. Please don't mistake my incredulity for thinking that there wasn't a structure. But I know you know what you're looking at as well, my friend. I know what I'm looking at, okay? That building to the left was an entrance that was cemented, that little structure. And this thing to the right, or it was an evac hatch more likely, to the left. And the thing to the right is a vent shaft. That's the exhaust of a vent shaft. And I'm looking inside it with my eyes because I had to let air out at one point, okay? That's why it's a vent shaft. It has fucking cinder blocks all the way to the top of that structure. It's bulging because the fucking cinder blocks are probably absorbing moisture from the air. There's some shit under there. Whatever they buried under there, he must have had there must have been like bodies. There must have been like flayed humans or something. Like, how could you have so much like death that you have to just see it? Like, even with the Fuhrer bunker, like, we saw inside it, okay? They did seal it, but we saw inside it eventually because the seal was broken. You're not getting in this place. That's like 5 tons of cinder blocks. That's probably 20 tons of cinder blocks. Right there. The amount of time, and that's what we can see in the vent shaft building. That means under there, they also bricked it and cemented it. They filled that whole fucking thing. I'm sure they cemented like all of it. And they couldn't cement. I bet it goes like, who knows what the seabed's like. I don't know. However deep that fucking complex goes, however wide it is, it was like a city. And they never want anyone to see it. It was probably the greatest thing ever created in human history. It was probably pushing our society to levels that we don't even understand are possible. Wow. Murder by Maestro, if you think, come on, the only reason they didn't talk is money? No, it's because this is the most powerful network. You think it was hard to get Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles held accountable? You know how hard it was probably to get Epstein held accountable? Come on. Tully, Broyles, and Kate are child's play compared to what Epstein was, and those victims were terrified. Poor girls. And guys. They did to boys, too.
Victims would quote massages, but he had a whole private massage room that was hidden.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So it's not cinder blocks.
Behind.
That's even weirder than cinder blocks. Wait a minute. That is not a massage room. That is not cinder blocks. Wait a minute. First of all, why does it look like, even right there, why does it look like there are blocks it looks like there are cement blocks with gaps, literally like in the gaps. And then you open it, so he doesn't actually show what's on the door, but so you can see it. Like, there are panels there that kind of look like cinder blocks. But then you open it, and it's even more perplexing. Okay, what are you taught? That's not a massage room.
That I never seen before.
That, again, exactly like, first of all, what is that? And the second thing is that is sealed up that's even more confirmation. Forget the cinder blocks. That's sealed up permanently.
That I also filmed. He also paid an estimated $20,000 for every palm tree.
Okay. That is an exhaust shaft. They didn't seal it up with cinder blocks, but it is. I'm glad he opened it. I figured they would lock it. They didn't seal it up with cinder blocks. It's disorientating from the outside.
Bait a lot of his victims would quote massages, but
he's got balls to open that.
A whole private massage room.
That is sealed. That is not a massage room. That is a seal. That's not big enough to be a massage room. It's 4 by 6.
A lot of greenery that I.
And you would need electronics to power the vent.
Or that I.
And what is that?
Also filmed.
Why is that tarp? Lift up the fucking tarp. It's not a massage room. Oh my god, I'm so frustrated. I'm thrilled he went there, but I'm horrified. Like, I wouldn't even open the door. That is not a massage room.
An estimated $20,000 for every palm tree over there to was extremely private. The whole place just was very, very weird as far as the vibe. But that also could have to do with our kind of adrenaline, with our kind of like, okay, what's going on
What
here?
the fuck is that?
But that also could have to do with our kind of was extremely secluded. It was extremely private. The whole place.
What is that?
Was very, very.
Is that a coffin? Like a mock coffin? Oh my god, they had like ritual druid ceremonies.
It was extremely private.
Whoa! What do they bury people in there?
Very, very weird.
It has a lid. Oh my god, that's horrifying. They would just leave them in there to die, huh?
Weird as far as the vibe.
Oh god.
But that also could have to do with our kind of adrenaline, with our.
And they couldn't move it because I bet it weighs like 5,000 pounds.
Okay,
or
what's
more.
going on here? Kind of last minute, spur of the moment excursion onto the island, which was supposed to be, first of all, just we were supposed to just go around the island by boat and then just kind of make an assessment there. And then our captain surprised us after.
Oh my god.
Having 20 different plans of being on that island. We were like, okay, let's just go. Let's just see.
All right, what
what's
is
going
that?
on here.
Lift up the fucking board. Oh my god, lift up the board.
Good job. All right, and then we're just like going for like an hour.
The scene that we're.
This is the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
Seen the most. We were calling it out as a hoax. We were getting attacked because of it, and now Jeffrey Epstein, the most biggest important story that you could speculate so many different things. That you have so many different witnesses, so many different victims coming forward. No, that's just not important. Come on, that's absolutely ridiculous.
And even if you ran away, like you'd get to that, you wouldn't know where you were. You'd get to the edge of the world. You'd be fucked.
Ridiculous. Jeff, anything else you want to say about our little particular excursion?
I think that's about it. Video.
Whoa, hold on.
Because that's full running scene. Can we just do that?
It was pretty funny. Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna have it in this video. I would just say, support independent media, risking our lives quite regularly. It's more Luke than me. I'm not really a journalist, so to speak, but Luke is, and he gets no support. There's no pharmaceutical company who's gonna sponsor his things, and he wouldn't let them anyway.
Oh my god.
So
all right. So that's like Luke was talking about the massage stuff. That's clearly the massage stuff. Okay. Like, that is clearly the massage parlor. It was right by the water. Like, that's the massage parlor. Built around a tree. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Who's on these crazy adventures. These adventures wouldn't be... I could...
Hold on. Even more.
Going as far, looking and trying to investigate everything I could be, because it's absolutely terrifying. So I want to thank Jeff Berwick, the Dollar Vigilante. Check out his YouTube channel. Check out Anarchapulco, a great way to meet other like-minded, freedom-evoking individuals who want to promote liberty, who want to promote
Whoa, he just had a fake cow?
freedom. And if you want to find out about that, just go to anarchapulco.com. A great event happening in February. A lot of surprise speakers that we can't even talk about right now that you told me. And I'm
oh
like,
my God.
This is definitely going to be worth coming out to. Use the promo code WRC to get
It was like a whole world. It was literally like a whole world.
Still not sure the exact amount, but you'll get a discount just in kind of on
side. All right, hold on. This is the running scene.
.org.
Jeff, there's people on golf carts. Get the fuck to the side. To the side. Jeff, to the side. To the side.
What? Ridiculous. They got balls.
Jeff.
Alright, we're off up front. Let's go. Thank God. Bye-bye. Thank fucking God.
Those people have some cojones. Oh my God, I'm shook just watching that. Oh my God. And Murder by Maestro has sent in a follow-up for us because we can't just watch the video of them, the first one. We have to watch the follow-up one. This is from James O'Keefe, I think, with Veritas Media. I'll comment on this. I don't know if we're going to do tile trivia today. I'm a little tired. If you want to do a round or two later, but we're going to do this, and then I want to watch. I'd like to either watch something on the Franklin cover-up or the Detro affair. I think we're going to watch something on the Franklin cover-up. This has been going on for a long time in the United States. This is going to be our watch-along today. We're going to look at the Detro affair or the Franklin cover-up. Murder by Maestro, what do you think? Detro affair, Franklin cover-up? But we're going to watch this one first. Murder by Maestro sent this in.
Over the last week, we've shown you newly obtained video from inside the buildings on Jeffrey Epstein's private island in the Virgin Islands shortly after his arrest. We took you inside Jeffrey Epstein's kitchen, inside his personal library, even inside the master bedroom where we could see those phones on the bedside tables with speed dials and names. Now, we take you inside the infamous and mysterious temple. New footage received by O'Keefe Media Group gives a detailed look at the interior. Well, no one has ever seen this before. Here we go. You are looking inside this mysterious building, and the walls are covered with what appears to be a marble textured finish and a wooden bookshelf with one solid column on the left and one spiraling shape stretching to the ceiling on the right. And if you look up at the top of this mysterious temple, you'll see what appears to be a detailed celestial painting filled.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, oh my. Oh my God. Oh my God. They are all pre-Christian pagans. I knew it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is incredible. Do you understand what this means? It's the astrological ages. Oh, wow. Oh my God. These people, this is like, what are they, carriers of tradition, like millennia old? These are like the gatekeepers of everything. And they believe in like, all right, here's my analysis of this. What they believe, and it might be true, okay, if you think about Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, every time the monolith shows up, okay, it's like, think about what Kubrick's saying with 2001: A Space Odyssey, right? You know, the first scene, right, with the monkeys, you know, the dawn of human history. The monolith shows up right after a lunar eclipse. You see the monolith under the sun going away from the moon in the eclipse. These people believe, and it's probably true, that like, it's not just that history is playing out, there's a purpose to it, and there are like interventions by forces we don't really understand that have to do with celestial alignment, for sure, and the great age and the great year and Pisces, Aquarius, the 8 different ages, those cycles. Okay, they know. And Kubrick was trying to tell us in 2001: A Space Odyssey what their belief system is. It's this belief system that is like, there's like it's the Philosopher's Stone. It's depicted by like this black like substance, like this black granite like substance, like the Philosopher's Stone. What that is an analogy for like human cognition and then agency, okay? And the stone like appears, the Philosopher's Stone appears at like certain moments in our history based on like celestial events. That's the basic philosophy that these people believe, okay? And I think it's probably true. We just don't understand it because we live a very small time on this planet. So the only way to really understand this would be to have knowledge like of all of human history. And I think what Kubrick was saying with 2001: A Space Odyssey is when you get these moments, it kind of inspires like a revolution in human consciousness. Like the first thing we figured out how to like, Kubrick says the Philosopher's Stone at the dawn of the ape age was us figuring out how to use tools to feed ourselves and then kill other apes, okay? That's what he says was like the dawning of like the last age, okay? The dawning of our new age, he implies, is like space civilization, because when the monkey throws a bone up in the air, okay, and it comes back down, we skip all of human history, and the next thing we see is a spaceship in this like technocratic post-industrial, post-Earth future, right? Where we're in a spaceship and these astronauts are conversing with Hal, the robot, okay? And the monolith appears again. The monolith appears like 4 times, okay? And it's all this pagan belief structure, okay, centered around specifically this belief that cosmic events like the alignment of planets, the ages, all of this herald moments on Earth where either directly or non-temporally or however the hell it happens, there are major shifts in events, okay? Major shifts in consciousness, major developments, and they're heralded by predictable cycles. That's the insight. And this is a belief structure. It's pre-Christian. It's pagan. It's really like esoteric. It's very like mystery school-ish, okay? That is what they believe. And this chart, I'm telling you right now, is their like altar. That is what this is, like the religion that we don't know about. It is a special religion for a special group of people, like the high priests and priestesses of our society we don't know about. We call them the aristocracy. That is a misnomer, okay? They are not the priesthood, okay? That is a specific subset of the aristocracy, okay? And this isn't the aristocracy like the guy who owns Bloomingdale's or the Empire State Building. This is an aristocracy that like goes back so many generations that even Gloria Vanderbilt is not really considered part of this aristocracy. We're talking like ancient royal bloodlines that trace back to like Rome and earlier, okay? These people very clearly have this like guarded knowledge, and part of it, what I think they're worried about and why I'm a little freaked out is I think what we have evidence of in the historical record is that the cycles that they're talking about, like it's really like ELEs, like extinction level events that occur to precipitate the emergence of the new cycle. And really what they're saying is like the bodies of the stars impact like the fate of our planet because things happen to the planet because of how the stars and the other planets are aligned. Does that all make sense? Now if you think about it in light of our understanding of celestial movement post-Copernicus, that's exactly what happens. Like depending on what side of the moon we're on, and what's like the Earth and the moon rotate a little bit differently, okay? Depending on what side of the moon we're on, our orbit is impacted ever so slightly. That's tidal movement, okay? Comets are subject to that same kind of ebb and flow when they enter the sun's gravity or any planet's gravity. Therefore, the oscillating rotations of the various planets facilitate interplanetary pathways or traveling of space objects, in particular things like comets, okay? They travel in cycles, Halley's Comet, etc., etc. Based on the position and alignment of the planets, and thus the gravitational forces that interplay between those planets in rotation, you can have a situation where different objects in space are more likely to hit a planet when it's like passing through an asteroid belt or something like that, due to the way in which our planet is like rotating, on predictable cycles, that would make this belief structure more than just a belief structure. It would be preserving, most likely, the preservation of all of the stored knowledge that existed before the previous extinction level event. And what they basically must have figured out, and what we've basically figured out, we're pretty much there, is that our planet, depending on what part we are, where the planets are in their like multi-thousand year cycle, there are certain times, certain windows where things are more likely to happen to us on the planet that will destroy all life than at other times. And I'm 90% sure that is their entire belief structure. Correct, Murder by Maestro, but what I'm talking about is when you have rotation of the Earth, okay, you're correct that the moon doesn't rotate with us the same. We rotate basically with the moon, but it's not exact, okay? And depending on what side of the Earth is facing the moon, that side of the Earth will rotate at a different speed than the side of the Earth that is not facing the moon. Does that make sense? Therefore, right, the Earth technically is rotating a little bit differently on one side versus the other. That's where tides come from. Now, I'm only using this as a basic principle to explain this chart because the rotation of planets is not replicated. So the moon and the Earth don't rotate in the same way that, like, in comparison than like the Earth and the sun, or for example, the Earth and Pluto, or the Earth and an asteroid belt, whatever it may be. But we can learn based on the geopositional rotation of these different planets and asteroid belts and things like that when they're most likely to be in the same orbit. I think I'm speaking very generally, I'm not a scientist. All I'm telling you is that this chart reflects some kind of pre-Christian pagan belief structure, and it's in Jeffrey Epstein's temple. I can read this, basically. I know what this is saying. If these people believe this, I'm telling you, if the wealthiest people on our entire planet believe this, then it's true. It's not true in the sense that, like, there are lions in the sky. It's true in the sense that, like, there are predictable patterns beyond the lifespan of any one human that can be studied from the interplay of celestial bodies. That's like a very surface level insight, but then when you think about it and realize, okay, are you telling me we can chart this? Like, history has not like a purpose, but it's predictable? And we can determine when kind of ages are going to shift and when these events might happen. Are you serious? And then you realize, like, yes, they're very serious, and they have way more knowledge than any of us because they're these keepers of this, like, pre-Christian esoteric tradition. This is some crazy stuff. To see it is different than hearing about it. By the way, you hear a lot about this stuff. I even asked one of the interview guests that we had on. He was a very smart religious scholar. Has his own views about Christianity, but that's fine. He can believe whatever he wants. I believe he's a Philadelphian. But my point is, I wanted to ask him about this, and he wouldn't even touch it. I know I could see in his eye he knew what I was talking about, but he wouldn't even touch it. It's true. I don't know what they believe. I don't want to know. I don't want to be part of their club. Whatever they believe, they have a reason for it, and it's right. Like, there's something about what they know about the ages and the cycles of all this. They know. I'm telling you. I can't believe they left this up. Bro, I can't believe O'Keefe. I think the reason O'Keefe must have posted this is because he thinks it's, like, he's very Christian as far as I understand, which is good. I really like Jesus too. He must have determined, and I don't know why he posted this, but, like, bro, like, if you're posting this, it's because you're mad at these people. And yes, they did terrible things to children. I get that. Trust me, I would be furious if I had this and was thinking about releasing it. But if I'm an editor in that position, and I'm going to release this, and I'm in that kind of position, one, I mean, I hope you realize, like, who you're taking on. Like, they destroyed O'Keefe after this, for sure. I can tell why. The second thing is, like, what would drive me to release it? I mean, he already released it, so whatever. It would be primarily because they are anti-Christian. Now, I wouldn't say they're, like, yeah, I guess they're kind of hostile to Christianity. I wouldn't say they're, like, outright, like, screw Christianity. It's more like they existed before Christianity. I hope this makes sense. Like, Judaism evolved into Christianity, which evolved into Islam, okay? These people, like, they existed before what we know as, like, the Egyptian religions. They probably existed before, like, some of this knowledge they have probably existed, like, right as written, like, text came out in Mesopotamia. Like, we are talking about knowledge that might go back, like, the first human footprints, I'm pretty sure, like 22,000 years ago, maybe like 30 or so in the southwest U.S. Listen, these people, like, we only know like 2,000 years of that history. Maybe, 6,000 years, whatever recorded history started, 2,000 to 6,000 years ago, somewhere in there, okay? That's still a small scale of 22,000 years, okay? And that's what I think these people actually know about. And this is not gratuitous. This guy doesn't like it because it's fucking art. He has all the money in the world. He has access to every single person who knows about these kind of things. And this is the chart he drew. That's incredible. That's incredible. Like, this is what he wanted on his wall. Because this is the truth. I'm not saying it's literally the truth of the matter I mentioned this. It's not of a lion in the sky. It's the truth that these people have knowledge that goes back thousands and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years. I don't know how the fuck they recorded it. I don't know how the fuck they understand it. But like, maybe it was an oral tradition or something. That would make the most sense. We didn't have written writing for a long time. So maybe there's these like keepers of an oral tradition that's like very strict. Like, it got written down eventually, but like they're very strict in their adherence to this. Like, they were given knowledge about like whatever it was that existed on this planet before the last extinction level event. The Younger Dryas, I think, is the most likely candidate. They know what caused it. I think it was probably like an impact. We know it was an impact near the Yucatan. They know what caused it. They know when it's most likely to happen again, and they worship the like stars and the planets. I mean, it's kind of incredible when you think about it. Like, astrology, we look down on modern astrology. We kind of like degrade it, but that's nonsense. Like, that is the true religion. I mean, I'm not being anti-Christian, but if you want to understand like the universe, God is in the stars, right? So looking down on astrology is wrong. I don't necessarily branch into this realm of deification of the celestial bodies, but they do, bro. Like, I'm telling you right now, they deify the celestial bodies, and it's more than just worship. They're studying them to determine like the interplay of the different planets and asteroids or whatever the fuck they're studying to figure out what's going to happen and when. That's crazy. Like, in the sense that that's wild, because that's what astrology does. And we tend to like degrade it. It's clear. Astrology is clearly like a remnant or a public facing like version of this higher discipline. Oh my God, that's crazy. If I were ever exposed to that, first of all, I think what I just went through, maybe Murder by Maestro likes to do this to me for fun. I think what I just went through is the reaction you would have seen from me if I was brought into that room with just Jeffrey Epstein. Well, first of all, I never would want it to be in that room, but if he brought me into that room, bro, like, I know the type of I know how much knowledge you have to appreciate that, what you're looking at right there. I understand. I don't know it all. I don't want to be initiated into their rights. I don't care. But that's incredible. You just saw what it would have been like if I walked into that room and was in front of this painting. That is the greatest thing I've ever seen, but I'm also horrified. That is almost more impressive than the Sistine Chapel. This is like the Sistine Chapel of the pagans. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
See what appears to be a detailed celestial painting filled with astrological figures. But before we dive too deep into that, let's just take a step back. Back in 2019, Jeffrey Epstein's arrest for sex trafficking set the internet on fire, and one image became iconic. This mysterious building on his private island, Little St. James, located in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The gold dome represented those on the religious structures around the world, like the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. We found that Epstein's temple most closely resembles this building in Aleppo, Syria, a bathhouse constructed in the year 1384 by a Muslim dynasty. There are obvious similarities, such as the gold dome roof and the stripes, but also notice the identical stripe pattern around the tops of the arches. There is no record of Epstein ever traveling to Syria. His family descended from European Jews who immigrated to America. He was born and raised in Brooklyn. Now, in one room of Epstein's Island compound, we saw a framed photo of his elementary school. This is the actual photograph of the image inside the frame. This would turn out to be Coney Island's Public School 188, named after Michael E. Birdie. Building permits filed in 2010 for Epstein's Island compound didn't include the temple. They instead proposed that an octagonal music pavilion with a grand piano be built on the site. But around 2012, the temple was constructed instead. Now, until now, no one has ever published video taken from inside this structure. In 2019, the closest thing to it was Business Insider releasing the account of a local piano tuner, Patrick Barron, who alleged that he visited the temple to service a piano it contained. However, the video we obtained shows an interior that differs from Barron's description. Through this never-before-seen footage, we show you what it was like to visit inside Epstein's temple. You travel up a gravelly road that hugs the tropical hillside, past what appears to be a helicopter landing site, which is situated in a discreet green field where Epstein and his elite guests would arrive by air. You crest the ridgeline and spot a giant sundial. Seen here in drone footage from a YouTube account named Rusty Shackelford, this large and mysterious sundial-borne image resembling the sun. But it also resembles a figure known as the Masonic Man, who first appeared in a 1754 pamphlet commenting on Freemasonry. You ascend further, and the infamous building emerges on a small hilltop up the gravel road. This footage was captured after Epstein's arrest in 2019. Now, some will say, well, this is old footage, but everything related to Epstein is 5 years old. He died 5 years ago, and all of the tens of thousands of videos are also 5 years old. It's still very important for us to ascertain what actually happened. Now, notice that the signature gold dome is missing on top of this building. It was reportedly blown off during Hurricane Maria 2 years earlier. That was the Category 5 hurricane.
Let me say something as I eat my Cheez-Its. I know a lot of people I've seen people like attack James O'Keefe for some of his reporting. He got really well known because of his Acorn reporting. I remember that. He's a really good journalist. A lot of people are like, well, he has politics I don't agree with, or etc., so I don't like him. Well, okay, a lot of people are going to have politics you don't agree with. That man's a good journalist. Some of that stuff he was saying there, I can tell what he's holding back, because I use a lot of discretion in my reporting. I can tell what he's holding back, but he's being honest. I mean, and he's not being political. Do you hear him being... Now, I'm sure he'll say things like, okay, Bill Clinton, Obama, like he's Republican, which is fine. I'm getting definitely pulled more in that direction, which is fine. I'm allowed to do that. All right. But my point is, he's not like bashing people. Do you notice? And other reports are a little bit more political from him. But do you notice how he's doing his journalism? He researched what this stuff was. He found that building in Aleppo, Syria. Okay. He found the imagery. He knew what he was analyzing. Okay. Before I even said it, I didn't need to listen to him say it. I knew what he was going to say. I hadn't seen this video, but he's a smart man. Okay. This is some good journalism. I mean, to be able to do this kind of journalism, you really, I mean, he has a very big platform. And he put himself out on a limb by doing this. I kind of want to meet this man. I kind of feel like he got caught up in, like, a lot of shit. I forget, like, he got caught up in something. And I kind of remember saying to myself, like, oh, who did he piss off? And now I know who he pissed off, and I want to talk to this man. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, Grant, like, he disagrees with you on this or whatever. Okay, but I'm not a partisan. I don't care. As long as he doesn't believe in, and I'm speaking very broadly, but as long as he does not believe in the ideologies of any of America's enemies, then I don't care. As long as you, like, are an American, you can believe whatever you want. That's what this country's about. As long as you aren't like a commie, and I don't get the sense, and I know he's going to laugh if he ever heard this, I don't get the sense James O'Keefe is a commie. So Taterbug will probably agree. As long as he's not commie, or otherwise like Russian or something, he's fine.
That barreled through the...
What is the gold statue on the roof? It looks to be... So, Murder by Maester, I'm not trusting my eyes today. And, you know, it's weird. Someone in the chat earlier was like, this seems to be a land of illusion, like looking at this island. I don't even trust my eyes anymore, because I was convinced, looking at that, like, slits in the window, that there were cinder blocks there. Then it turns out there was, like, nothing. That was the craziest optical illusion I've seen, and that was just a little optical illusion. So I don't trust my eyes. Like, it looks to be... Hold on, I think we can zoom in a little bit here. Hold on. It looks to be like a bird, like an ancient bird. Hold on. That's probably the best we're going to get because he doesn't have the highest quality photo. But I don't think anyone does. It looks like a bird, okay? It seems to be like a taloned bird. They seem to be two different birds, one facing one way. They're facing a very specific direction, probably east and west. I don't know what they're looking at because I would need a map to determine if they're like looking at Mecca or like someplace. 1 second. I'll play the video.
Virgin Islands causing mass destruction. On the ground, there were 2 more statues that resemble centaurs, one holding a trident. We believe that those statues are what you actually see here. At the time of this video's capture, they appear to have been moved from the temple to a sheltered area for storage. The statues depict sea creatures from Greek mythology called ichthyocentaurs. They had a human upper body, the 4 legs of a horse, and a fish-like tail. Their names were Aphros, meaning sea foam, and Bythos, meaning the depths of the sea. They were often depicted in art as the beings that lifted Aphrodite, Greek goddess of beauty, from the ocean at the time of her birth. Now, approaching the temple, you can observe that the 3-dimensional qualities, the architectural features, have simply been painted on to a flat 2-dimensional surface, not unlike the sets for a stage play. Now we are on the inside of the temple. You're looking at a photograph taken inside the temple. There is no piano, no supervillain chair, no sacrificial altar, no child sacrifice. Appears to be no elevator going into the ground, as some have conjectured. Just another renovation project. Looks like it was never completed. Now, looking up at the ceiling, here's a high-quality photograph where you can see one more piece of art. A large canvas that depicts the zodiac constellations. It bears a striking resemblance to a year 1570 fresco on the ceiling of an Italian palace. Very similar images there. Now, many people have commented about this mysterious building and what could happen inside of it. The responses to our recent reports have actually been quite mixed. On the one hand, they've stimulated a groundswell of tips and information coming our way, including that mysterious chalkboard that we saw. We've actually received dozens of legitimate interpretations, and we'll be producing a report featuring you, our audience and subscribers, who came up with some incredible hypotheses and theories about what that all means. On the other hand, it seems as if no new mystery or incremental revelation will ever be enough for those now invested in learning how all this crazy story ends. A lot of people saying we need arrests. Now, I don't have the power to arrest anybody, but we do have the power to bring forward information. The conspiracy theories about this temple and the rest of the island will spin on forever. We don't need to spend time here enumerating all of them, but we'll leave you with this. The alternating light and dark stripes on the exterior of Epstein's building resemble an Islamic architectural style known as ablak. It can be seen in holy sites all over the world. The alternating light and dark stripes represent the spiritual concept of duality, light versus dark. Some might say good versus evil. Jeffrey Epstein built himself a temple. According to some reports, he played music here on a small black grand piano beneath the stars. Despite his alleged vast wealth, the temple seems like a cheap illusion, a set in a stage play that still needs an ending. Maybe you can help us find that ending. As we announced earlier, we posted all of the newly obtained video and photos of Epstein's island structures to our website, exclusive to our subscribers at O'KeefeMediaGroup.com, where you can subscribe and access everything you see here and more, and help us unveil this mystery and join our citizen journalism army. We read every tip, every message that comes in, we dissect and analyze to help us get to the truth. Send tips into our signal. Here is the number 914-491-9395 or to tips@O'Keefe.
A Republican from the Midwest, Lawrence E. King, is serving a 15-year prison sentence for a multi-million-dollar fraud. But financial crime is only half the story. This is the true story of Lawrence King. It is the story of an evil at the heart of America, of a cover-up at the highest level. One man is attempting to uncover the full story. John DeCamp is among the most highly decorated Vietnam veterans. A former Republican state senator in Lincoln, Nebraska, he is now a lawyer fighting the legacy of Lawrence King's evil network.
It's a web of intrigue that starts in our Holy of Holies, Boys Town, Nebraska, one of the most respected institutions in the United States, and spreads out like a spider web to Washington, D.C., right up to the steps of the nation's capital, the steps of the White House, involves some of the most respected and powerful and richest businessmen in this United States of America. And the centerpiece of the entire web is the use of children for sex and drug dealing and drug couriers, the compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
World-famed Boys Town is in the news again.
Made famous by an Oscar-winning film, Boys Town, Nebraska is America's favorite children's charity. It was founded in 1917 by Father Edward Flanagan.
The spectacle in our social life is the neglected, unwanted, and unloved boy who has become a serious problem in our society.
Boys Town was started to be a home for orphans. That was after World War I. And since then, society has changed and the problems of boys have changed. And so now it's a question of taking care of homeless, abandoned, neglected, abused boys, and now girls also.
With cash reserves of $500 million, Boys Town is the richest square mile in the world. It has been granted the privileges of an incorporated town, a Catholic diocese, and a school district for 500 boys and girls. 1/3 of its annual income is raised from public donations, solicited by begging letters and promotional videos.
I'm Father Val Peter, the caretaker of Father Flanagan's Stream and the executive director of Boys Town. Does Boys Town really exist, people ask me? You bet it does.
Located in the heartland of America, Boys Town youth have come from many backgrounds and locales. As they graduate, they shall seek new adventures and head for different places. But always, they shall carry with them the spirit of Boys Town. If you'd like to help Boys Town, send your tax-deductible gift to Father Val Peter, Boys Town, Nebraska, 68010.
Boys Town, for me, was the first thing I ever heard of when you think of institutions that you respect. Believe it or not, I was there for a while when I was a young boy. Probably worldwide, there's no institution other than Boys Town that has done so much good for so many children over such a long period of time so successfully. When an institution like that gets contaminated, purposes of abusing children instead of protecting children, then you better, if you got any decency at all, do something about it, or at least get it cleared up.
John DeCamp lays the blame for the contamination of Boys Town on the one-time leader of the National Black Republican Council, Larry King.
Larry King was the fastest rising black star in the entire Republican Party of the United States during all of the 1980s. And he was also one of the most evil individuals in this country in terms of being a dealer of children, in terms of being a thief, 40 million that they documented he stole, and in terms of using and compromising and corrupting one after another politicians.
The base for his network was a small People's Bank in Omaha, Nebraska, the Franklin Federal Credit Union. Larry King was its general manager.
Thank you. This is especially an exciting day for me.
Mr. King was a very charismatic person. When he came to the credit union, he was brought in because the credit union was actually failing. He did everything to build the credit union.
King courted the leaders of Omaha's wealthy business district. Banks, industry, and charities placed millions of dollars in King's hands. From 1979, Larry King developed close commercial ties to Boys Town, and Boys Town youngsters were sent to work for his companies.
Boys Town had quite a few accounts at Franklin Credit Union. Those were considered very valuable accounts. They were handled exclusively by the bookkeeping department. But on the average of once a month or once every 2 months, we always seemed to incorporate a person from Boys Town.
King used Boys Town as a source of young boys for his business and for sex and drug orgies. Paul Banassi was a victim of King's abuse. He was also sent by King to lure Boys Town youngsters off campus.
We used to just drive around and go up toward a home. That's when we used to do some of the scavenger hunts with picking up some of the kids. You know, just kind of win their confidence, become friends with them for a while. Start inviting them to the parties. The kids were 10 years old or older.
In 1986, King's plundering of Boys Town was reported by staff to the chief executive, Father Val Peter. Subsequent testimony proves that he carried out his own investigation, but that King's victims refused to talk.
Nebraska has a very clear statute that child abuse allegations should be reported to authorities. They shouldn't be reported to the principal of a school, the director of a facility. They should be reported directly to either Child Protective Services or law enforcement. An internal investigation at Boys Town would have no status. I mean, in other words, that evidence collected may be something that could augment, but it certainly could not take the place of an investigation, a criminal investigation.
Could you understand why a very detailed report from a social worker employed at Boys Town identifying children and identifying their alleged abusers never saw the light of day? Nothing happened with that.
No, I couldn't understand that, because had I known that had been, I wouldn't put up with that. But is that something like that happened? I don't know. Well, in retrospect, I regret having any association with Larry King. Had I known it at the time, it would never have happened.
Despite the investigation, Larry King remained free to feed his pedophilic parties with child victims. But in 1988, a routine review brought the Boys Town cases to the attention of Nebraska's State Foster Care Review Board.
And the information presented to the Foster Care Review Board, either via the telephone reports, the personal reports, or the reports we reviewed, Larry King's name was consistently present as someone that the youth were making allegations against. I mean, I turned that information over to authorities, and nothing happened. I would say we handed over at least a foot-high amount of material. Generally speaking, the allegations were ignored.
Omaha police now accept that Larry King may have been abusing children.
Good morning, Roberta.
Good morning, Pete.
But its most senior detective claims he never received any evidence.
It is certainly possible that Mr. King was involved in illegal acts with children. If there was sufficient evidence of those types of allegations, he would have been prosecuted by the county attorney's office.
For me, it was very clear that the case was not investigated and not pursued because of the alleged perpetrators.
Those perpetrators named by the children formed a ring of rich and powerful pedophiles in Omaha. Men from industry, politics, the media, even the police. Besides Larry King, ringleaders were department store billionaire Alan Baer, and the celebrity columnist of the Omaha World Herald newspaper, Peter Citron. With the judicial system apparently paralyzed, Larry King's political and business empire grew. He courted the Republican Party nationally and plundered Franklin's accounts to finance a luxury lifestyle of limousines, private planes and palatial homes, 3 in Omaha and 1 in Washington, D.C. Franklin's records show he spent $10 million on jewelry, flowers and private planes. And his lavish spending bought him a charmed life.
Larry King was constantly heralded, cheered, applauded in the news media as the great businessman that's helping the poor people, the black community of Omaha.
But King's extravagance attracted the attention of the Internal Revenue Service. As a result, on April the 11th, 1988, the Franklin Credit Union was raided and closed by the FBI. King was arrested, and a federal investigation showed he'd stolen $40 million from Franklin. But the FBI's inquiries were secret, and evidence of King's sex ring was quickly covered up. In November 1988, Nebraska's state government set up a parallel investigation into the Franklin financial collapse. A legislative committee was formed. Its chairman was the Republican head of Nebraska's banking committee, corn farmer and state senator Lawrence Schmidt. But the money trail led quickly to the original allegations of child abuse, and almost immediately anonymous threats began.
I received a phone call on the floor of the legislature. The caller did not identify himself, but he said, "Lauren, you do not want to have an investigation of the Franklin Federal Credit Union." And I asked who I was speaking to, and they said, "That doesn't matter, but you shouldn't have that investigation." And I said, "Well, why not?" He said, "It will reach to the highest levels of the Republican Party, and we're both good Republicans."
The night before we testified before the legislative committee, I did receive a phone call at home that said, "If you speak, you won't live to regret it."
Undeterred, Schmidt's committee hired professional investigators Karen Ormiston and Gary Caradori.
When we hired Mr. Caradori, I was very specific to him. I said, "We do not want you to bring to the committee rumors, innuendos, nothing that cannot be backed up with facts." I said, "Bring to the committee that which we can take to a prosecutor."
On the streets of Omaha, Gary Caradori and Karen Ormiston found new victims of King's pedophile network. Every new youngster told the same stories as those from Boys Town, covered up 3 years earlier.
They were telling us about prominent people in Omaha and elsewhere that were abusing children at parties.
The prominent citizens' names that originally came up were of concern to me because I knew many of those individuals, and I very frankly was shocked to have those names show up on the list.
Ormiston and Caradori recorded their new witnesses on videotape. A victim of abuse since he was 8, Paul Benassi was present at many of Larry King's sex parties.
Who were some of these people that would come to these parties? Larry King, Peter Citron, Wilson Wise, he didn't seem like he was like people.
Media personality Peter Citron procured some of his victims from Boys Town.
The kids he liked were mainly around the age of probably about 8 and 13. It was mainly fondling and oral sex with them. He did have some anal sex, but he usually did that with the older kids.
But Citron's abuse of Paul Benassi involved ever more sadistic parties.
He ended up tied me up and
Okay. they tied me up and had some other kids perform sex on me, and they were hitting me, and they burned me some cigarettes.
Okay, just take a deep breath now. Whenever you were tied up, was there anybody else present other than you, Peter Citron, and Danny King?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Alan Bear sometimes, Larry King, Bob Marino, and also Troy Bonner.
Troy Bonner would tie you up?
I was there.
Troy Bonner was 17 when he was introduced to the paedophile parties by Alan Bear.
He lifted me up, kind of moved me over the bed, said let's get on the bed, and put his head down, started performing oral sex on me while his penis was at my end.
As they say, a 69 position.
Yeah.
Alan Bear was a sick fuck. Didn't care, wanted sex, nasty, I don't even know if you can call it sex, and take it any way he can get it, pay for it, he liked to, but if he had to take it by force, he would. Larry King was the same kind of sick fuck Alan Bear was, except Larry King was more violent, more sure of himself, I would, see him fuck a 10-year-old boy in the ass, until he bled, and, just pull out and stop, and, push him down, and then go out and, meet with decent people.
King would also provide underage girls for abuse. Alicia Owen was 15 when she attended her first party.
I met some guys there that were from Boys Town, and it was at that party that I met Larry King. At the time that I met Larry King, I did not know that he was Larry King. I had met him. That was the first time I'd ever met him.
Alan Bear and Larry King frequently hosted the child sex parties in penthouse apartments at the Twin Towers luxury block.
A lot of it was me handcuffed with my hands behind my head and my feet tied, and doing different things.
What do you mean?
Sometimes there'd be a guy straddling over my face.
Okay.
Most of the time, Larry King took pictures quite a bit during that time.
I know it's difficult.
I don't know.
Okay.
And I think I could have said no.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay. And Alicia, you're a victim. And at a young age, let's go off camera for a minute.
We were appalled. It was incredible. It's incredible what these kids went through, I think.
I was shocked when I walked in. There was a kid, I would say about 15 years old, out in the middle of the room. One guy was standing in front of him. He was bent over, and the other guy was like reaching under him, playing with his nipples, while a guy whom Jeff told me was a police officer shoving beads up his rectum.
The police officer was shoving beads up his rectum?
Yes.
Everything, from just, touching to, fruit, squash, huge squash, that big around, stuck into your ass, heat things, hot things, poked at you and stuck in you, I got those scars on my arm one night at a party where Larry King was, and he had brought somebody, I don't clearly remember who it was, wanted to see how strong a men we were or something, you know, and have us push our arms together. And you push your arms together. King has these same scars. And you push them tight together, and then you light cigarettes, and as soon as you get burning, you just drop them down between your arms and, you know, let it burn. You know, and they made us stand there naked and touch each other by holding our arms together and burn cigarettes. You know, it's on film someplace. I mean, they filmed it, burning, you know.
And those of us that didn't like to be involved and didn't want to be involved were threatened.
I see. And who would do these threatening remarks?
Larry King.
Do you think Larry King personally did?
I think he did. And when they threatened, you know, that I can go find somebody that will kill you, and it will kill your family, he didn't tell anybody.
Larry King was also here. He came in and we drank and did cocaine. I didn't do much. He turned me on to what Larry King did.
He didn't like me because, you know, I would get high on drugs, you know, and I would question him about, you know, how can you do that? I mean, once I asked him, you know, he wanted me to shit on him, urinate on him, you know, and I did gladly. You know, I mean, you know, I even said to him, you know, you stupid fucker. You know, I mean, I just said, and you're paying me money, how can you get into that, you know? And I got, you know, beat up by it. I came home here a lot of times beat to shit from, you know, misspeaking my tongue, so to speak, and, you know, just telling them how I felt sometimes.
Drugs was a strong part of how they got control of some of the kids, because that's what some of the kids were there to get. They would do the sexual acts and then be provided with cocaine or whatever type of drug they wanted.
Heroin, you know, I don't know, but that was my drug of choice, you know. Till this day I remain an addict, you know.
Larry King was, I would say, the center of transporting the children around the country. The airplanes were usually in his name, at least in his name. They were paid for by Larry King.
We met them in Pasadena.
Met who in Pasadena?
We met, Larry King was there. There was 3 boys that I had seen at one of the receptions at the French Cafe were there. And I'm almost positive they were Boys Town boys. Almost positive. They were there.
You mean graduates of Boys Town or present?
I think they were present because they were young.
Well, how would they get away for a long period of time?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Boys Town came up frequently during the investigation, but we found it very difficult to get information about Boys Town. I was not able to find any information on my visit there, and Mr. Caradori could not get information either.
"4 years on, Boys Town remains unwilling to discuss its involvement with Larry King. We asked for an interview with Chief Executive Father Val Peter, but Boys Town's public affairs officer refused.
I would have to give you a flat no. I'm just going to tell you at this point that we will not participate with you. We have no interest in talking to you folks. It's something that we don't even care to delve into.
Hi.
Hi, is Father Val Peter available, please?
You can check in his office. It's the first one on the...
Thank you very much. We're here because we have to give Father Val Peter and Boys Town every opportunity to talk to us about the very serious allegations.
Please turn your recorder off. Please step outside.
Why is it that Boys Town is unwilling to discuss your relationship with Larry King?
You don't have a relationship with Larry.
I'm afraid papers that we possess show that Boys Town had a relationship with Larry King.
I just suggest you be very careful about what you report. Excuse me. Unless you leave.
By the spring of 1989, so serious were the child abuse allegations before the Franklin Committee that its chairman, Lawrence Schmidt, sought the advice of his lawyer, John DeCamp. He told Schmidt to turn over all the evidence to the FBI. Immediately, the videotape testimony was leaked to a hostile media.
The media immediately started discrediting the witnesses. They were, the witnesses came across in the media, in the Omaha World Herald, especially, as the criminals.
The last 3 victim witnesses were demolished by the press, particularly the Omaha World Herald. The paper never looked for information that would support any of the allegations. The whole purpose of the stories was to destroy any credibility that these youth may have.
I've heard that people said that Gary Caradori coached me and that he told me what to say, but the fact was I didn't meet Gary Caradori until way after I'd already talked to the Omaha police about the abuse and had named all the same people. And they didn't ask me very much about Larry King or even Alan Bear at all. They treated the allegations that I made about the people who abused me almost like a joke.
The information did not come our way. It was given, as I said, to the FBI and Nebraska State Patrol. They conducted their own investigations of the information. The stories were of such significance that the investigators first wanted to prove the accuracy of the stories. As they set about the investigation of the 3, initially 3, and then a 4th person who were telling the stories, as the investigation developed, it became obvious to the investigators that the information was not accurate, that in fact it was an entire conspiracy of allegations, none of which had any truth to them.
I was very disappointed with the way the FBI and law enforcement treated the victims. They, in fact, turned them into the offenders, so to speak. And instead of taking the evidence that was delivered to them by the victims and interrogating the persons whom the victims identified, they seemed to bear down and try to get the victims to change their story.
Troy Bonner was brought in for questioning by the FBI.
The FBI's attitude was, just no, that these kind of things don't happen. From the first interview when I went, and realized they don't believe a fucking thing I'm saying, they were just appalled. But I realized what that look in their eye was back then. It was fear. It was fear of every, I had witnessed, firsthand things that would, destroy this city, people, a position, you know what I mean? It's not going to be believed, they said. It will not be believed. You will be found guilty of perjury, and they weren't telling me maybe. They were saying, there's no way. You go on with this story, you're going to jail. That was said to me direct. Just out of fear, I came to recant the story out of fear.
Troy Bonner agreed to recant his videotape testimony and state instead that his evidence had been invented. Next, the FBI used Troy in an attempt to trap Alicia Owen into recanting her evidence about Larry King's ring of powerful pedophiles. The phone call, recorded by the FBI on March the 9th, 1990, proves conclusive evidence for John DeCamp.
This is Special Agent Michael F. Mott. The following will be a consensually recorded telephone call between Troy Bonner and Alicia Owen.
Hello. Hi. Hey, what's going on?
I'd like to ask you that.
Talk to me.
No, you talk to me. I don't understand what you're lying. Why are you lying?
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm asking you.
You're calling me why I'm lying?
Yeah.
You can talk to this whole thing, Alicia.
You're full of shit.
Either tell me what's going on.
You're full of shit.
Hey, look.
Who do you have listening on the line?
I have nobody listening to me. I'm listening to you, and I'm hoping you give me some fucking answers.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what kind of game you're playing.
I'm not trying to play a game.
And I don't know who you have listening to this phone call.
You're being stupid, Alicia. I'm not going to go to jail for you. And that's what's going to happen.
Why don't you go to jail? Jail for telling the truth?
No, jail for lying.
What have you lied about?
I haven't lied.
Okay, but why are...
Listen, shut up. Listen to me. You're not out here being talked to them every day. The pressure's kind of hard.
You literally have to have bricks for brains to take on the FBI in this country. And that's exactly what you'd have to do this properly. They now, in my opinion, in my investigation, are the architects of the cover-up.
We asked the FBI for an interview about its investigation of the Franklin scandal.
Larry Holmquist with the FBI here. We feel it would be inappropriate for us to comment. We work this with the Omaha Police Department, and we just don't feel it would be appropriate for us to make comments.
As Gary Caradori and Karen Ormiston sought out new witnesses on the streets of Omaha, they found themselves under constant threat.
Gary was threatened several times. His vehicles were tampered with. I would think whoever tampered with them, it was a scare tactic because it was so obvious that they were being tampered with.
Gary there was one piece of evidence I know he got that he even said he got one step ahead of him this time. He told us about this book. It was like addresses, telephone numbers, names. He said if they knew he had it, they'd kill him.
On July the 11th, 1990, Gary Caradori and his 8-year-old son, AJ, were flying home from Chicago. They had watched the All-Stars baseball game, and Caradori had been pursuing new leads.
Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board are in Harold Cameron's cornfield trying to determine what caused this private plane to crash, killing its 2 occupants.
The bodies of Gary Caradori and 8-year-old AJ were found in the wreckage.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators say wreckage from the crash is apparently strewn over a 3/4 to 1 mile long stretch in this field.
The fact that the wreckage is scattered over a large area certainly demonstrates that it did break up in flight. The exact mechanism of breakup yet is still unknown.
The federal investigation was never able to discover what tore the plane apart.
There are things missing from the plane. His briefcase is missing. Again, we'll never know what all was missing because I don't know what he had with him. I don't know what he did in Chicago. He may have had information he was coming back with.
Within 24 hours of the tragedy, FBI agents impounded all records of the investigation. Gary's widow, Sandy, is still unable to come to terms with her loss.
As a mother, I don't want to ever think that somebody murdered my child, let alone my husband. But I think if you'd ever talk to any parent, be it mother or father, who's ever lost a child, I mean, the worst thing that you can think of is that somebody would want to murder a child.
I really feel that somebody killed my brother. And inside me, I know that somebody killed my brother. If somebody could help us out somewhere, somebody knows something. And may God help those who did that to him and his family.
Gary Caradori's death pricked Troy Bonner's conscience. He promised Sandy that he would recant his recantation and tell the truth.
I set the record straight. I was, going to do it. And would, the truth would come out, and somebody would be held accountable for his death. And then at the funeral I had seen, FBI guys, and they looked at me. I was supposed to meet Senator Labetz and Schmidt for lunch after the funeral. And, that's when I decided, I told my mom, we're not going to do the lunch. We're going to hightail it out of Lincoln now.
The effect of Gary's crash on the investigation, I think, in effect, put an end to anybody else coming forward with sensitive information like this.
That's when I was finished, because I figured out if they murdered Gary and his son, there was nothing that would stop him. There was no piece of paper, there was nothing we could come up with that was going to get anything done.
Under pressure from the FBI, Troy Bonner agreed to tell a Douglas County grand jury investigating Larry King that he and Alicia Owen had concocted the entire child abuse story on payment of a $500 bond. Troy Bonner was to be the star witness against Alicia Owen, but he grew uneasy about maintaining what he claims were the lies fed to him by the FBI. But when his brother Sean died in an inexplicable gun accident, Troy and his family were convinced they'd been sent a warning message.
You know, and they killed him just flat out, right? Somehow, professionally, made something happen, you know, to shut me up.
The purpose of Sean's death? To instill fear. And it worked.
Do I feel guilty about my brother? Yes, I do. That's where all this is coming from. This is where the energy, that's where the energy is coming from, that I'm getting to do this. It's for him, because, I mean, it should have been me there instead of him. Really. I mean, I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad, but I mean, he was brilliant and you know, innocent. You know, it should have been me. I mean, he had so much to give. I've taken so much. You know, it should have been the other way around.
I can explain to you what it feels like to lose a child. But when you see the pain your kids have because of that, it's much worse. I can't do anything for him. I can't take that pain away for him.
Lauren Schmidt's legislative committee issued a report denouncing the grand jury. 2 months later, it was disbanded, leaving Schmidt a broken man.
The message was not lost on most politicians in Nebraska. I think the message that was delivered was, if any legislative committee ever tries to conduct a thorough investigation again, the same thing will happen. It has shaken my faith in the institutions of government. I used to be a firm believer that the system would work, and that people who did things wrong would be punished. And we discovered victims who claimed to have been abused and who the grand jury acknowledged had been abused. But they did not try to find out who had abused those individuals. Instead, they convicted Alicia Owen of perjury. Indefensible from my point of view.
In July 1991, Alicia Owen was convicted of perjury. Her sentence was between 9 and 25 years.
I can't find a case in the history of this country where some kid got sentenced to 25 or 30 years in prison for something like this. If you were going to pick a what I call a tell sign, something that says something fishy about the whole thing, it was in the sentencing itself. For some reason, they had to send a signal to every kid who was a potential witness. My opinion again. A signal so loud and clear, if you dare to come forward, if you dare to talk, watch what happens.
3 months later, Larry King was jailed for the $40 million fraud. He was given a 15-year sentence, 10 years less than Alicia Owen. John DeCamp is now the only man fighting to help Larry King's victims. He has become the lawyer for Paul Benassi and Alicia Owen.
I live in Nebraska. Hell, I was born here, raised here. I have 4 kids growing up here. Like it or not, it's my heritage, you know? Well, if it's a dirty cesspool that I gotta live in or look back on that I left, that ain't good. The real cost, if I were gonna say to my family, has been the fear and intimidation it's put in some of the kids. A couple of the kids are really, really frightened and really had some sleeping problems over, you know, hear this or that. So that's been the real concern I've had.
In the face of mysterious threats, John has turned for advice to his friend and one-time boss, former head of the CIA, Bill Colby.
Old Bill Colby told me better than anything. The one thing that the bad people can't afford is publicity, and knocking you off right now or doing something obvious to one of your kids would bring them more trouble than it's worth.
I said, you have to consider the possibility of some danger to not only your reputation, but to your person. I mean, people do react rather violently to some kinds of charges, or particularly if they're true, there's more apt to be a negative reaction than if they're false. If they're false charges, then they can be reacted to in a normal way, by a libel suit or whatever. But if there's truth in it, there can be a danger in that situation. We've seen that happen in other cases.
John DeCamp has arranged to meet Troy Bonner, the young man he sees as the key to the cover-up.
He's in great danger. The reason is he carries the secret, so to speak. He served his purpose for the FBI and others by committing the lies that put the seal on the cover-up. His greatest safety probably lies in doing exactly what he knows he should do, that is exposing the whole thing, taking one final last chance and telling the truth.
My fears are that, I'm not going to be believed again. It's just, going to be a whole other kind of exploitation like it was last time. And afraid that that's going to happen, or, I might end up dead, or a loved one might end up dead again. I want this to go forward and have something done so that all those other kids who are a lot worse, more worse things have happened to can come forward and see that action can be taken, because there are a lot of other kids out there that, things happen to them that, a lot worse than happened to me.
You have to, if you want to protect yourself and your life and your family's life, both now and particularly in the future, is to use the institutions of government that have been set up to protect you and make them work. That means you go into federal court, you go after the people that have done this cover-up, and you expose it so there's no longer any percentage on their part in eliminating you because the secret's out.
That's why we're here today, to let it out.
I have no doubt that he's now telling the truth, number one, and number two, that he originally told the truth. Potentially, they could decide to charge him with perjury, because now he is telling that they forced me to lie. I did lie at Alicia's trial. I did lie before the grand jury. I did it because the authorities were forcing me to do it, and I was scared for my family. My brother had been killed when I tried to back out the one time. Potentially, they could charge him with perjury this time.
Alicia Owen is out of prison and on bail, while DeCamp appeals against her perjury conviction. As he prepares for a court hearing, new evidence of the cover-up emerges, and once again it involves Troy Bonner's evidence.
The tapes that were shown to the grand jury had been edited. Everything that matched Troy's statement
Was shown.
that matched mine
Because I know it's
was
raised.
edited out. And I think maybe one of the things we want to do is show the judge specifically where these, little 5-minute segments of, look, this tape says this, and then show him it isn't in this tape, and this is the tape the grand jury saw.
I'm going to attempt to get these tapes, and we'll see what happens next.
But to obtain the evidence, DeCamp must approach some of the very officials he believes were involved in the cover-up, the county attorney's office which ran the grand jury.
In the good old Alicia Owen case, 127-194, I'm trying to get the evidence, the tapes and the transcripts of Troy and Danny, Troy Bonner.
It might be downstairs. We get that up here once.
Yeah. I think there's 2 tapes. There should be, as I understand, and the transcript of them. But if I could get them, I could start reviewing and figure out maybe a little bit on what's happening on some things.
It's up at the county attorneys. They have all the bills up there.
Robert, let me guess, Robert Siegler has them.
Robert Siegler is the prosecuting attorney fighting to send Alicia Owen back to prison. After lengthy negotiations, DeCamp emerges with the tapes the grand jury never saw.
I went with $4,000. I bought $4,000 of cocaine.
Okay, and what airline?
I flew out of American.
Okay, and did you go direct?
No, there was a stopover in Denver. No, it was a stopover in Dallas-Fort Worth.
So you went from where to where to where?
I went from Omaha to Dallas-Fort Worth, like an hour, and then a big plane from Dallas to Los Angeles.
Right. Did anybody go with you?
Alicia Owen.
If this indeed were left out of the grand jury proceedings, then I am totally shocked and angry beyond words. Here it is, so to speak, the smoking gun that they could go out and verify, the corroboration. In other words, the linkage to King that was denied. Cover-up. Organized, planned, deliberate cover-up.
The courthouse, Wahoo, Nebraska. The hearings begin. Alicia Owen is ready to testify. So too is Paul Bonassi. But there is no sign of Troy Bonner. DeCamp discovers that Robert Siegler has sent the young man a threatening subpoena. Fearing arrest for perjury, Troy has gone into hiding.
Let's try and subpoena him for these guys. Is Troy okay? Yeah, he's okay. They're just not going to have him testify until after he does. Okay, Troy's not here. Where's Alicia? No. Should we go?
In court, DeCamp successfully pleads for another adjournment. The county attorney's office begins to search for Troy Bonner, but Robert Siegler won't say why.
I'll ask you whether you're about to charge Troy Bonner with perjury.
Oh, no.
Why no comment, Mr. Siegler? You're a public official, aren't you? Mr. Siegler, is it true you are about to charge Troy Bonner with perjury?
No comment.
Mr. Siegler, if you do not charge Troy Bonner with perjury, does that mean you accept what he is saying is true?
No comment.
Why not try to have Troy Bonner summoned to this hearing, Mr. Siegler?
No comment.
Why no comment, Mr. Siegler?
No comment.
Stepped forward in any way, or even was a potential witness that somebody heard about, has either been killed, put in jail under some theory or other, terrified or run out of the state, discredited. Every perpetrator, even the convicted ones, have been treated as conquering heroes. Obviously, the FBI was protecting something a lot more significant than a bunch of old pedophiles having improper relations with little boys. They were protecting something a lot more significant than a bunch of drug peddlers. They were protecting, in my opinion, they were protecting some very prominent politicians, some very powerful and wealthy individuals associated with those politicians and the political system, up to and including the highest political people in this entire country.
In search of answers, John DeCamp goes to Washington to investigate Larry King's powerful connections in the nation's capital. Paul Bonassi has come too. Larry King threw child sex parties at his $5,000 a month Washington house. Paul Bonassi was one of the victims.
Larry King's house down in Washington, D.C. was a nice house. It was on what I believe it was Embassy Row, because that's what they kept talking about. There were a lot of flags from different countries when you drove around in the area.
So tell me, Paul, how often did you
come here?
I was about 14, about 1981, and at first it was about 3 or 4 times the first year. After that, it was about once a month after 81.
And who brought you here?
Larry King brought me here.
And this is the actual house where you...
Yes.
And what, you were used for sex there?
Yes. Some of the parties, when they started off, were straight political type parties with no sex. And then when some of the men had left, some of the politicians had left, the ones that had planned on engaging in some type of sexual activity, that would come after the party. Some of the kids would be held downstairs in some of the rooms where if they acted up or if they started freaking out because of the drugs that they were on, they'd put them in a room that they couldn't get out of, and they'd lock them in.
Were there drugs at these parties?
Yes.
What kind of drugs?
Anything you wanted. Cocaine, heroin, speedballs.
You're telling me those things were at these parties where you had Larry King and prominent politicians?
Yes.
Were they readily available to anybody at the party?
At the after parties, they were readily available for anybody. Beforehand, they did it more upstairs than they did anywhere else, and it was kind of in the back rooms.
Were any attempts ever made that you know of to expose this situation?
As far as I know, nothing's ever been done, and most of the people that were in there had already been, I guess you say, compromised.
King's partner in sex crime was powerful Washington lobbyist Craig Spence. He took youngsters like Benassi on midnight tours of the White House.
So you were in the White House then?
Yes.
And how did you gain access?
Well, I came down with Larry King, but Craig Spence was the one that arranged the trip for us. And it was kind of a gift for our services that we were doing.
How many times were you on this kind of a trip?
I came to it on 2 times.
2 times. And were you used for sex on those occasions?
Not until after we left.
After you left the White House?
Yeah.
What time of night?
It was usually around midnight. For me, it was just kind of weird being in the White House at that time of the night, getting to go into places that the guy was telling us that nobody gets to go to. I mean, I've seen rooms in there that I'd never even heard about. Craig Spence and Larry King had a couple of groups. One was called Bodies by God, and they had the Cowboys, and there was another group that was started by Larry King, which was called the Golden Boys, which was kids that were usually under the age of approximately 10.
On the trail of Craig Spence, DeCamp finds the investigative reporter who exposed Spence's callboy network, Paul Rodriguez of the Washington Times.
We had uncovered a series of allegations from some minors, and it led me to a callboy operation here in Washington.
Well, it sure fits with, this boy Paul Benassi. And he tells a tale of being brought to the White House on occasion, kind of as a reward for the kid.
Craig Spence's dad, he committed suicide. He had advanced stages of AIDS. He was an AIDS carrier, and he killed himself. This was the thing that always bothered me. They claimed it was the largest male prostitution ring in the city that they've ever had uncovered. It was $1 million a year minimum.
Yeah.
And yet they only prosecuted the operator, Henry Vinson, and 3 of his lieutenants, as it were. Mm-hmm. They never went after any of the Johns or the clients. This operation, which was, again, quite large, claimed to have clients that ran from the White House to the Capitol Hill to the State House to the churches, within the media.
And that's precisely what Paul describes as the people he was with.
And a lot of the stuff led there, but we couldn't quite nail it at all cases because, again, to accuse someone of high stature, you've got to be very careful.
I understand.
We were able to do it through the mother lode was provided us credit card receipts and canceled checks, and then lists of the clients. The prosecutors knew all this stuff. There was approximately 20,000 pieces of 20,000 documents that they had. They sealed the entire record when they found out I was accessing it. They required consent agreements from all the lawyers, all the clients, all the relatives of all the clients, all the hookers, including the clients themselves.
Which means you can never gain access.
They sealed them by court order. And we've attempted on several occasions to unseal that, and we've been told it will be a cold day in hell before those records ever get unsealed. And it makes me wonder what's in those records.
Yeah.
The Attorney General is now involved. Bill Colby has passed DeCamp's evidence to a senior lawyer in the Justice Department.
He did say that the Attorney General's office would be very sensitive to any charges of abuse of children, that this was a matter of considerable priority to the department, that this sort of thing not take place, and that they would assign an officer to look into the case.
For John DeCamp, the story of Larry King's corrupt empire holds a dire warning for America.
If you can control about 3 or 4 key elements, you can totally own a state. You can make right wrong. You can make truth falsehood, falsehood truth. If you control the media, if you control the Justice Department, if you control the police, you own the system.
It's beyond belief that arguably the most powerful person in the world, the President of the United States, in the form of Richard Nixon, could not prevent the investigation of Watergate, or that President Reagan could not prevent the investigation of Iran-Contra, and yet somehow this group of unnamed, unknown, anonymous individuals in Omaha, Nebraska have such power they can control and protect all of these people from being investigated. Those allegations are ridiculous.
Well, first of all, Nixon did cover up Watergate. Number one. Bush did cover up Iran-Contra, at least officially. And Omaha has successfully covered up this situation. In each case, it was the press that exposed the problem. It wasn't institutions of government. They had been corrupted. They had been compromised. They were the ones doing the cover-up. The Justice Department, acting through FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Omaha, emerges from the record of the Franklin investigation, not so much as a party to the cover-up, but as its coordinator. Rigging grand juries, harassment of witnesses, incitement to perjury, and tampering with evidence, federal personnel were seen to apply all those techniques in the Franklin case.
Hello, my name's Grant Thurdellis. That was intense. To those of you who have not seen that documentary before, firstly, thank you to Murder by Maestro for being so kind to share it, because it was incredibly important. I turned monetization off because I don't think that content is very intense, but I don't think anyone who watched that would come to any conclusion other than there are some eerie similarities to what's happening with the Epstein situation, which is why we watched that. Now listen, I have come to understand that some of Kate Peters' friends, I don't know if it's Kim Fair or who it is, they are tuning in. This may be one, I've been told by Colleen Henry and Buck Towell that Kate Peters fans are tuning in. So let me just, hold on, I'm going to become Big Towel. Okay, this is me, I am Big Towel. Have you ever met Big Towel? That's Big Towel. See a little bit, see, that's me, I'm a Big Towel. Now, if you're a fan of Kate Peter, I would like to introduce you to Pete Bunny Towel. Okay? Now, I heard that you all have a really big TV. I don't know if it's Kim Fair or Carrie Lama or who. But this is Pete Bunny Towel. So he'd like to say hello to you. Okay? All of you Kate Peter friends, whoever it was, whether it was Kim Fair or Carrie Lama. This is Pete Bunny Towel, and he is on your TV now. Now, you may be saying to yourself, why am I staring at a man holding a giant Pete Bunny Towel on my TV? Well, I think you're going through what's called deprogramming. Now, I think a lot of you maybe are starting to realize. Now, I want Pete Bunny Towel to help me deliver this message. So let me speak to him for a second. Now, Pete Bunny Towel, I have some disturbing news. Well, it's not really disturbing, but it's upsetting for Kate Peter, I think. I don't like her very much either. Oh, that's incredibly cruel, Pete Bunny Towel. Oh my goodness. Pete Bunny Towel called Kate Peters Shrek. Okay? Listen, I didn't. Pete Bunny Towel, listen to me. You cannot just go around calling Kate Peters Shrek because you're upset. Okay? We're not starting off that way. Okay, Pete Bunny Towel? Okay. Now, I was explaining to the people, okay, that are Kate Peters fans. They're watching on the TV. I think it's Carrie Lama, maybe Kim Fair. I don't know. They're going through deprogramming. I think they realized the FBI was at the hearing yesterday, and Kate Peter and Jason Broyles worked with Brian Tully to release Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction under color of law. And then Kate Peter and Jason found out that Lindsay was cooperating with the FBI and went to her hearing yesterday to try to sabotage her agreement. And the FBI might have been there. Pete Bunny Towel, are you in the FBI? No, he has no comment. You're not in the FBI, Pete Bunny Towel. You are a Pete Bunny. I understand. And so anyway, they're going through some deprogramming. I think there's a little bit of an issue here. They're struggling a little bit in the sense that, there's some cognitive dissonance. I think a lot of them either knew what Kate was up to, okay, or enabled it. All right, Pete Bunny Towel. And now they're kind of being left to realize that if Kate and Jason yesterday couldn't sabotage Lindsay's agreement, then Kate's out of power. Well, the only reason people would tolerate Kate, she's kind of annoying, and she's rude, and it's just not she says religion is BS. That one hurt, I know. And so they only were in her orbit because of power. And if she can't even stop something like that agreement from happening, and if they sandbagged Kate and Jason by not even telling them they were going to close this case, think about it. All Kate and Jason's hard work, Pete Bunny Towel, for 6 months to get Lindsay in a situation where she'd constantly have to fear going to court and all of that to use against her. They lost it all in 12 hours, Pete Bunny Towel, 24 hours. And then they potentially fell for a setup. Oh, goodness, Pete Bunny Towel. I'm just going to bring you in front of me. They potentially fell for a setup, Pete Bunny Towel. Do you understand? And tried to sabotage the 28776 agreement potentially in front of an FBI agent at Attleboro District Court yesterday. How wild is that? So Kate Peters' friends, they're going through some deprogramming, Pete Bunny Towel, and I think they need you right now, okay? Would Pete Bunny Towel tell us if Pete Bunny was in the FBI? Oh, goodness. Listen. Pete Bunny Towel, he can't be in the FBI. He is a Pete Bunny Towel. I don't think you have to be sentient to get hired in the FBI. He is a Pete Bunny Towel. As far as I'm aware, if you were in Attleboro District Court yesterday and you saw this Pete Bunny Towel, let me know. But as far as I'm aware, Pete Bunny Towel is not in the FBI and was not at Attleboro District Court yesterday. He's only on the screen right now as a comfort Pete Bunny Towel because Kate Peters' fans, apparently, and some of her cult members are going through deprogramming. Now, listen. When you go through deprogramming, it's kind of like your receptors stop firing serotonin. I'm not a doctor. This is just me analyzing. Your receptors are going to start firing oxytocin or whatever those chemicals are, serotonin, dopamine, differently, right? Because the discord won't feel the same. Your social life won't feel the same. She's exposed. So is Broyles and Tully. And what do you do if now you're Kate Peter and Jason Broyles and your plans have all failed and you're potentially the target of a federal probe and you have no allies left and your friends are watching Pete Bunny Towel like Kim Fair, maybe Carrie Lama, and they need a comfort Pete Bunny Towel because they're going through deprogramming? I'll be there for them. You know what I'm saying? Towel will be there for you. You take your anger out all you want on me, Kim Fair. Towel and Pete Bunny Towel will be here when you realize and are willing to repent and atone for covering up Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and Jason Broyles leaking Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction because you wanted to go back to high school and sit at the cool kids table. Kim Fair is kind of like an alienated Democrat. She kind of gets in Facebook wars with local politicians or something. I don't know if she's a liberal or I think she's a liberal. She might be a conservative. I don't know. I've never asked her. But she's either a liberal or a conservative who gets into arguments on local Facebook groups. And so she's kind of infamous amongst like a small North Shore contingent. who like local people who argue on Facebook groups. I don't know, like I post some things to Facebook groups to let people know about them. I've never really argued on them, so I don't really get why Kim Fair was known for that, but good for her. But anyway, so, you know, it's a little weird, you know what I'm saying? I think people have to go through some deprogramming, and they, like, a lot of these people are kind of wayward souls, you know? Kim Fair is kind of like the Pete Bunny towel, you know? She just is going through the world and I think she wants to feel loved, you know? So Kate Peter offers this very artificial veneer of community and love as long as you do what you're told. And when you don't do what you're told, it gets a little ugly, you know? And I think people, just like with that documentary we were watching, they thought that Kate Peter and Brian Tully had everything under control. Why would Jason Broyles get charged? Why would the feds ever look into this? Lindsay's just a poor single mother, you know? She has no political connections. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was a bad miscalculation. Didn't Kate know that... Well, I'll just leave that redacted. I'm a little towel, okay? I'm a little towel, not a big towel. This is Pete Bunny Towel, though, and he's going to help. You know what? I've decided. Pete Bunny Towel has a new name. Pete Bunny Towel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to now be known as the Kate Peter Cult Contingent Deprogramming Pete Bunny Towel. So every time we need to help with Kate Peter's friends going through their deprogramming, we're going to bring Pete Bunny Towel up on the screen. We're going to bring Pete Bunny Towel up in other contexts, too. He has multiple roles. He's also Bunny Towel's, you know, best friend. When Bunny Towel does well at trivia, Pete Bunny Towel shows up. But from now on, when we have to have a talk with Kate Peter's fans, like Kim Fair, or her cult members, or Carrie Lam, or whatever it may be, we just sit down, okay? We just sit with the chair. We bring the Pete Bunny Towel on screen. And then that's a sign that we're going into comfort Pete Bunny deconditioning mode, okay? Then Pete Bunny Towel and I will sit here, we'll talk to you very gently, and we'll help you come to terms with your sins. Kim Fair and other people that enabled Kate Peter, like Carrie Lam. And, you know, I think that's a very good way. I heard Carrie or something was watching Towel. I don't know who it was watching Towel on the big screen. And that's why I brought up Pete Bunny Towel. Look how adorable he is. Don't you already feel better that Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Jason Broyles might face federal charges for leaking Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction? Doesn't Pete Bunny Towel just make you feel like, oh, okay, I can breathe now. I'll go and, you know, this is what he's for. He's helping to decondition you. Okay, so we're going to do it very gently. I'm going to be very, very kind and compassionate. And I'm not going to, you know, dwell on the fact that a lot of you knew Jason Broyles was Haley. I think, you know, like Kim might have known. Kate definitely knew. And covered it up. And Brian Tully also intentionally didn't charge Mr. Broyles, because Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles all wanted that extraction out there. So this is Pete Bunny Towel, and he's going to teach you how to put principles over your drive to relive high school and find parasocial meaning in your existences, okay? We're going to help you find real friends in the real world. Pete Bunny Towel is going to be the very first one. We're going to show you that unconditional love and compassion exists, and you don't have to find self-worth by, like, you know, being obsequious and a member of Kate Peter's cult, okay? You don't have to be a PI for her. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You don't have to take money. Your life can have meaning outside of Kate Peter. I know. Now, listen, I know this is very hard to hear. I know some of you might be weeping. I'm looking at you, Kim Fair. I know that the deconditioning causes one's soul to tear open, you know. And that's the price we pay for our sins. You should extol the virtue of your sins manifesting in those tears. You know, Kim? I'm talking to Kim Fair. That's just very important. That's a cathartic release. That's you saying, I'm free from the Shrek devil woman in Kate Peter. I don't have to be afraid. I can go have real friendships and a real life. The world is bigger than internet nerds. Listen, Pete Bunny Towel, they're going to need your help here. So don't get too overwhelmed. I know this is just stage one of the deconditioning. I'm not talking to anyone in chat. We're talking to whoever, Carrie Lam or whoever the hell, Kim Fair, whoever the hell was watching on the TV. This is Pete Bunny Towel. and he's helping you decondition, okay? And I really appreciate that you have put so much effort into helping yourself deprogram and decondition. It's going to be a little hard, but I promise you the Towel Friends will show you love and compassion throughout this process, okay? And when Kate ends up, hopefully, God willing, federally indicted alongside Jason Broyles and Brian Tully for leaking Lindsay Catani's cell phone extraction under color of law, well, we'll be here for you, okay? We'll be here to comfort you. You are not alone, okay? You're not going to find meaning amongst other people here, right? But we will help you find meaning in your life outside of Kate Peters' internet nerd cult, okay? You don't have to fear. You will not be alone. I'm talking to Kim Fair mostly. Like, there's meaning out there beyond making AI videos on Discord with Kate Peter. I promise. Okay? There's a whole world out there. The world is bigger than internet nerds covering each other like Kate Peter and Aidan Kearney. Okay? We're going to be just fine. I promise. You're going to... Pete Bunny Towel is here with me and you. And Kim Fair or Carrie Lama, whoever. You're going to be just fine, okay? It's going to be fine. You can get out of that cult, and we are here to support you, okay? We'll call it the Kate Peters Survivors Network, okay? All right? Everybody feeling good? All right, there we go. Thank you, Pete Bunny Towel. Was there anything else you would like to tell the people of the world after this very important deprogramming session? Oh, my goodness. That's what you want me to say. I mean, it sounds like something I would say. I will let them know. He says Kate Peter and her couch can both get fucked. Thank you, Pete Bunny Towel. You have a good day now. All right, so I am thrilled. Steph, that was deprogramming. That was deprogramming hour. That was important. Grant as Mr. Rogers to the Kate Peters is what I need. Apparently, I'm Mr. Rogers Towel now. I think we all needed that moment of levity after that last very intense documentary about some very bad people. All right, on that topic, this is our last towel documentary for the day. Now, we are going to watch a documentary about the Finders. Murder by Maestro sent this in, and hopefully this will help with, whether it's Kim or Carrie Lama, whoever, hopefully it'll help with their deprogramming even more, like seeing historical examples. There's really a public information service, you know what I'm saying? And maybe these historical examples will help them deprogram. That's very important, you know what I'm saying? We cannot abandon these people if our principles mean anything. We're not going to abandon Kim Fair because Kate Peters' cult collapses. That's wrong, okay? Even if she covered up the leak of Lindsay Catani's phone extraction and Kate and Broyles working with Tully to do it. We're not just going to throw Kim Fair to the wind. She deserves to have relationships too, and human contact, and a whole world exists outside of Kate Peters' 100 internet friends and the nerds that she's around. You can do it, Kim Fair. I have faith in you. With that, my name's Grant Spendelis. Let's watch. Oh, goodness. Why is there a pentagram? This must be really evil. The last people we watched, they were pretty evil. These people are probably going to be pretty evil, too. This is a documentary about the Finders cult. I know nothing about this outside of what Murder by Maestro was describing. Obviously, the same warning applies as you saw on the screen in the last video. This is an educational commentary where we're going to learn about some disturbing material. You should use discretion when watching this material, and you should use it for historical educational purposes. And that's what we are doing. Furthermore, I turned off monetization, so thank you for watching for your educational purposes. I'm not going to monetize this kind of content. This is very disturbing. This is your graphic content warning. But it is on YouTube, so...
Your only chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
Cults. They live among us. They walk beside us. They're hidden in plain sight. We like to think that cults operate on a level underneath us. But sometimes it's quite the opposite. In 2019, the FBI Records Twitter account released a 600-page document about their investigation into the Finders cult. The tweet gained a massive amount of attention from online users and conspiracy theorists. Maybe you've heard about this mysterious group from around the internet. You may have even heard about some of the eerie practices this group was said to partake in. Curious myself, I decided to look into the documents, only to find that a lot of their wording was redacted or blacked out. And so it began. I became interested in learning more about this supposed satanic cult from the 80s. But through my research of newspaper articles, official investigation reports, and FBI documents, I honestly wasn't prepared for the mountains of information that waited for me. It really seemed like every other source had something new for me to read. So why isn't this talked about more? In this video, I will try to encompass my research in a straightforward timeline of events. This is the story of the Finders cult. It was the 1980s. Among the decade's trends of arcade games, horror movies, and big hair, a growing fear was sweeping the United States, known as the Satanic Panic.
To describe this story as horrifying would be an understatement.
The rise of heavy metal music with supposed hidden messages, Dungeons and Dragons, and news stories about satanic cults and rituals taking place fueled the growing hysteria.
The evidence is in. Satan worship and satanic cults are growing rapidly, and adherents of these ideas are becoming more vocal and more dangerous.
But in the end, that's all this was, right? Just hysteria. On Wednesday, February 4th, 1987, an anonymous call was made to the Tallahassee Police Department. The call stated that two well-dressed men were seen watching over 6 dirty and unkept children, ages 2 to 7, at a playground in Myers Park, Tallahassee. According to an official report of investigation, the children were covered with insect bites and very dirty. Most of the children were not wearing underwear, and all the children had not been bathed in many days. Whereas the 2 men were found wearing suits and ties. Even more disturbing was their vehicle, a 1979 Dodge van. Inside the van were maps, books, letters, 20 floppy disks, a computer, and a mattress. The vehicle was also described as being foul-smelling, and it appeared as though all 8 of them had been living inside that van for quite some time. The 2 men explained to the police that they were the children's teachers, and that they were driving to a school for brilliant children in Mexico. Police asked the men where the children's mothers were, to which they said they were being weaned from their mothers. The men were arrested on multiple accounts of child abuse, and all 8 of them were taken into custody for further questioning. The men identified themselves as Michael Houlihan and Douglas Ammerman. When questioned, the 2 men were initially apprehensive to communicate. Some reports claim that one of them wouldn't cooperate at all and would enter a trance-like state. Authorities turned their efforts to questioning the 6 children, and this is where things started to get unsettling. The children were identified as Mary Houlihan, Max Livingston, Benjamin Franklin, Honey B. Evans, BB, and John Paul Houlihan. Evidently, these were not the children's real names because they didn't have proper names. According to the police, 5 of the 6 children were uncommunicative and didn't seem to recognize common items or modern technology, such as typewriters, hot water, or electricity. The 6th and oldest child, Mary, showed signs of sexual abuse. Mary fortunately was able to communicate and give information to investigators. Here's some of what she said. Mary confirmed that the 2 men were indeed their teachers. However, she wasn't sure where they recently were or where they were going. When asked what her last name was, she replied, "Which one?" She stated that they lived in Washington in a house with other children and adults. She and the other children mainly survived on a raw fruit and vegetable diet, but were visibly malnourished and only fed as a reward for good behavior. When asked what the 2 men taught them, she responded with, "How to play games." She said they would receive instructions from their leader, a man known as the game caller or game leader, later to be known as a man named Marion Petty. Based on what Mary said, the Tallahassee police decided to contact the DC police in an attempt to identify the 6 children, only to learn that they were already aware of this group, who called themselves the Finders. According to a 1987 article from the Washington Post, one of the first newspapers to publicize this event, records from the U.S. District Court in Washington showed that an anonymous, confidential source told authorities that the Finders were a cult that conducted brainwashing techniques at a Northeast Washington warehouse and an apartment building near Glover Park. This source told of being recruited by the Finders with promises of financial reward and sexual gratification, and of being invited by one member to explore Satanism with them. According to the affidavit, the source told authorities that the children were used in rituals by the members, and though the source had never witnessed abuse of the children, the source said the children's grandparents feared for their safety. And so, on the following Thursday and Friday, Washington police raided these 2 areas that were given to them by this confidential police source. Furthermore, evidence found within the seized vehicle pointed to a 90-acre Virginia farm owned by a man named George Marion Petty. Virginia State Police were contacted to visit and search the area as well. At the warehouse in Washington, police found that the windows were boarded shut, and the building was padlocked with a heart-shaped lock. Inside were newspapers and mattresses scattered across various rooms, as if someone had lived there. On one wall were shelves with obscure books, and on the other was a huge map of the entire world. Most disturbingly, DC police uncovered large plastic bags filled with wallet-sized photographs. According to the U.S. Customs Service, some of these photos were of children, similar to school photos, naked children, children engaged in what appeared to be cult rituals involving the slaughtering of goats with 3 men wearing white robes, and one photo in particular that showed a child in chains. At the apartment building near Glover Park, neighbors were questioned and confirmed that 2 of the photographed children lived in that building. They also explained that only women and children lived there, but that they would occasionally see men visiting the house. One woman said that the children were often so dirty that they were easy to notice. At the Virginia farm, neighbors reported that they often saw vans containing children that were brought to the farm. According to the Tampa Tribune, one of the neighbors, a woman named Wilma Richards, said, "They'd be hollering and crying all the time, like they wanted something or something was hurting them." Wilma also explained that when she first met Marion Petty, he introduced himself as a Boy Scout leader. Although her and her husband were suspicious of the dozen or so men and children seen at their farm, they never phoned the authorities. On Friday, February 6th, Scott Hunt of the Tallahassee Police Department said, "It is our belief these kids were not kidnapped, but that their parents gave them away because one of the rites of passage into this satanic organization is that you have to give up your rights to your children, and that the leaders of this organization can do what they want with your children."
Oh my God.
It was around this time that a series of telephone death threats were being made towards the 6 children. The calls were described as brief and untraceable. This is strange because the children were transferred to a private foster home, and the police were careful to keep their location a secret. The Palm Beach Post reported that the authorities do not know where the calls originated from or how they located the children. To tell you the truth, we didn't anticipate any death threats against 6 obviously very forlorn children who are in a very sad state. The fact that we have received death threats has put us on alert, and these children are going to be guarded around the clock. By the weekend, the story of the finders made national headlines as one of the creepiest mysteries of the 80s. Were the finders involved in satanic rituals with children? Were they instead part of a massive human trafficking ring? Where are the children's parents? And what games were the finders playing? Amidst all the chaos and mystery, the Tallahassee police managed to get in contact with a man identifying himself as Robert Terrell. Terrell and several other members of the finders believed this all to be a giant misunderstanding, that once the police suggested the possibility of a satanic cult, the media blindly accepted it. Their story was published on the Tampa Tribune on Monday, February 9th. Terrell sent the police a 2-page memo detailing the finders' activities in order to clear up any misunderstandings. In the memo, the 2 men and 6 children were originally on their way to Berea, Kentucky, where the group was to help establish a retirement community and where the children would be placed in school. However, this trip was delayed, so the group instead went vacationing in Florida with the approval of the children's mothers. Even the founder and financial developer for this retirement home, Reverend Jim Weicker and Carl Shapley respectively, chimed in to explain that the finders were gentle people, searching for new dimensions in lifestyles. As for the photographs found of naked children and goats being slaughtered, Terrell explained that there were simple, innocent explanations for each. First, he explained that Michael Houlihan was a stepfather to one of the children and the biological father to another. The photo of naked children was there because, well, that's what parents tend to have. The goats, on the other hand, were already slaughtered and brought to the group's farm. The men wore white robes to simply protect their clothing, and thought that the children should be taught the experience. Terrell explained that the parents of all 6 children were members themselves of the finders. However, he also notes that many of the adult members of this group were hiding around the country, fearing arrest. There were several reports of sightings of members in Gainesville, Miami, and Tampa. Police also reported that the mothers of the 6 children were in San Francisco. As for their leader, former members explained that Marion Petty was a retired Air Force Master Sergeant who, in the late 1960s, started the Finders group. He sought after those who were intelligent and into the counterculture scene. He would lecture them about the New Age way of living and Eastern mysticism. Marion and his followers decided to start a new generation of children that would be raised by them instead of their parents. In reality, they were largely ignored by the members. However, they claimed to not know anything about supposed child abuse or Satanism taking place within the group. And just like that, the Finders were seemingly cleared of suspicion. The media and several newspapers reported on the misconception, saying that, although the Finders were strange, there was no evidence of illegal activity. Both Houlihan and Ammerman were freed from jail. The charges were dropped and the case was closed. The whole event vanished from headlines as quickly as they appeared, and the finders were attributed to nothing more than another instance of satanic panic hysteria. As you may have suspected, the official story given by Terrell and newspapers did not match up, or at sometimes conflict, with the details given by official reports. For example, Terrell claimed that the men and children were en route to Kentucky, despite Houlihan and Emmerman themselves saying they were going to Mexico. Furthermore, several women from the finders' cult, who claimed to be the mothers of the children, stated that their kids were well taken care of. They attributed their unkempt and dirty appearance to them just being kids, despite the reports of malnutrition and sexual abuse. Let's take a closer look at some of these official documents to see what else was suspiciously left out or ignored. On April 13th, 1987, an official U.S. Customs report by Special Agent Ramon J. Martinez was filed. The report mostly follows the same story published by the media. An anonymous call is made about 2 well-dressed and 6 dirty and unkept children in Myers Park, Tallahassee. The 2 men are arrested, and the 6 children are brought in for questioning. Authorities are eventually led to several properties and buildings that are believed to be owned by the finders. At this point, the stories begin to diverge slightly. Agent Martinez comes into contact with Detective Jim Bradley, who had already been investigating the finders since 1985. The 2 inspected the apartment building first, where they found large amounts of clothing for toddlers, such as diapers, and toys. They also uncovered documents with detailed instructions on how to obtain children, including trading, kidnapping, purchasing, and the impregnation of finders' members. Within a computer were telex messages from across the country and foreign locations about the purchasing of children. One message in particular specifically ordered the purchase of 2 children in Hong Kong to be arranged in the Chinese embassy. Other findings include an interest in bank secrecy situations, interest in high-tech transfers to the United Kingdom, numerous properties said to belong to the finders, an interest in terrorism and explosives, and how to avoid law enforcement. What's strange is that they also found a detailed summary of Houlihan's and Emmerman's arrest in Tallahassee. This is unusual because Houlihan and Emmerman were taken into custody the night before Martinez's and Bradley's investigation, and well before the Washington Post broke the story. So, somehow, the finders were already aware of their arrest, even before mainstream media. They were also given instructions on how to avoid police capture via a computer network. Agent Martinez and Detective Bradley reconnected the next day, Friday, February 6th, to investigate the warehouse on 4th Street. The warehouse contained a large library, 2 kitchens, a sauna, a hot tub, and a video room. Inside the video room was something described as an indoctrination center. Martinez goes on to report that the finders seemed capable of producing its own videos, and that jars of urine and feces were also found. At this location were documents describing explicit sexual conduct between members of the finders. A large collection of photographs were also uncovered, containing images of new children on display, adults and children in white sheets participating in a blood ritual, and goats being dismembered, disemboweled, and skinned by the children. Files revealing the activities of the finders in other parts of the world were found, including London, Germany, the Bahamas, Costa Rica, Japan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Africa, and Europe. Other files describe the finders' projects, such as one plan titled Pentagon break-in. If that wasn't disturbing enough, there also seemed to be a large amount of information on families and child daycare organizations. According to this report, the finders would respond to various newspaper advertisements for babysitters, tutors, etc. A member would use this opportunity to learn about the habits, identity, occupation, and so on about the family. For what purposes were unknown to the investigators. Agent Martinez concludes his report with the hope that all the information would be sorted, reviewed, and logged by the Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, or the MPD. If his findings were to be true, this would be a strong case against the finders for child abuse and international human trafficking. However, none of that would happen. On April 2nd, 1987, Agent Martinez was to meet with Detective Bradley to review their findings. However, Bradley was unavailable. A third party, who was willing to speak to Martinez on an off-the-record basis, told him that the investigation into the finders had become a CIA internal matter and was classified as secret. The FBI also withdrew from the investigation, and from that point forward, no further information will be available. No further...
Right. I'll comment a little bit on this. So we're only halfway through this, a little bit. Yeah, we're about halfway through. And my initial reaction to this, like I don't know where this is going. I haven't done any research into this, so you're getting, and this is kind of that's how you learn about things. I've heard this term. I've never looked into it. And I'm kind of glad I didn't. I'm willing to look into it because we're kind of looking, this watch along became about, was Jeffrey Epstein just an isolated example, or are we seeing this kind of behavior kind of repeated through history? And we found an example in Oklahoma in 70s, I think. Now we're looking at an example in the 80s. I think it's in Philly, in Pennsylvania, but it's clearly a nationwide thing, international. And my opinion is, I don't know where this is going, but I don't know if this was like a lot of people, and I understand because this is high-level tech, I think a lot of people just assume it is the government. Not necessarily sure that's what we're dealing with here. I think what happens is the government stumbles onto this stuff, and then they use it to monitor human trafficking. I don't think people should be so quick to just assume the government enables human trafficking. I know Towel Mom thinks a lot about that, and she has some theories about who does, who doesn't. I don't necessarily think the government enables it. I think it's a little different. I think that it's a question of what are you trying to accomplish. We're dealing with international human trafficking organizations when you're talking about this stuff. You can't stop the flow of narcotics. You think you're going to be able to stop these people? So what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to gather intel on them? Are you trying to save every child that they're doing this to? According to these documents, they are inbreeding families to produce these children for this purpose. How are you going to stop that? How are you going to monitor that if they don't register the birth certificate? So you have to think about, now listen, God bless the people who do this work. John O'Keefe did this work, okay? He was in the sex offender registration unit. God bless him for it. It's incredibly difficult work. I'm sure it traumatizes the people who do it. But there are people out there who I'm sure work for our government that know it's like drinking from a fire hose. You cannot stop this, right? What are you going to do? You have to track it. Like your best option is intel. Really, it is. Your best option is tracking it. You can't just let this happen. And you're never going to stop all of it, so track it. And how much do you want to bet? And they're very secretive about it because you can't, as the CIA, tell people that you cannot stop human trafficking. You can't. It's wrong. It's people shouldn't be aware of it, so you want to do awareness, but you don't tell them that you can't stop it because it will encourage copycats, okay? But what you can do is track it. Like you can really, really track it. And that's what I'm going to guess they're doing. Now, it could be more insidious. I'm not jumping to any conclusions. I know a lot of you know a lot more about this than me. But it could just be a matter of if you can't stop it, you have to track it. And if we come to find out that what the government does is intercept these groups and then kind of infiltrate them, and then they use it to like tag the people who do it. All right, kind of, like, along with internet monitoring, like we have to have, and we do, I'm pretty sure we have very good systems for, if you upload that content, they will find it, and they should. They should, like, if you do anything, they should find it right away. It should match to an MD5 hash. We should even be using, like, more advanced detection techniques. You upload that anywhere. I don't care if it's a WhatsApp. I don't care if it's a Signal. It should immediately be detected. All right, that's one way to stop it, because a lot of this is, unfortunately, from the pornography industry. It's a very abhorrent industry, and it masquerades. Do you understand that if you just film two people having sex for money, it makes prostitution legal? Okay, as long as you film it, it's pornography. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. You know how much the pornography industry gets away with in terms of human trafficking? Simply by saying things like, oh, well, it's just two consenting adults being paid to engage in a sex act. That's pornography. Okay, you can get away with a lot of human trafficking because of how liberal the regulation is of pornography. That's the root of it all. I mean, it's more than that. There's the actual trafficking of humans, which is horrifying. But what enables it, the money behind it, is the pornography industry. Whatever you think about pornography as a moral ill, right? The famous scene from The West Wing is, Mr. President, do you think that it's moral that the average American can buy a pornographic magazine on the street corner for just $5? And Mr. President says back, well, I think it's immoral that an American would pay $5 for pornography. And I guess my point is, like, pornography is always going to be out there, but we're doing a terrible job regulating it. And the morality question, nobody cares if you watch porn. I don't think anybody cares if you're looking at, like, pictures of pornography. No one cares. The issue is, if we have unregulated pornography, it really intensifies the incentive for people to engage in human trafficking, because they can just monetize the human trafficking. That's the biggest problem. And so the pornographic industry really, really fights. Like, the people who work at, like, MindGeek or whatever the hell they are that run, like, Pornhub and stuff, they really run the show. They have, like, it's very powerful. It's big money. And they're only really going to change if it's a law. Like, they don't care unless it's a law. So unless you make a law about how pornography should be regulated, they don't care. They will let... Like, for the most part, as long as, like, the user is, like, signing the document saying it's in compliance with whatever, they're going to accept the upload, and then they have these systems to check for some stuff. But it's not good enough. The whole industry, whether they're adults or children, the whole industry of pornography incentivizes human trafficking. And we're screwed. I mean, we're screwed. I don't know. We've let it run rampant. How do you put that? What do you even do? How do you regulate the pornography industry? It owns everything. Like, these companies that really own. When you look, and when you're talking about big power industry, when you really look at the companies behind companies and how they, like, overlap, there are just a few companies that own everything. Like, if you look at, like, retail investors versus, like, trust, like holding investment firms, okay? Like, it's just companies owning companies, okay? So MindGeek owns Pornhub, and then like some, probably BlackRock or whatever, Vanguard owns MindGeek, and then, Walmart owns 40% of BlackRock, and, Target owns 60% of 40% of Walmart, and that's what it is. It's just these hyper-consolidated loops. It's all the same corporations doing the same things in different sectors. And so that's the big issue. How do you stop the people who, like, why would the people who, like, make money from Walmart ever want to, like, make less money in another industry? They're going to apply the same logic. We let them legally, like, make pornography a part of their portfolio. They're going to maximize their profits, and that means the least regulation as possible. In some cases, that's fine. Depends on what commodity you're dealing with. Pornography is not really a commodity. It is like a very serious vehicle for human trafficking, and we don't regulate it at all, basically. It's not a moral ill because people consume it. It's a moral ill because it's very insidious with what it encourages in terms of human trafficking. Sex isn't immoral. Human trafficking for money is immoral. So that's a distinction that I don't really think the pornography industry cares about at all. And that's a problem.
Action will be taken. That's the story according to the U.S. Customs report. However, in 2017, the Tallahassee police documents were acquired and uploaded online, and these documents would reveal much more information that was hidden from the public for 3 decades. First, an investigation into the finders' vehicle further reveals a few radios, boxes containing clothing, fruits, vegetables, a Chinese English dictionary, a pack of Trojan condoms, a brown canvas bag containing photos of children, some nude, computer programming discs, a piece of paper titled The Ballad of Ballads, which made references to houses in Miami, Hawaii, San Diego, and China, and many, many other items. Second, there was an odd occurrence at Florida State University. According to this report, a student by the name of Robert Sorkine came across a small computer at a public phone booth on campus. During an interview, Robert explained that he was walking past the phone booth when he noticed the computer and took it home with him. During the weekend, he managed to start up the computer and attempted to figure out its owner. Robert discovered information concerning the Tallahassee Police Department and decided to turn the computer over to them. The TPD were able to determine that this computer was owned by somebody involved with the finders. Next, 2 of the 6 children, Mary and Max, would describe some of the games the finders would play. One involved taking off the men's clothes, putting them on, and then looking through the pockets. Max elaborated that they would only remove the men's jackets. Another game was taking a shirt with holes, running away with it, and then tearing it up. Both Mary and Max also noted that women would come downstairs with no clothes. During the interview, some of the other children urinated their pants.
Oh my God.
And one wanted to go outside to go to the bathroom.
Jesus Christ.
After a medical examination from the Tallahassee Department of Health and Rehabilitation Services, this report claimed that 2 children, Mary and Max, were confirmed cases of sexual abuse. Max lacked anal spectre control, consistent with sodomy, and Mary showed signs of penetration by fingers, but penile penetration wasn't completely ruled out. John Paul had bite marks on his arm, but doctors couldn't determine if they were from an adult or child due to the marks being 5 days to 2 weeks old. As you can hopefully tell, these are very serious claims made by both detectives and medical experts. Yet, for whatever reason, these reports seem to be ignored. How is it that the media reported on finding no evidence of satanic cults or illegal activity, yet a mountain of evidence from the Tallahassee Police Department, the HRS, and Ramon Martinez conflicts with that? Why did the finders' men carry condoms with them? Why were they given a cover story to use if they were caught by the police? Why were there so many connections to China? The Chinese English dictionary, the files specifying ordering children from Hong Kong, the fact that Mary learned how to count to 10 in Chinese. It would take several years for the Department of Justice to get involved, but eventually they did.
All right. Let's see.
By the 1990s, Martinez's reports on the finders remained kept away, and the hysteria surrounding the satanic panic had subsided. In December 18th, 1993, news broke out that the Department of Justice began looking into the finders, this time under the aura of conspiracy. According to a private detective named Skip Clements, he claimed that the U.S. Customs Service investigators were called off of the investigation by the CIA. The investigation was impeded, said Clements. A senior official at Customs said it, the finders, was a CIA operation. Clemens's accusations reached at least 2 members of Congress, who were reportedly unsure what to believe in. Regardless, the Department of Justice began conducting an investigation into whether or not the CIA were involved with the finders. However, a CIA spokesperson named David Christian claimed this to be a misunderstanding on Martinez's behalf. When Agent Martinez was told that the investigation into the finders had become a CIA internal matter, this was actually because one of the members of the finders was employed as a part-time accountant at a computer training school called Future Enterprises, Inc. This location was also where employees from the CIA received computer training in the 1980s, prompting an internal investigation. Vice President of Future Enterprises at the time, Joseph Marinich, confirmed that his company did train CIA operatives, but denied any allegations that the CIA used it as a front company for the finders. However, according to the Washington Times, a 1987 police document quotes a CIA agent confirming his agency was sending its people to a Finders Corporation, Future Enterprises, for training in computer operations. It also notes that a later customs report said that the CIA admitted to owning the Finders organization as a front for domestic computer training operations, but that it had gone bad. Make that as you will. In an article by U.S. News, Florida's House of Representative member Tom Lewis states, "Could our own government have something to do with this Finders organization and turn their backs on these children? That's what all the evidence points to, and there's a lot of evidence. I can tell you this, we've got a lot of people scrambling, and that wouldn't be happening if there was nothing here." However, the finders still uphold their innocence. In an interview between U.S. News and Marion Petty himself, Petty describes the finders as a company that does freelance journalism, research, and competitor intelligence. He also denies any claims that they work for foreign companies. Petty claims that the reason why the CIA is interested in him and the finders is because his late wife once worked for the CIA. His son also worked for a CIA proprietary firm, Air America. Although the Tallahassee Police Reports does mention something interesting. When word first broke out about the finders, Lieutenant Lee Hart of the Virginia Police Department got in contact with somebody from the cult. This contact told Hart that Petty had alerted members to flee and hide. He further elaborated that Petty would have probably gone to the Andrews Air Force Base and take a military plane to China. The outcome of the Justice Department's investigation is never made clear in the documents that I was able to uncover. However, I think it's pretty safe to say that the investigation was either concluded or secretly dropped with no actions being placed against the finders or the CIA. Many of the sources I found claim that the finders had fewer and fewer members as the years went on, with some stating that less than a dozen were remaining. The finders were never heard from again after this investigation, and Marion Petty passed away in 2004. So, here we are, several years later. Now...
Oh, just to pause, there's the poll up if you want to play towel trivia next. We will do that. There's about 20 minutes left in this documentary. I realize the subject matter is very intense. I can assure you that the more I learn about this, the more disturbed I am, and the more I realize this is all a cycle. And it's all a cycle, it repeats over and over. But yes, if you want to play some towel trivia, that normally is how we could decompress when we end up on a rabbit hole that's very intense. Just let me know. Now, I know a lot of you, Towel's had a long day, so that's okay, but we like towel trivia, and you don't have to vote on the poll to vote in the chat, so some of you can't even see the poll because it's on mobile, so if you'd like to play, just let me know and I'll keep an eye on the chat, and we like decompressing, so. And sometimes I want to play no matter what, so, you know, that's just going to happen.
Now we get to the fun part. In 2019, the FBI Records Twitter account released a 600-page document about their investigation into the Finders cult. Knowing everything we know now, what was told by mainstream media, what was reported by Agent Martinez, and about the cult members and Marion Petty, let's dive in. Now, we won't be going through all 600 pages, as a large majority of it is still redacted. I'm going to point out some interesting bits of information in these documents regarding the Finders. The Department of Justice, the DOJ, has requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into allegations made by, I'm assuming, Skip Clements, concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as the Finders, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. On February 4th, 1987, Michael Houlihan and Douglas Ammerman were arrested by the Tallahassee Police Department, the TPD, on misdemeanor child abuse charges resulting from a complaint that 6 children playing in a park were unkept and neglected. Houlihan and Ammerman, the 2 subjects with the children, could not initially provide sufficient information as to their legal custody of the children, and were uncooperative regarding their identity and the children's identity. As a result of information developed during these arrests, the TPD contacted the Metropolitan Police Department and provided information concerning, I think, the CIA, and their association with a group known as the Finders, based in Washington, D.C. On February 5th, 1987, the MPD executed search warrants prepared by the United States Attorney's Office, District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., on 2 properties owned by the Finders. Special Agent Ramon Martinez participated in these searches. Department of Justice's review of the United States' Customs Service documents indicates that during the execution of the search warrants by the MPD at the 2 Finders properties, the warehouse and the apartment, United States Customs Service Secret Agent Martinez claims to have observed a substantial amount of computer equipment and documents purportedly containing instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The instructions allegedly included the impregnation of female members of the community, purchasing children, trading children, and kidnapping them. Martinez claims, and a whole bunch of redacted. Martinez has alleged that the Finders are involved in a well-organized child abuse scheme, and that redacted, probably the CIA, I think, in conjunction with the State Department and the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section, conspired to cover up those abuses. Quick edit, this is definitely the CIA because a later FBI document has the same text, but without the CIA being redacted, so yeah. This page, real quickly, is kind of weird. Well, it's not really weird. I have difficulty reading this section handled in pen something of CIA employees. I had a tough time reading this, but at the very bottom of this letter said, Finders, definitely not a CIA front. So if anybody wants to download this and try to interpret it, that'd be great. This part right here is interesting. Redacted, I assume this is Jim Bradley, also advised that he had been told that the documentation had been located in the WMPD files to indicate that Sergeant John Steicher, deceased, who had been a sergeant during the Finders search, had been contacted by a redacted who told him to step away from the Finders case, allegedly redacted. So someone told him to step away from the case for some reason. Additional search warrant executed on farm in rural Virginia with support by Virginia State Police. No federal involvement. Evidence of satanic/cult ritual discovered. Based on observed documents, customs agent unsuccessfully attempts to gain access to evidence for detailed analysis, for use in investigating possible exports, Neutrality Act, Mann Act, and child pornography violations. So this agent tried to gain access to the evidence, but was unsuccessful for some reason. And then a big redacted. Blank contacts MPD intelligence and advised that all reports regarding finders are to be classified at the secret level. Blank also advised that no information was to be turned over to the FBI WFO for investigation, and that the WFO would not be advised of the blank involvement/contact. Children discovered in Tallahassee were eventually turned over to the individuals claiming to be parents or guardians. No further MPD, FBI, or Customs involvement. As far as is known, no details of blank involvement ever became public. Search warrants. Based on the information received from the source and from the authorities in the state of Florida, blank authorized a search warrant for the premises of blank, Washington, D.C. Search warrants were executed for the premises of blank by members of the MPD Intelligence Division on February 5th to 6th, 1987. Although no children were found, large amounts of documents dealing with child rearing and shaping were recovered, along with manuals for master plans and dirty tricks for enemies of the finders group. All this information was turned over to the Florida authorities for evaluation. And then the medical reports are redacted, and the psychological reports are redacted. 21 former finders have been interviewed concerning their involvement in the organization. They stated that the organization began as an alternative lifestyle in the 1960s, and many of them became disenchanted with the quasi-military order under the direct supervision of blank. Many of the former members stated that they feared retribution from the finders organization. In the case of blank, she needed police intervention to stop the harassment of the finders. In the blank case, redacted, was burned down and remains an open arson. In the blank case, members of the finders attempted to infiltrate blank in the United States. In general, all members of the finders who had left the group felt that harm would come to them if they spoke out against blank, I'm assuming Marion Petty, or his organization. Detective Blank interviewed all the family members who were willing to talk. Specifically, they all stated that Blank had brainwashed their children and prevented any contact with either their children or grandchildren. Members of the finders, according to family members, would stop any contact by sending letters describing explicit sexual acts involving current members, including photographs and drawings. In the Blank case, members of the finders attempted to take over the Blank family residence and force Blank out of her home. I might know who this is, but we'll get to that later. Special Agent Blank of the Virginia State Police stated that his organization executed search warrants at the Finders Farm in Madison County, Virginia. Blank stated that this group appeared to be a survivalist organization with attempts to take over the city government in Culpeper, Virginia. During Virginia State's investigation, information was revealed that bodies were buried on the farm at the Nethers, but excavation revealed nothing. However, cages were discovered on the premises that witnesses revealed were used to keep children during their visits to the farm. FBI investigation. The FBI had contact with the finders since 1971, including a recent report dealing with CIA involvement with at least one of the members of the finders, passing information overseas concerning activities of the Central Intelligence Agency. When it became apparent that no federal laws were violated, the FBI vacated the investigation. Summary. It is the writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the Central Intelligence Agency as a disinformation service, spreading non-essential, non-critical information to various organizations throughout the United States and overseas. This group, to the most part, is made up of overeducated non-achievers who lacked the inborn initiative to succeed on their own. Therefore, they fell in with a charismatic leader who gave them directions and self-importance. To the most part, this organization individually is harmless. However, when directed and monitored by a controlling factor, they are capable of destructive and illegal activities. As in any cult structure, the main drive is for the group, and individual values and ideology is lost. Therefore, when a member is asked to perform a task that heretofore may have been objectionable, he or she performs this mission for the good of the group. As to the abuse of the children, I do not think that child abuse was a planned tactic of this group. But as in any cross-section of society, sick and demented subjects belong to a cult as well. I do believe that the shaping of the children is a planned experiment of this group. As in the case of the Nazis, they strove for a perfect society, thereby in their own way tried to form a group of children and ultimately adults that did not suffer from the ills of normal society, but took only the benefits that afforded them perfection. Lastly, I do not feel that the finders have disbanded, as reported by their leaders, but instead, as reported in their master plan, have appeared to disband to prevent further detection by law enforcement or social service officials. I firmly believe that this group should be monitored in a general sense, and if further developments occurred, they should be noted. The second of these FBI files contains newspaper articles and a redacted version of the Tallahassee police reports, so we'll be skipping over that. The Ballad of Ballads can also be found. It's an interesting read, but we'll also skip it. Remember earlier when it was mentioned that ex-members feared for their safety? Here's a small tidbit about it. Redacted, Petty I believe, operates out of a multi-apartment residence located at blank and uses telephone numbers blank. He has used a number of bank accounts to hide the funds obtained from the group members. Petty also utilized a warehouse located at blank. This location is a front for the organization and operates as a few distribution points for the needy. Blank is currently blank. However, Petty will not tolerate anyone leaving the cult. Blank feels his experience to date with respect to the harassing letters and threats have all been related to his attempt to leave the cult. Petty also uses group members as enforcers to apply physical pressure as well as psychological pressure. He identified these individuals as blank. Blank is reputed to be blank. Both individuals are violence prone. Blank said Petty's harassment campaign utilizes letters to apply psychological pressure, and these are followed up by personal visits from blank. Blank believes both of these individuals also perpetuate the arsons ordered by blank. Probably Petty. Blank related an incident occurring in January 1983, which involved cult member Barbara Sylvester Matija, who attempted to leave the cult. She was physically restrained in blank residence. Matija subsequently became ill and required medical attention. Blank refused to allow her to obtain this attention, and she died on the premises. Blank said he does not believe that there was any police investigation of the death. On October 22, 1991, the undersigned received a telephone notification from Officer Blank. Officer Blank advised that he and two footmen have observed activity which they believe is suspicious in nature. The officers have observed numerous well-dressed males who operate rental cars and expensive luxury-type models enter the building located at blank at late and early morning hours. The subjects and their vehicles do not fit the area in which this building is located, namely the market area of NE. On at least one occasion, the officers have observed adult males with a young male child enter the building. This occurred after the midnight section had reported for duty on the streets. On another occasion, Officer Blank stopped a van after it was observed leaving the building in the early morning hours. The van displayed tags which were not listed to a van. The operator identified himself as Blank. He told the officer that he did research stuff. He also stated that he babysat children for diplomats. The officer advised the undersigned that the building and the neighborhood is not fit for babysitting activity, especially after midnight. The subject's story was very suspicious to the officer. The van is listed to blank, white male. The vehicle is described as blank. The officer advised that, to the best of his recollection, this building is the same building which was raided by police approximately blank years ago for some type of child pornography. Now, the finders aren't mentioned here, but the fact that this is in the finders' files leads me to believe that this building, which was seen with well-dressed males and at least one child, was the same building used by the finders. Okay, so this portion of the video was way longer than I expected, so we're just gonna go over one last page before I close things off. Blank was interviewed within the Office of General Counsel, Central Intelligence Agency, Langley, Virginia. After being advised as to the identity of the interviewing agent and the purpose of the interview, Blank provided the following information. Blank advised that he retired from the CIA on blank. He indicated that in February 1987, he was blank, Special Activities Division, Office of Security. Blank stated that his date of birth was blank and his social security account number blank, and that he's a white male. Blank related that the Special Activities section within the Office of Security was responsible for counterintelligence work to include internal investigations of CIA employees, media leak investigations, and investigations dealing with the impersonation of CIA employees. Blank indicated that his office had a regular interface with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Department of State, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Blank was shown photocopies of his February 18, 1987 memorandum and a February 19, 1987 Washington Metropolitan Police Department Report of Investigation, both documents concerning the Finders Group. Blank was then asked to relate his recollection of the circumstances regarding his memo and the Finders Group. Blank related that his first involvement with the Finders Group most probably began in 1987 as a result of the media's coverage of the Finders investigation. Blank advised that the media at the time was indicating that the Finders had some connection to the CIA. Blank related further that he had looked into the matter and recalled that there were only 2 connections between the CIA and the Finders Group. Blank stated that the first connection was that, and then the next 3 pages are redacted. So yeah, all that's gone.
That is
if nothing
very
else,
interesting.
I hope this video helps people understand the Finders, as it feels largely ignored. Although there definitely was a lot of paranoia about satanic cults during the 80s, and admittedly, people do tend to fear the worst, I think the mystery of the Finders is more complicated than that. In order to believe the official story, one would have to discount a large amount of other evidence and documentation. Did Martinez imagine or lie about his findings? Did the medical experts incorrectly reported that 2 of the Finders' kids showed signs of sexual abuse? If you want a much more in-depth look into the Finders, I recommend The Conscious Resistance. He's done a lot of research into the Finders, even before the FBI released their documents. His channel has an interview with Robert Terrell, where he still defends the group to this day. I also recommend We've Read the Documents. They've gone into this way more than I have, and I've admittedly left some details and names out. But this video should be a good brief overview of the Finders.
It was very helpful.
So, where are the Finders now? They live among us. They walk beside us. They're hidden in plain sight. During the 1987 interview with ex-members, one said, "This is a group that for 15 or 20 years has done nothing but practice flexibility and invisibility. You will never find them."
Horrifying. Very well done video. Blame it on Jorge a follow. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Absolutely excellent video. Very well done, very well presented. Horrifying subject matter, and as you can see, there are a number of sources that were cited for the actual documents in question. I don't want to read them. I'm glad that we listened to mostly a summary. That is very important information. Thank you to Murder by Maestro for going along with my suggestion. Now, I think that was a lot. I think we were all, there was a good chat. I saw a lot of good discussion about the nuances of all this. That's a lot. It's disturbing, but it's important, and it's context for the Jeffrey Epstein situation that is going on in the news. That's why we watched that. Thank you for those of you who gave your time and attention. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now, I think we all need a little bit of time to decompress, which means towel trivia. All right, I'm gonna play a little towel trivia. I want to play some towel trivia. Always makes me feel better. And after that, I think we all need a little bit of relaxation. Okay. So let's play some towel trivia. We'll do a few rounds. All right. We will do a few rounds. We will get ourselves ready. I'll get the scoreboard. This is the first time we've taken off this long between rounds of towel trivia. Our reigning champion is Towel. He had 40 points. Allie and Rue had 32.5. And Ruth had 30 points. That was the podium. Right outside the podium, Steph Towel and Nancy Towel. 27.5 for Steph, 23 for Nancy Towel. So, we're going to do some towel trivia. I think we all need to breathe after that one. I have my towel tobacco cigar, by the way. I only really enjoy tobacco. It helps my colitis, the nicotine. It's true. All right, we are going to go for the daily challenge, I think, first. Let's get a little warmed up before we jump right into categories. Daily challenge always keeps us going. If you haven't played towel trivia before, this is how it works. Question goes up on the screen. I'm going to read it. If I get the question right, I get a point. If you get the question right and you're first in the towel chat to get the question right, you get a point. If you're the second or subsequent person to get the answer, you get half a point. If I get it wrong, however, and it's a regular round, you get 2 points if you're the first one to get it. You get a point if you're the second or subsequent person. So see how that works? Even though I can get a point for getting it right, I get no points if I get it wrong, just like you, and I can never get double points. All right, that kind of evens it out. Now, not every category, even the ones that we pick by name, not every category is a double bonus category. Some categories, they have to be a category I know a lot about, or it's not fun. Some categories are double bonus categories. Now, you might be saying to yourself, what's a double bonus category? Well, I'm going to tell you. A double bonus category, let me do this. There you go. Oh, look, I'm a little towel. All right, there we go. A double bonus category is, if I get the question right in that category, same scoring rules as the regular category. If I get the question wrong, you can get double points. Okay? You can get double points, which means you have the ability to get 4 points if you get the question right first. If I get it wrong, 2 points if you get it right any subsequent time, okay? Spam call on a Sunday. Not answering no spam call, telemarketers. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's do some towel trivia. I'm so disturbed by that video. That was one of the most disturbing videos I've ever seen in my entire life. The disastrous 2014 fan convention DashCon was meant for all users of which social media site? Was it Twitter, MySpace, or Facebook, or Tumblr? The disastrous 2014 fan convention, DashCon, was meant for users of which social media site? Twitter, MySpace, Facebook, or Tumblr? I don't know. Tumblr? It was Tumblr. I just guessed. It was like MySpace. That was a little bit after MySpace, but it could be Tumblr. It was Tumblr. Steph got it. Steph Towel gets a point. Steph Towel, reigning towel champion. Who else? Who else? I mean, it was a hard question, but, it required a little bit of towel guessing. Good guess, Ruth. It's still Saturday. Did I think it was Sunday? I have no idea what day it is. Allie and Rue get half a point. Oh, good guess, Nancy. By the way, you can join in trivia at any time. Tumblr. Yep, only a few people got that one right. And to join in trivia, you just guess 1, 2, 3, or 4. We don't really play for who wins, but we do like to award a crown. So join in anytime. Next question. Here we go. Little towels. What is China's largest social networking platform called? Weibo, Baidu, Renren, Youku. What is China's largest social networking platform called? Weibo, Baidu, Renren, Youku. I think it's Weibo. It's Weibo. Tao gets a point. Who knows commie social media networks? Good guess, Ruth. Ruth Tao gets on the board with a point. Steph, another half point. Steph knows her Chinese social media. Allie, gonna wait for Allie and Rue to come in and grab their point. We haven't played Kitty Towels picks up half a point. It's great to see you, Kitty's 1993. Don't forget to follow Kitty's 1993 on X so we can get Kitty's 1993 to 1,000 followers. That would make me a happy towel. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Excellent job. Allie and Rue get half a point. Allie and Rue are super towels. All right. The daily trivia challenge is a little weird, but we're doing okay so far. Next question. What was the first professional sports league to surpass 1 billion followers on social media? Was it the MLB, the NFL, FIFA, or the NBA? What was the first professional sports league to surpass 1 billion followers on social media? The MLB, the NFL, FIFA, or the NBA? I mean, it would make sense that it's FIFA. Wow, the NBA got to 1 billion quicker than FIFA. Wow, who got it? Steph gets 2 points. Steph's in the lead. Good job, Steph. Who else knew the NBA is the most popular league in the world? Who else? Who else? Good guess. Some people thought it was the NFL. I thought it was FIFA. Allie and Rue. Allie and Rue came through, got a full point. I know. I'm a little surprised. Nancy, I'm surprised. No. Oh, my camera's frozen. Don't worry. I'm still here. I'll just make the question bigger. My camera froze because there's so much trivia on the screen. Here we go. Next question. Which social networking site was co-founded on August 1st, 2003 by the ultra-friendly Tom Anderson? Was it Twitter, MySpace, LinkedIn, or Facebook? Which social networking site was co-founded on August 1st, 2003 by the ultra-friendly Tom Anderson? Twitter, MySpace, LinkedIn, or Facebook? Show me MySpace. It was MySpace. You got to remember Tom from MySpace. Who's going to be the first to get it? The Christmas Day game. That's true, Steph. No. Steph Towel picks up another point. It was MySpace, not LinkedIn. Good guess, though. Good guess. Who else? Who else got Allie and Rue? Steph and Allie and Rue. So Allie and Rue get the full point. Nancy from the 508 knows MySpace, full point. We're playing, we didn't really play our normal towel trivia today. We're just having our watch-along game. So join in. This is fun. Excellent job, all of you. Let's go to the next round. This is just ahead of MySpace page. I don't think I did. Did you learn how to code because of it, Steph? I feel like people who did MySpace really knew HTML. Next question. What social media platform did the British royal family use to announce the Duchess of Cambridge pregnancy in 2017? Was it LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter? What social media platform did the British royal family use to announce the Duchess of Cambridge's pregnancy in 2017? LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter? I think I remember this. It was an Instagram post. Oh, it was Twitter! Oh, my goodness. Why didn't she use IG? I guess Twitter was the big thing back then. Steph Towel is the first one in my chat. Steph gets another 2 points. Ruth Towel gets a full point. Yeah, Allie, I thought it was Instagram too. Oh, good guess, kiddies. Me too. I thought it was Instagram. That was a good guess, though. I mean, that was not an easy question to answer. Good guess, Nancy. I also thought it was Instagram. We're kind of getting screwed by the daily challenge today, folks. Don't worry. We're getting on the board, but we're kind of getting screwed a little bit. It's kind of hard. All right, next question. What hashtag do people use for weekly posting on various social media sites of favorite memories of photos from the past? Flashback Friday, Memory Monday, Way Back Wednesday, Throwback Thursday. What hashtag do people use for a weekly posting on various social media sites of favorite memories or photos from the past? Flashback Friday, Memory Monday, Way Back Wednesday, Throwback Thursday. Show me Flashback Friday. It was Throwback Thursday. I'm an idiot. We're all not good at this. We're not savvy. We're not hip. Who's the first one to get it? Steph Towel and Cynthia. Great job. Steph Towel gets another 2 points. And Cynthia Towel gets a point. And Allie and Bro get a point. That was a hard category. Very hard indeed. Nancy gets a point. Great job, Nancy. Kitties, good guess. I also thought it was Throwback Friday. Flashback Friday. It was Throwback Thursday. All right, let me get our podium. Here we go. Yeah, you did good, though, Steph. Let me tell you. Steph, you are in the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, I have our scores right here. Let me bring them up on the board for you. The dog who ran for mayor was on the last board. All right, let me bring them up for you. Here we go. There are your scores. That's a whiteboard. There you go for round 19, ladies and gentlemen. In first place, look at it. She was worried about the category. She is just blowing us all away. It is Steph Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towel has 8.5 points in first place. In second place, it is Allie and Rue on the podium right behind Steph Towel with 4 points. Good job. Good job. I know, kiddies. I was like, oh, maybe it was Throwback Thursday, but I went with Flashback Friday. In third place, serendipitously enough, it's Little Towel with 3 points. That was a hard category. The animals who ran for mayor. That was really fun. Yeah, the dog who ran for mayor. In fourth place, we have Nancy Towel, 2.5. Great job. In fifth place, Ruth Towel with 2 points. Great job, Ruth. In sixth place, Cynthia Towel with a full point because Cynthia Towel got a question right that I got wrong. And in sixth place, the position of honor, Kitty Towels, ladies and gentlemen, has won as a half a point. All right, next category. Now, I think I'll pick this one. Let's see if we can get some scores going up on the board. Will it be a double bonus category? Yeah, I think it could be I think there is a Flashback Friday. I always thought there was. Let's see. What is our double bonus category going to be, Little Towels? Let's see. Is it going to be... We should do something hard, something that will be rewarding if it's going to be double bonus. I think you know what I'm feeling. I have a specialty in certain subjects, and I am feeling the philosophy of Immanuel Kant, all right? The philosophy of Immanuel Kant. If you've done these categories before, you should be well-versed. Let's go. Steph loves the philosophy of Immanuel Kant. Now, we're not going to do any lectures. Double bonus category. I hope you know the categorical imperative. Here we go. Towel's tired. What principle emphasizes that moral actions must be universally applicable? Is it the categorical imperative, the utilitarian principle, social contract theory, or virtue ethics? What principle emphasizes that moral actions must be universally applicable? The categorical imperative, the utilitarian principle, social contract theory, or virtue ethics? It's the categorical imperative. Yes, indeed it is. Tal gets a point. All right, who's going to know? Immanuel Kant, Nancy. He was a philosopher who came up with the philosophy of the categorical imperative, which is that will any action that you do as if it were going to be a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. Oh, let me make your chat a little bit more uncovered. There we go. Hold on 1 second. All right. Who got it right? It's number 1. Allie and Bro get a full point. They are philosophers. I always knew Allie and Bro were philosophers. Good guess, Steph. Good guess. Nancy is a philosopher. I knew it. Nancy gets half a point. All right. Excellent job. Little Towels. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, Little Towels. 1 second. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's move on to the next question. I was literally just about to respond. All right. Towel man is so fun. What concept highlights the limits of human knowledge according to Kant? What concept highlights the limits of human knowledge according to Kant? Transcendental idealism, pragmatism, epistemological realism, phenomenalism. Oh, goodness. I'm going with epistemological realism. Transcendental idealism. I got it wrong. Who's going to get the 4 points? Who is going to get the 4 points, Little Towels? That one was really hard. Steph Towel gets 4 points. We're screwed. She's a philosopher. 4 points. Ruth gets 2 points. See, everybody's getting points. How did I not know that? If those were guesses, that was a good one. Allie and Rue get a full point. I know, Steph. I can't. Oh, sorry, Allie and Rue get 2 points because this is a double bonus round. Nancy gets 2 points. Double bonus round. Excellent job. That was a hard one. That was a hard one. Next question. Which notion argues that reason and experience jointly contribute to knowledge? Which notion argues that reason and experience jointly contribute to knowledge? Transcendental idealism, pragmatism, utilitarianism, rationalism. Which notion argues that reason and experience jointly contribute to knowledge? I'm going with rationalism, pragmatism, rationalism. Oh, God darn it. It was the same one as the other one. Steph gets another 4 points. I hate when they do this to me. Ruth Lang gets 2 points. They tricked me by asking the same concept in different terms. But there you go. I got to brush up on my Kant. Ruth also gets 2 points. Peggy Towel comes in and grabs 2 points. Allie and Rue get 2 points. Not Little Towel's best category. Not Little Towel's best day. Nancy from the 508 gets a full point. That's it. All right. Excuse me. Nancy gets 2 points. There we go. Next question, Little Towels. This category is very hard. Good job to those of you who are philosophical experts. Which work discusses the groundwork for metaphysics and moral philosophy? Is it the Critique of Practical Reason, the Prolegomata to Any Future Metaphysics, the Critique of Pure Reason, or the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals? Which work discusses the groundwork for metaphysics and moral philosophy? I mean, I think this is pretty obvious. I'm going to get this one right, I hope. It's the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals. I can't believe it took me that long to get that wrong. Well, they also said rhubarb was a fruit, and that was incorrect. You damn right, kiddies. You call it out. Kitty Towels is on a mission to protect the rhubarb. 1 second while I turn on my air conditioner. I'm back. It was getting a little hot in Towel's room. Towel's getting a little dizzy. We're only going to do a round after this. I know. That was a good one. I was waiting for Nancy's answer. Nancy comes in with the right answer. Nancy is a philosophical expert. 1 second. Oh, goodness. This is so annoying. What's wrong? Oh, okay. Hold on. 1 second. I'm sending Towel Nana the New York Times article link from when the lake. By the way, the lake was in the New York Times. We looked at it last week, the Italian road colors, and Towel Nana needs the gift link, and I sent it to her. So I will always help Towel Nana. I don't care if she sends me an email, calls me. She needs my help. I'll do it. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Wait for the next question for 1 second here. I know you all are pausing with Creative Plum, but if Towel Nana needs a New York Times link, that is exactly what we're going to do. All right. Peggy, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, you can still vote. The last even if you, so unfortunately, Peggy, you might be a little lagged. If you don't have time to submit the answer and the answer shows up on screen, you can still answer. It's an honor system, but you might also have to hit the live button on your YouTube, on your phone or your stream, because you might just be a little lagged, and that might mean the time window you have before I move to the next question is smaller, you know, so we try to help, though. Some people are, like, in parts of the world where they don't have great internet, and when they play on certain days, it takes, like, a minute for their answer to come in. That's when I get really thrown off. But your answers are coming in pretty okay, Peggy, so just answer when you see, when you hear the question. All right. I have the windows open. Yeah, I definitely opened one of my windows. I turned the AC on. The window enough wasn't. I'm in my office, which is there's a lot of heat in here that gets trapped. So I definitely had to turn the AC on. The fan was not doing it for me today. I feel better now, though. Towel doesn't do well in the heat. All right, next question. Which doctrine posits that aesthetic judgments are both subjective and universally communicable in Kant's philosophy? The judgment of taste, moral imperative, phenomenal realm, the categorical imperative. Which doctrine posits that aesthetic judgments are both subjective and universally communicable in Kant's philosophy? The phenomenal realm? Oh, judgment of taste, come on! The keyword judgment should help me. I'm just giving up points. I'm not doing well today. Who got it? Peggy Towel gets 4 points. See, Peggy Towel got caught up with the stream, got a window to vote, grabbed 4 points in the double bonus round. Allie and Brew get 2 points. How did you know that, Allie and Brew? Super smart towels. Nancy gets 2 more points. Nancy Towel, just a philosophical expert, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What term is used to describe Kant's principle that objects are experienced according to concepts of the mind? Empirical realism, dialectical antithesis, pure reason, transcendental idealism. What term is used to describe Kant's principles that objects are experienced according to the concepts of the mind? Empirical realism, dialectical antithesis, pure reason, transcendental idealism. Transcendental idealism. I got it! I finally went with the right one. Steph's like, I'm going transcendental idealism every time. Ruth and Steph. Steph got the point. Ruth got half point. Kitty's Towel picks up half point. Good job. Nancy Towel's the only one outstanding. Good guess, Peggy Towel. I almost went with pure reason. Allie and Bro get half a point. That was a really hard category. Steph's like, don't reveal my secret. That was the last question. Got to wait for Nancy Towel. Nancy Towel normally comes in about 5-10 seconds. Just as I said that, Nancy Towel nailed it. Half a point. All right, that was the end of that round. Let me get you on scores. Oh, my goodness. I am just not doing well. You all are just making Little Towel look like a little towel today. Making Little Towel look like a little towel. All right, here we go. Got your scores. There they are. In first place, ladies and gentlemen. She had quite a round. She is a Steph Towel. She's a Super Towel. She had, don't tell them my secret. She has 17.5 points. She's in first place. Steph Towel. Congratulations, Steph. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, in second place, we have Allie Towel. We have Allie Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Allie Towel has 11.5 points. Great job, Allie Towel. In third place, Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Towel in third place, 10 points. That is our podium. Right behind Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, right behind Steph, Allie, and Rue, and Nancy Towel is Ruth Towel, 6.5 points. Nancy had 10 points. Allie and Rue had 11.5. In fifth place, right behind Ruth, it's Little Towel. Not his best day, but I'm fighting hard. Fifth place, 6 points. In sixth place, it's Peggy Towel with 4 points. Peggy Towel is actually tied with Towel. I have Peggy Towel on the list twice. Peggy Towel is tied with Towel, 6 points. And then in sixth place, we have a two-way tie. Cynthia Towel and Kitty's Towel, both with 1 point. Well, Peggy Towel, you're up there. You got 4 points on one question. That was impressive. All right. Next category. All right, throw out some category suggestions. Let us vote on it. Or not vote. First category suggestion in the chat wins. All right? Maybe the first one that multiple people like. All right? So you hear this first. You get to pick the category. Steph Towel probably will hear it first. So whoever comes up with a good category, that's what we're doing. Last category of the day. Towel is exhausted. I need to sleep, and we'll be back Monday, and I need all my strength for next week. Trust me. Okay, I see anatomy, I see pop culture, I see food. All right, we're going to have to vote. Sorry, we have to vote. It's a democracy here. All right, hold on. Next towel trivia category. Are we going to do anatomy? Are we going to do pop culture? Are we going to do, we do like all of these. These are, no, autonomy. No, anatomy. Are we going to do, hold on, food? Or are we going to do towels? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. There you go. All right, vote away. We'll do a quick poll. This is our watch-along stream, so it's not our giant normal pool of weekday viewers. Well, there were a lot of people watching earlier. I was a little surprised. All right, we're going to do a towel quorum that's a little lower today. We have a tie. Pop culture is taking the lead. I'm going to leave it open for 15 to 20 more seconds. Ten seconds. It looks like pop culture is going to win it. The final results are pop culture 42%, anatomy 28%, tied with food 28%, towel 0. Imagine if the category was towels. It would be like, what kind of towel do you use to wash your hands? All right, here. No, Steph. You all came up with great categories. The problem was they were all good categories. I didn't mean to imply any of them were not good categories. I was just like, I hope the suggestion is a good category. So I loved all of them. And if anything, Steph picked pop culture, that is what won. So you picked a great category. Here we go. Pop culture. Just a regular round, not double bonus. First question. What film features a character named Jack Dawson? Is it the Titanic, Avatar, The Notebook, or Inception? Which film features a character named Jack Dawson? Is it the Titanic, Avatar, The Notebook, or Inception? I'm going to go with Titanic. I got it. I'm a little towel. Who's proud of me? I'm a little towel. Let me take those scores off. Oh, don't worry, Steph. I was joking around. I was like, no, Steph, I would never say your category's bad. Steph managed to joke with me and get the full point. Allie Towel got half a point. Ruth Towell got half point. Kitty's 1993 got half point. Nancy from the 508 got half a point. And Peggy Towell got half a point. Great job. We are pop culture geniuses. We are geniuses. We are towel geniuses. Next question. Steph, great category pick. Who authored the song that became TikTok's sound of 2022? Adele, Olivia Rodrigo, Billie Eilish, Gayle. Who authored the song that became TikTok's sound of 2022? Adele, Olivia Rodrigo, Billie Eilish, Gayle. Oh goodness. So it wasn't the Green album art. Oh, 2022, bro. Billie Eilish? Gayle. I don't use TikTok. I don't know. Everybody thought it was Billie Eilish. I feel less dumb now. None of us did well on that one. Oh, all right. Thank you for reaffirming my belief that everyone thought it was Billie Eilish. This might be the first time. Nope. Allie and Rue got 2 points. I was going to say that might be the first time nobody got it right. I don't know who Gayle is. Sorry, I should have used my cough button. I don't know who Gayle is. I don't know what song it is. I can't play the song, obviously, but I don't know who that is. All right, next question. Which award show introduced the category Most Dangerous Bop? Billboard Music Awards, Golden Globes, MTV Music and TV Awards, the Grammy Awards. Which award show introduced the category Most Dangerous Bop? The Billboard Music Awards, the Golden Globes, the MTV Movie and TV Awards, the Grammy Awards. Show me MTV Movie and TV Awards. Yep, that one sounded obvious. Towel got a point. Steph Towell knew this one. Another point. Nancy from the 508. Absolutely. Who else? Kitty's Towel and Peggy's Towel. Kitty Towel and Peggy's Towel. Kitty's Towel and Peggy Towel both get half a point. Oh, I definitely need some rest. I'm tired. All right, Allie and Bro get half a point. Remember, this is the last category. Towels. I'm literally so exhausted I need to go lay down. And I think it's because I overheated. It's like 78 degrees out. There's 73 degrees outside, but it's like 80 where I am. And I forgot to turn the air conditioner on. I overheated. I'm fine, though. I'm not like fainting, but I'm tired. Great job, everyone who got that one. And I noticed I was tired when I literally couldn't say Kitty's Towel and then Peggy Towel back to back. That's not a good sign. Next question. Who portrayed the protagonist in the 1982 film Blade Runner? Was it Tom Selleck, Sylvester Stallone, Harrison Ford, Richard Gere? Who portrayed the protagonist in the 1982 film Blade Runner? Tom Selleck, Sylvester Stallone, Harrison Ford, Richard Gere. I've never seen it. I'm going to guess Sly Stallone. Nope. Wow, Harrison Ford. Ruth Lang. Everyone's going to get this one but Towel. Ruth Lang gets 2 points. Kitty's Towel gets a point. Nancy and Allie Towel and Bro both get a point. And Peggy Towel gets a point. I told you I was the only one who wasn't going to get it. All right, next question. Which video game became a sensation in 2018 with its dance emotes? Was it Apex Legends, Fortnite, Minecraft, or Overwatch? Which video game became a sensation in 2018 with its dance emotes? Apex Legends, Fortnite, Minecraft, Overwatch. I'm going with Fortnite. You got to flex on him. You know, just a little towel flex. Now, none of you, are all of you as good at this as you were at Blade Runner? Yep. Listen, Ruth Towell knows everything. Ruth Towell knows Fortnite dances. Ruth Towell knows, like, philosophy. Ruth Towell knows everything. Ruth Towell's a genius. Steph Towell, also a genius. Kitty's Towell, also a genius. You're all, like, you can go from Blade Runner to Fortnite. You're all geniuses. Peggy Towell gets half a point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. And Allie 90211 gets half a point. Great job. You all got it. Listen, very broad range of knowledge. Congratulate yourself. You're very smart towels. Next question. Which character from a 90s sitcom became an icon for its outlandish wardrobe and catchphrases? Frasier, Seinfeld, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, or Friends? Which character from a 90s sitcom became an icon for its outlandish wardrobe and catchphrases? Frasier, Seinfeld, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Friends. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, got it. I used to watch that show on Nick at Night. Ah, well, you nailed it, Kitty's Towel. You tell your grandson that they are a super towel, and you nailed towel trivia. Nancy was the first one to get it. It was a very close between Nancy and Steph, but Nancy gets a full point. Steph Towell gets half point. Allie and Bro get half point. Kitty's gets half point. Notice how much better I get when it's cold and not hot. Ruth Lang gets half point. Peggy Towell gets half point. The wardrobe, yeah, I had to think about it, and I was like, oh yeah, he wore like really neon, flamboyant kind of 90s, like very Charlotte Hornets themed like clothing. The outfit part, I managed to get it though. That was the hint. Next question. Oh, that was the last one. All right. Who's ready for our scores of the day? I think I can turn my camera. All right, there we go. All right. Who's ready for our scores of the day? You can tell I'm tired. Look at Tal's face. I recovered there though. But we're not going to push it. It's not like a breaking news day, so we're not pushing it. If it were breaking news day, you know I would push through. Tal loves you all. Here is our final scores, ladies and gentlemen, for round 19. Let me put you all in order. I think we're all in order. Everybody stayed in order? Nope. Kitty's Towel jumped up the board. All right, here we go. Drum roll, please. First place today, ladies and gentlemen. You know her as Steph Towell. She goes home wearing the crown. Ladies and gentlemen, Steph Towell, congratulations. 20.5 points. First place, wearing the crown, heading into Monday. So Steph Towell will be crown champion into Monday, folks. So enjoy it. You did it, Steph Towell. Congratulations. She is half Canadian, she's half British, and then she's half German. And she figured out she was British and Canadian and had an existential crisis. She's Steph Towell. Nancy Towell, oh my goodness, I'm excited for you. But, you know, they fought hard. They have a very tactical strategy. Before we get to Nancy Towell, which we're very excited about, first time ever on the podium, we have Allie and Rue Towell. Very close. They were fighting hard. If that kept going, I'm telling you, Steph Towell knew she was in trouble. Allie and Rue Towell nipping on her heels. There you go. Allie and Rue Towell, they are super towels. Rue is a towel. 16.5 points. Congratulations to Allie and Rue. And great job, Allie and Rue. Now, in third place, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special moment. It is their first time on the podium. It is her first time on the podium. She is a wonderful super towel. She has fought hard in trivia round after round. I can prove it. Look, Nancy Towell was moving on up. Nancy Towell got 23 points last time. Nancy Towell is constantly fighting as hard as she can. You can see, look at that improvement. I track all the scores. Nancy Towell has gone close. Her closest ever finish was a fourth place finish at 16 points. Today, for the first time ever on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Towell with 13.5 points. Wasn't easy to get to the podium today in this field, I'll tell you what, it might have been a small field, but you were up against some titans and heavyweights of towel trivia. You're really refining your skills. You're on the podium, Nancy Towell, 13.5. In fourth place, Little Towels. That was an excellent showing, by the way, by our podium. So congratulations again to Steph, Allie, and Nancy Towell. Excellent podium showing today on this Our Towel Watch Along. In fourth place, they have an expansive knowledge base that runs from Immanuel Kant to esoteric locations in Europe to philosophy to Fortnite. It's Ruth Towell, 10.5. Excellent job. Ruth Towell, fourth place, right outside the top three. Now, in 5th place today, we have a tie. I did my very, very best, ladies and gentlemen, but I could not do it. I tied for 5th, and I did a good job, and Peggy Towell tied for 5th as well. Peggy Towell in 5th with 9 points, and right behind Peggy Towell is Towell. Steph would like to let us know, thank goodness for transcendental idealism. It was idealism, I think. Yes, it was idealism. Steph, you did an excellent job answering those questions. Good job to Peggy Towell, though. You stormed in. The first answer you got you 4 points, and you finished with 9 points right outside the competitive battle for the podium. Tied with Towell, 9 points apiece. In 6th place, ladies and gentlemen, they came in. You can follow them on Twitter, Kitties1993, while we try to get them to 1,000 followers. You know you want to. 4 points, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job, Kitties1993. And in the position of honor, our dear friend, Cynthia Towell, coming in with a point. Excellent job, Cynthia Towell. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a great time playing Towel Trivia today. Only one segment of Towel Trivia. Normally we play like in the morning for a little bit, in the afternoon, and then at the end of the day. Today we were just doing our watch along. The subject matter was heavy. I hope you all enjoyed getting to play some Towel Trivia. Towel's tired, though. Okay, so we had a great day. You know how I like to end, though, so this is public information service. I turned monetization off at a certain point because I did not want any... I don't mind... like for the historical purposes, researching into the reappearance of this abuse, the serious abuse of vulnerable people. Epstein, what we watched with regards to the Franklin cover-up in Oklahoma, and all of these were government, basically involved entities, okay? There were investigations by the legislature. They were dealing with the DOJ investigations of Epstein. We're talking about the Florida case. We're talking about the New York case. We talked about the finders. That was a lot of government documents. So a lot of this is public record. I think it would be a disservice to not talk about it, but it also is very heavy. And so a lot of the stuff we watched today, I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want to play trivia, but I'm glad we got to play at the end of the day because I think that helps us decompress. As to the material we covered, yes, I think that a lot of people were kind of talking about it. I saw all of your discussions. I think those are the discussions that people should be having right now. Why does this behavior occur in our society? How is it enabled? And who's trying to stop it? And there are good people out there, I truly believe it, who feel like a lot of us feel, which is you see that stuff and you find a way to stop it. And then I think they run into this issue of like, oh my goodness, it's way bigger than anyone thought. And of course, they know it. But what do you do about it? And we just have to pray that there are good people out there trying to protect the vulnerable. I think that's the best thing we can do. I don't know how you correct systemic failures. I guess you address them case by case when they pop up. But when there's so many that it deluges the system, then we got to think about systemic reform. And pornography and the industry around it is one of the things that has to be reformed. I'm not saying that people don't have a right to read like the Playboy. You want to do that? That's cool. Like you can do whatever you want. But we have to think about the industry we're facilitating and how we should regulate it. And that's not to say I'm anti-business. I'm anti-communist. I'm very pro-business. But we can't think of like human trafficking as a business. You know, we get pornography regulated properly. You want to call it a business? Fine. But human trafficking masquerading as pornography is not a business. That's crime. So we got to figure this out. It's not like anti-First Amendment to want to figure that out. A lot of like pornography companies will argue that like it's imposing on the First Amendment to regulate porn too much. No. Nobody's saying that porn's immoral. Whatever. You want to look at porn? I don't really understand why people are so interested in it, but that's cool. Whatever. You want to look at it? Okay. We've had like people drawing. We've had pictures of naked people since cameras existed. People like to look at naked people, you know, but it's the industry around it that was the big takeaway for me. The undercurrent, I'm sure, not just selling the people, which is horrifying, but the industry that monetizes it. That's the scariest part for me. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a public information service. Thank you all so much for spending some time with me on this Saturday. You know, I'm off tomorrow. I take Sundays off. It's important for me to have a day of rest. And then also, I'd like to get ready for this week. Okay, we'll be back Monday. You'll see the next stream go up in the next few minutes. We'll talk more about a lot of the stuff we talked about today and what's going on and where I think this is all going. The Jessica Leslie plea hearings on Tuesday. There was supposed to be a Matthew Farwell hearing related to the Sandra Birchmore case, but guess what? It got moved to October. I'm telling you, there's something like there is just the winds. They are a howling. All right, the winds of fortune, they are a howling. And this little towel is trying to catch what those winds may yet have to tell us. In terms of myself, okay, this is a public information service. I was talking about turning off monetization earlier because I was happy to do so. I don't really think this should be, that type of content should, if you want to use it for historical purposes, fine, but I didn't feel comfortable having ads run. Wouldn't want them to run, and I certainly didn't want to monetize coverage of that. So that's how it's going to be. There are some things where I'll just announce it, and I would prefer we not. Even if they're very important things you want to send via Super Chat, just wait until the next show or the next broadcast or until we get past that segment. Maybe I will turn it back on, but for the most part, no. If we cover that at all, I'm going to turn off monetization. So thank you for respecting that and understanding. But this is a public information service. There's lots of ways you can support. We're just getting to the end of the month, so thank you to those who did before I turned off monetization today. But thank you for those who sent support. I'll read those super chats when I'm going through the names in a second. But because this is a public information service, it's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. We try to engender cogent public discourse in our chats here, and while I'm on screen, to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. If you value that kind of thing, there are ways to, make donations or support me directly. Towel can always use to help. Try to help Towel Mom, do whatever I can. So yeah, you can find those links in the description. Obviously, please consider supporting Lindsay Catani. I think we talked a lot today about how Lindsay was really, we're moving to a better place perhaps for all vulnerable people in this situation, but Lindsay really was in no man's land for a long time, and it was wrong what happened with her phone extraction, and especially under color of law, and it was wrong that Kate Peter, Jason Broyles, and Brian Tully were involved. Okay, so you can support Lindsay as well. That's at the very top of every stream, in the description. The very first donation link, because some of you requested it one time and I never removed it, is Lindsay's link, and then you can find Towel's donations as well. Peggy, we saw Taterbug earlier. Maybe Taterbug had to go. I know sometimes they drive to work as it gets later in the day. So we love Taterbug, though. It was great to see Taterbug. Taterbug was giving us so much information in the chat today. We really appreciated it about the some of the conspiracies we were looking at. But also, you know what I like to do? I like to go through the chat. So Peggy, it was great to see you. Steph, Allie Towel. Oh, wait a minute. Colleen Henry's here. You know what that means. Now listen. I don't know if we've seen the last of Mr. Brennan. I don't know. I can't predict the future. But you know what I can predict, Little Towels? I can predict Pauline Henry showing up and Towel playing the clip. Now you might be saying, I'm new here. I don't know what you're talking about, Little Towel. What do you mean the clip? Oh, I think some of you know it's coming. It's a rule. You don't understand. If you show up on Towel Stream and your name is Colleen Henry and you're with Buck Towel, well, I can promise you, ladies and gentlemen, the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, okay? Nothing's going to stop me. I'm a towel on a mission. Colleen Henry knows what happens. I know what happens. This is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Call Me Hank clip. Now, I know you all like it. I know you all love it. Let's see it. It's Taterbug and Call Me Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. You know what? For good luck heading into an important week, I think we need to do it one more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Call me Hank. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. I'm hilarious. Hank Brennan's hilarious. You don't look at that smile. He's hilarious. He's got a lot on his shoulders. I'm sure in that moment, I forget what day that was. I think it was sometime in April or something. First of all, look at all the stadies. They're like, well, it's Grant. We don't have to worry about Grant. They're just, look at Grant and Hank Brennan. They're so intrigued by that moment. I never even looked in the background. The two stadies are just like, oh, that's a moment. And I'm like, yeah, it's a moment. Oh, Steph, it was great to see you. LS, you got it. I will check your email. But yes, with the Call Me Hank clip played, I would like to say hello to Tatabog, hello to LS, hello to Colleen Henry, hello to Steph. It was great to see you. Peggy Towel, Allie and Rue, Ruth Towel, Nancy, Kitty's 1993, Peggy Towel. It was great to see you. We had a lot of fun playing our trivia today. We always do, ladies and gentlemen. It warms the soul, the camaraderie here. Towel needed it. Towel's under a lot of stress this week. But you know what? Things are going well. Murder by Maestro Towel, LS Towel. It was great to see you both again. I saw you in there, Murder by Maestro. Who else did I see scrolling through chat? All right. Oh, wait a minute. I promised I would also go through this. So thank you very much to Sunken Grave. Sunken Graves is out there with Spirit of Ed, the zebra, power washing their front lawn to spite their neighbor. So you get him, Sunken Grave. And Sunken Grave said, Grant, please don't let the crap eat you alive. You're better than the storm. Damn right, we both are. And Sunken Grave, with Ed behind us, we can get through anything. Hank only cares about the O'Keefes. Absolutely, Tanya. God bless you, my dear friend. Appreciate you so much. Tanya also said, Brennan will be at his home smiling with an expensive bottle of scotch. God bless you, Tanya, and all the friends from Canada. Tanya also said, why are FKR claiming the leaks were just to her friends? Oh, about the grand juror? Well, I think we know why, my dear friend, because they don't want to talk about what it could really be about. Is Hank involved in the what's going on with the federal government in any way? Asked Tanya. Well, I don't really know. Perhaps. We think maybe Robert Cosgrove is from the motion we read. Psychology time. What's Kate Peters' motivation? Fame, presenting herself as the Charlotte of the internet without people knowing what she's really been up to. Control, working as a PI, like meaning in her life. I don't really think she has a grand tactical objective. I think she just goes day to day. And it's like, okay, I'm going to troll. Like, okay. Like, I think she has some tactical, like, aims. So she's like, okay, I got to position this certain ways. But, like, she doesn't know what to do on that one plan to the, like, to the exclusion of everything else. It's tunnel vision. And so, like, when she's good, like, she's good. When she's firing on all cylinders, it works. It's evil, but it works, in my opinion. But when she's bad, like when anything goes astray, like Friday was a great example. When Kate Peter and Jason Broyles like got sandbagged, basically. Like, well, first of all, they shouldn't have been trying to interfere in a state court criminal proceeding. That's weird. But like when they got sandbagged with the 287-76 for Lindsay, they like clearly virulently reacted. They melted down, and then they were like, "Oh, wait a minute! Like we can't do our normal thing. Like what?" And they must have been like, what if the feds are here watching? And then they were like, all right, we got to do it. We're desperate. Like, we have to try to interfere. So they tried to cause commotion. It didn't work. Jason and Kate. And after that didn't work, they freaked out. You know? So in terms of the motivation, I don't know. But I do know that when things don't go right for them, when they can't make a call and, like, fix things, they freak out. Because it means, like, they're not the ones making decisions. And that, I've noticed, is a common theme of a lot of the people who are in these like power politics situations. Like, it's more like a fear of a lack of control, I guess. That's just my opinion. I'm a doctor. I'm a towel. It's like a fear of lack of control. Like, it doesn't even matter what the issue is. They just like will like control over people. It's weird. Like, even if they're not like in their life, they want to have this like control over them. It is the common kind of like unifying theme. So that was a question from Tanya earlier. And then Tanya says, quote from the Robert Cosgrove filing, quote, ongoing investigation is wild. It's official. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it's official. Now, it's so official, all it needs is a whistle, and it'll get there soon enough. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and you know how, yes, Peggy, Jason Broyles and Kate tried to make a scene, I think, because they had like 20 minutes notice before they realized that the case was just going to end with a 287-76, I think. It's something like pretrial probation, whatever it's called. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. They must have had like 30 minutes. They must have been told like almost like at the last minute, because Kate and Jason, I think, were pushing, and Tully were pushing this thing down there in Attleboro. And I think clearly, I don't know who or what or why, but like something happened in the past few days. And all of a sudden, like, it doesn't matter who Jason or Kate called. That was the vibe I got. Like, they could not interfere in the process. And it freaked them out. Like, that was the first time I saw them really, like, I didn't see them, but the first time, like, especially online, I saw them acting shook was Friday, Kate and Jason. So, that means, that's got to mean that Tully shook, because it's got to mean the feds found something about that phone extraction. And it's probably worse than that, you know what I'm saying? And so if the feds are, I have no idea what's going on, but if the feds were there at that courthouse and like talking to Lindsay or talk to them, like, that's a whole new ballgame, because it means if Broyles or Kate, on notice that she's cooperating, do anything to try to like impede her further, that's a whole different level of, like, that's really bad. And so what I'm thinking happened, I can't confirm this, but I just have this like gut feeling that what happened Friday was, like, an FBI agent went and sat there. This is just my opinion. I have no reason to confirm it. It's just my gut feeling. An FBI agent went and sat there in the courthouse, just looking like a regular person, probably because he probably was on duty, probably checked in with the court officer, but probably went there and just sat in the courthouse. That's what I would have done. And if that happened, then that means, like, what the FBI agent might have been looking for was what Kate Peter and Jason Broyles were going to do in reaction to the 287-76, and they did it. And the only reason, like, Jason's a little more tactically intelligent than Kate from what I've seen, but he's way more malicious. Both are malicious. Jason is worse. What had to have happened was that they must have realized, and they must have at least realized, like, it's possible that the FBI's here or she's talking to them, Lindsay. So, but they still were so desperate that, like, it was important for them to, like, keep being able to pressure her, whatever, that they were like, screw it, we just got to do whatever we can, cause a commotion, whatever, and it didn't stop it. If anything, Mike Crawford, Mike, whatever his name is, Nipple Rubber Crawford, the dog walker guy who was trying to stream, I don't think he really knows how to do the whole YouTube thing, you know. He was trying to stream the hearing without SJC 119 Part A and B registration, right? And he got, like, it just collapsed for everyone. I think Crawford's a Kate person, too. It just collapsed for him. Like, Crawford got threatened with contempt, apparently, by the judge. Kate, Peter, and Jason couldn't stop the 287-76. Like, I really think that they did it all in front of the FBI. That's just my gut feeling. I don't know why, but, like, something's different. Like, something is different about Friday. Like, they pulled out all the stops, Kate and Jason, and it failed. And so I've never seen them where, like, they can just call people normally, you know, because they know Tully, whatever. It just didn't work. So that they must have had that kind of, like, light bulb, like, oh fuck, they set us up. Well, I don't know whether they did or not, but, like, that's what they deserve for leaking the phone extraction and then trying to pressure Lindsay into not cooperating as to the leak. Why? Because Kate couldn't say directly, oh yeah, you know, Jen really needed the heat off her, Lindsay, would you mind? Well, yeah, of course you can't. Like, are you crazy? So instead, Kate and Tully just schemed to leak the phone extraction to take the public heat off Jen. That's serious stuff, all right? And then Lindsay, like, suffers for 18 months. Why? Because Kate and Tully want to just make sure that she doesn't go to the feds, whatever it takes. Her taking her own life, whatever they have to do. It's fucking sick. It's disgusting. And there's a reason why the feds should be involved in this, in my opinion. That's disgusting. And I know I was kind of, like, jubilant earlier that I finally feel like we're in a position where Kate and Jason and Tully can't maneuver like they used to try to cover that phone leak up. But at my core, although I'm happy that people are finally paying attention, in my opinion, I'm extremely upset still. Like, I don't think you understand, like, the level of stress. Not forget about me. Like, what it does to a human being. Like, it's so sad. And I should just stop talking. Because if they do get held federally accountable. I think that it's going to be the first of like a floodgate. What's the government, the state government, going to do when they have to answer? Which there's a record. They're going to have to answer to it. What is the governor going to say when the feds are like, oh yeah, Brian Tully, as a state police officer, leaked a 15-year extraction of this victim's phone, unredacted except for messages that he removed from himself to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay. Like, what? What do you mean? And then what do you mean he did that? And then, you know what I mean? Just that alone is such a big deal. The whole, tormenting her by proxy with Broyles and Kate for 18 months after, that was just to cover it up, and that was the worst part of it, because they couldn't own up to what they did. That was the worst part. Instead, they had to, torment her into silence. And all they ended, and yeah, Turtle Boy was gleefully going along with it. I'm kind of wondering if he put this all together. I was like, oh, this benefits me, I'll just go along with it. But, even if you had Tully in your back pocket and Tully was telling Broyles and Kate they could never be state charges against them, for this stuff, at least. Forget the accountability, you know what I'm saying? Forget a second, how ridiculous you have to be as Tully and Broyles and Kate to do this. Leak the phone and then, whatever, use it to torment Lindsay. Where do you, even in your mind as a state police officer, justify this to yourself? How do you do it? What do you say in your mind? Fuck her. She's just some single, soccer mom out there doing heroic mom things. She's just a regular mom. Moms can't do anything. If you're not a PI like Kate Peter, you don't have any friends, Is that really what the thought process was? Was it more malicious? Was it Lindsay should suffer, She had a change of heart about Karen Reed's innocence and guilt, whatever. She deserves it. She dated Turtle Boy. This is her way. This is how we'll make her say sorry. I want to know the why. It's among other reasons that I want to see this charged federally is I want to know the why. It's very important to me. I'm sure it's important to Lindsay. I don't want to speak for her, but wouldn't you want to know the why? Of course. And it's not just one thing. I'm sure there was multiple motives, but what was going through Brian Tully's head? All right, Ken Mello's in the hospital. No one's gonna do anything. Kate's got this in the bag, but why? Why? If you're capable of that, then you're capable of anything, and that's the part that scares me. What video game is this? Let's see. This is an augmented reality video game, Estee's sock account, which I'm sure is a Kate Peter person or something. By the way, Estee's not a bad person in my opinion. So, and I'm sure Estee knows a fuck ton about a fuck ton of stuff. So, I don't know why people bother Estee. Of all people, she just who cares? She just goes out there and does her thing, bro. Who cares if she dances at the State House? Who fucking cares? I think the only reason Aiden's a little mad at her is because she had proximity to Karen, and Aiden's weirdly possessive of Karen. I don't know, but anyway, it is a little weird to me that people kind of push Estee's buttons because she's just so she's so in the middle of things. Just because she has a persona online, it would be like thinking that Lady Gaga is Stephanie, I'm not talking about Steph in chat, but it would be Lady Gaga is walking around in a costume, therefore when she makes business decisions, she's an idiot. No, she's a brilliant mind. I'm talking about both Esty and Lady Gaga. They both do things for publicity, but that's business. I'm not trying to be callous, but and I don't necessarily love that true crime is a profession, but it's also symbiotic. You want people to cover this stuff, and you want them to care, however they feel. Okay, it has to be a profession. Most people can't just do it as a vocation. So, but anyway, I don't understand why people push Estee's buttons, regardless as to her approach to publicity. One, she's not the person she is on social media, and two, she's brilliant and she knows a lot of stuff. So, that's why I think some of these people don't really think through what they're doing. They underestimate a lot of the people involved, or just don't really understand who they're dealing with. They make rash decisions that have tactical consequences down the line. because they're just like a little bit like it's a Dunning-Kruger effect. Some of like these people like Broyles, Kate, whatever, Aiden, the people who think they're the smartest one in the room or always want to be the smartest one in the room are never the smartest person, because you won't become more intelligent if you're constantly if you're constantly the smartest person in the room, you will not be the smartest person in the room. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, I agree, Filthy Rat Bastard. Hey, Filthy Rat Bastard, it's good to see you. How you been, friend? I saw you on Twitter saying some comments that I really appreciated. I don't remember exactly what the context was, but I was like, hey, thank you, Filthy Rat Bastard. So know that you warmed Little Towel's heart yesterday. I think I was going to bed or something, and I was just reading Twitter. And I read your comment, and I was like, oh, thank you. I might have even liked it. So God bless you, Filthy Rat Bastard. Emily, Suzanne, who else? Peggy. It was great to see so many of you. But yes, I will say a lot of folks, I think, who have been paying attention will know that this is fundamentally a public information service. So I appreciate all of those of you who tuned in. I got to do a little bit of extra commentary. Apparently, Nancy from the 508 has an update. The goose has been captured. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know exactly what's going on with this goose, but I am told the goose has been captured. So apparently, it might be in Canada. I don't know if it's around here. It might actually be a person. There was something going on with some kind of goose who was on the loose. Now, I'm not exactly sure. Nancy's going to have to give us an update. I'm pretty sure this is Canadian, because Canadians really care about their geese, but I don't actually know the backstory. I know that Vicky was talking about the goose earlier, so there you go. All right. You got me to go on a towel soliloquy. Congratulations. I wanted to talk about Kate Peter and Jason Broyles and Brian Tully leaking Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction, and there you go. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Public Information Service. If you've been on this stream for a while, you know that one of the most important things that we focus on here, ladies and gentlemen, is small acts of service and kindness. Okay, so if you benefited from this stream today, if you learned something today, if you want to bring some kind of joy or happiness to the world, then you can pay it forward by looking for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness. It can be something as simple to donating to homeless veterans, ladies and gentlemen. Or, there should not be a single veteran in the United States of America who goes homeless against their will. They want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. But there should not be one veteran in the United States of America against their will who is homeless. If there is, we have failed as a society. And one thing you can do to abate some of those ills is to donate to homeless veterans. I would appreciate it. You can also donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Now, you may be thinking, well, that's a great idea. I love animals. I love veterans. I'll donate to an animal shelter run by homeless veterans. Well, that's a great idea. You could also donate to an animal shelter just by itself, because maybe you can't find one run by veterans. That's okay. If you're in the UK, ladies and gentlemen, did you know that you can donate to the Big Issue? That is a great way to help homeless populations in the UK. And it is a wonderful, long-serving charitable trust that is trusted nationwide. I know, because I used to hang out with a guy who sold the Big Issue when I lived in the UK, because those are my people. Okay, I like the working class people. I like regular people. I'm a man. I'm a towel of the people. All right. Goose the monitor lizard. Okay, so we have gotten an update. There is a monitor lizard named Goose. He has been captured. I think this is in Canada. I don't know what a monitor lizard is. It is apparently a big news day, but it has been captured. I hope it is not. I hope it has been taken to some kind of nursery or otherwise for monitor lizards. Thank you for that update, Nancy. Oh no, there's a monitor lizard on the loose. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I was also saying that if you want to look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness, you can also do things like smile at someone walking by you on the street, reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donate 200 tomato plants, as Francis Frutrell did one time, and have them designated honorary towels forevermore in the outro. But yes, I truly believe it's possible by those small acts of kindness and service rippling outwards, ladies and gentlemen, that we will be able to bring about a change in the current realpolitik. Instead of one centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, I think we can create an ethos centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our ability to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love and compassion. possible because of you all. Those ripples of kindness and acts of service will thus bring about a new digital epoch, defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and waving a towel, ladies and gentlemen, cementing those unconditional truths of love and compassion worldwide. I truly believe that is possible because of you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for tuning in today. You know, Towel Friends on the X, you got a few extra minutes in the beginning, so I'm going to give the Towel Friends on the YouTube a few extra minutes at the end. Towel Friends on the X, God bless you, be well. Join us for trivia sometime. You can play over at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I appreciate you very much. God bless you. Be well. Enjoy your day off. The day of rest tomorrow for so many of us. If today was your Sabbath, well, that's great too. God bless you. But tomorrow, Tal will be taking a day of rest. You enjoy it as well. We'll be refreshed. Monday morning, 8:30, 9 a.m. Eastern. Ideally, we'll be back to our regular schedule. And then we'll see what the week brings. Big hearing on Tuesday, August 4th, I believe it is. Monday. Is it really Monday, August 4th? So it's Saturday. So it looks like Monday, ladies and gentlemen. We may not be doing a stream because I may have to be places. We'll see. Maybe I'll stay here. We'll see. If it's very hot, I have colleagues who will report out right away, but we'll see. Okay, we'll see how hot it is. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, Towel Friends on the X. God bless, be well. Until Monday, I'm gonna go say hi to the Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. I'm a Towel. Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. Thank you so much. Oh no, Goose the Monitor Lizard is safe in Webster, Mass. I'm so glad to hear that. So the court calendar, it looks like, Colleen Henry, August 4th is the Jessica Leslie hearing, which is going to be Monday. Now, I thought it was going to be Tuesday, but it looks like it's August 4th, which is Monday. All right, everyone? So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into Monday's hearing. Now, I will have to give you an update because we're going to have to be a little flexible, everyone, okay, with what's going on Monday. I might just do a stream, stay in the air conditioning because I have collapsed like 4 times in the heat over the past few weeks. I don't know what's going on with me. I don't know if it's exhaustion. I don't know if it's like I'm already not doing well with my colitis. I don't know if it's like a loss of blood or my blood pressure or what. The doctors don't really know what's going on. I keep collapsing. So we need to be a little careful with me outside. The best thing for me to do is to be like in a cool place, seated. That's why I do this. Like my brain is okay, but like my physical body is not, so I need to sit a lot, all right? It doesn't make me less of a person. A lot of people like mock me for it, and I'm like, why do you mock me for like having physical issues? I don't understand. So anyway, I just wanted to decompress about that. I saw someone doing it today, and they're like, he's so weak he collapses sometimes. I'm like, that's a fault, bro. Like, I don't know why it's happening. You think I want that to happen? I don't know if it's because I'm not eating enough or whatever, but like, you think I'm pleased? Like, my body doesn't work, and it's broken. Like, I don't like it, but I make the best of it, and it sucks. Yes, Colleen, there's also that we will be covering. I'm not going to Norfolk Superior Court on Tuesday. Because I like to do the live streams of those, and there will be a pool feed. So we'll stream the Proctor hearing Tuesday no matter what, okay, on the 5th. And then I will have more updates for what we're going to do. Like the week, we have to be a little fluid. I'll talk to Steph and Harvard Yard. We have to be a little fluid because there's going to be rapid developments depending on what happens Monday. Now, I thought it was Tuesday. Whatever happens at that hearing could change the trajectory of the week. You know, we're seeing a lot of stuff out there. And we got to keep an eye on it, me and other people. But yes, I appreciate. I know I'm going to try to do better. I'm going to talk to my doctors. It's more like my dietary restrictions, and Tal's very careful. But you can tell like it's wearing on me physically. So I have to remember that I may be differently abled, but that doesn't mean like that I can just pretend I'm not. Like it doesn't mean that I'm weaker than other people, but I have to remember my limits, and I don't sometimes because I'm like, who cares? And then I wind up like on the floor, and I'm like, oh, like that wasn't a good idea. And one of these times, like I don't want to hit my head or whatever, so I have to focus better on that. I don't know what POTS is. Post-traumatic stress syndrome. Well, that would be PTSD. induced. I can't say I've heard of it, Miss Smith, but if you're trolling, I won't assume you are, but I'll kind of laugh. But no, as far as I know, unfortunately, not that it's not. I talk about it sometimes. It's like a form of empowerment. What happened was, so first of all, two of my siblings don't have colons, so I have to be very careful. I have a very serious form of colitis. I have to be very careful with it. But unfortunately, I also had a surgery that caused some serious side effects in my abdominal viscera and then also in my throat and my neck. And so my airway and my esophagus penetrate into each other, and then my optic nerve and my facial nerve are really messed up. So like my eyes like flash, like not when they're open. I don't have snow or anything, but they flash because my nerve is being stimulated. We don't really know why. And then I have a lot of pain in my face. Like my face, I don't really feel it. It's so painful because the nerve coming into the face, like the trigeminal nerve, is also activated by whatever the hell's going on. So for years, I've just been stuck because they don't really know why there's this nerve dysfunction. They think it's related to like something with like the way that my like skin is like it is like my like whatever it's called fascia functions, but they don't really know. They stretch me out. It helps me a little bit. I get a lot of MRIs, like more than I should, but I have to make sure that it's not affecting my spine, and it is. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm not like complaining. I'm just saying, postural orthopedic Tarka-Kata syndrome. Oh, no, don't, Miss Smith, don't worry at all. The only reason I thought, I'm not saying you were trolling. I was like, is it a joke about pot? And I was like, I don't think it's the pot, but but anyway. No, and thank you. Postural orthopedic tachycardia syndrome, and a common symptom is fainting. So I've never heard of it. I will bring it up to my doctor. They've never heard of it either. Thank you so much, Girl with Eagle Eye and Miss Smith. I just took a look down at the comments, and I appreciate this. Could actually be helpful. I'm going to tell my doctor because I do kind of feel like it has to do with my posture, and the surgery makes it worse, but I don't know what that condition is. So. Postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Huh. It causes fainting episodes. Filthy Rat Bastard says the weather changing so rapidly changes pressure in air. Aside from being humid, it just went from almost 100 to 60s and 70s. Yeah, it messes with me. I don't know if it's like my throat or whatever, but like all of it. So heat can be a trigger. Oh well, let me just tell you. Like if it's too warm, like that's like the trigger. So all right, Girl with Eagle Eye, Miss Smith, I am so sorry I misinterpreted. Shows you I'm a little disorientated from the getting dizzy earlier. I'm so sorry I misinterpreted your comment. This could like be a potential important part of maybe why I've been having this recently. So God bless you and thank you for sharing. So Peggy, I went from 310 pounds to 180 pounds over 9 months from 2007 to 2008 when I was a freshman in college. And after I lost the weight, there was some skin, like I didn't have my stomach shrunken or anything. There was some skin that wouldn't go away. And I, in my infinite wisdom, was like, okay, like it's never going to go away. I was really, really big. I was 310 pounds at age 16. So the doctors said at MGH that they could cut the skin off without like impacting the stomach or whatever. So I was like, okay, we can get rid of the skin. Well, that was not a good life decision because the way that they did it, like I was at my most fit, like my like muscle wise, like body fat wise, like whatever. I was at my most fit. And so when they sutured me or whatever the hell they did, when they cut the abdominal viscera and the sort of the fascia and sutured me back together, whatever it did like messed up because like my right hip immediately was like very numb, and then I couldn't like my function, like I couldn't really pull my body up straight. And then for like years we kind of went in this kind of like what's going on, and then eventually overnight on May 6, 2014 I was laying flat on my back, and it all just kind of like it was a very sharp kind of pain from like my ear down to my stomach, and something kind of just went. And from that moment, I started having issues swallowing food and liquids and breathing, because like the foods and liquid would penetrate into my airway, and then my airway would penetrate into my esophagus. So that then sent us down this path where like my functioning rapidly declined. I was really struggling. And then they eventually did like barium swallows, and we kind of pieced together what was wrong. We got me on a treatment regimen, and now I have like a quality of life, but it's like a patched together body. So that's what's wrong. Yeah, I had quite an experience. I'll tell you, I battled. Like, people are like, "Oh, Tal, like, you're doing it," and I'm like, "Oh, doing it." Like, you have no idea how hard it was to get to this point. Like, you have no idea. The care team was God bless them. Like, without them, I wanted to give up a lot from like 2014 to 17, because I was like, "What? I don't understand. Medical science like is so far advanced. How can you not just piece this all together? Just put me under the knife, fix me." And they were like, "Okay, we're really good with things that like fit into a box, like not this." I was like, "That's where we're starting." But at least they cared. They were like, just because we can't put it into a box doesn't mean we're not going to figure out why, because we had demonstrative evidence of the throat. Like, we would do barium swallow. Like, we knew something was wrong, barium swallows, whatever. And finally they kind of pieced it together from all the disparate sort of pieces. But like, if I had a care team that had given up, I don't know if I would have been able to keep going. Like, they really cared, and I was in the hospital a lot. So God bless them. I'll never forget it. They got me here. I think it's frustrating for them too, and me, because it's like, okay, well, you're here, but like, you're in this permanent like metastasis where like, okay, we got you just perfect enough where you can function, like your body's broken, but like you at least have a quality of life. Well, thanks, that's good, I'm pleased, but I'd love to be fixed, And I just think, like, I used to say all the time, like, where's my doctor house? And then I realized, like, that's not going to happen. You're going to have to deal with these symptoms and side effects for the rest of your entire life. Just figure it out. Like, other people don't have legs, you can figure it out. So there you go, that's what I do. Yeah. Nope, Peggy, I did not. I lost the weight entirely naturally. My stomach has never been stapled. It's the same. Now, they're not exactly sure if the displacement of the abdominal viscera impacted the stomach. I think it kind of did. But I didn't have it stapled, didn't have it shrunken. Nope, there's natural weight loss. I lived at the top of Heartbreak Hill in Chestnut Hill. And every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, not Sunday, obviously, I would run 2 miles down Comm Ave to take a left on Lake Street, run past St. John's, go to I couldn't use the campus gym because back then it was like from the 70s and you could not use it. There were so many people you could not use it. So I used to go to a private gym, the Beacon Hill Athletic Club, right there down on off Lake Street. It's not there anymore. I just drove by it the other day, which is sad. But anyway, I used to go to the Beacon Hill Athletic Club there overlooking these ball fields, and then I would do more cardio there. I would work with a personal trainer 3 days a week, and then I would work out. And then I would run back home. I would run up Lake Street and then up Comm Ave, up Heartbreak Hill, the backside of it, up to where I lived in Cheverus. So I'd say I did that every single day between September of 2007 and May of 2008. So, yeah, I think that's... oh, Miss Smith, I appreciate it. Have I tried neck fans? No, I have not, but my sister has used those, so maybe I'll put that on my list. I don't know. Well, you're all being so kind. I don't normally sort of explicate, but no one really asks, I guess. So it's very kind of you all, and these tips are very helpful, and I will stay hydrated. So if you're just tuning in, this is the very end of our day, and LS says, House, Hugh Laurie makes LS laugh. I love the show House. I watch it a lot, friends. All right, Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. Thank you for letting me talk about that. Like, it's weird. Like, I guess I should give some speeches about it because it's not about me. Like, I don't really care about, like, my suffering. But I would like people to know that even if, like, you're disabled, like, don't give up on your care team, and also, like, be your best advocate, and then focus on your quality of life, recognize your limits. Like, all these things, like, I learned them because I had to go through it for 11 years. So I kind of do want to talk more about it. It's like weird for me. It makes me sad. It makes me feel like less of a person because I'm disabled, So I try to just like focus on like my brain, which isn't disabled, So I'm on the spectrum, but it's not like it works. Like, I can run really fast in my mind, and that's good. Like, I like that. So, I don't know. I try to look for the best in it. But it also is like, if I'm going to talk about it, I want to talk about it with a purpose, which is one, like sharing my story. I guess I want to kind of own what happened to me and talk about it. And two, I want people to know that, like, even if you have to figure out like an adapted way of like living, like you have to sit down a lot or whatever, like you can find meaning. You don't have to be alone. I used to be like alone for a lot of the time because of my disability, just like in a hospital or in a bed. And like, I think this, like, finding outlets for disabled people to have like a role in the world is incredibly important for their like sense of self-worth, So anyway, I've been ruminating on that lately. So, but yes, God bless so many of you Towel friends. Thank you for listening to me. Maybe I don't know. I'm not going to like do a lecture on here, but maybe I'll like reach out to like a group or something and like say if there's like a support network and they'd like me to talk about it. I think I speak pretty well. I would like to talk about this. Like, it's possible you're not alone. So maybe I'll do that. Thank you all for allowing me to actually soliloquize there. See, I verbified the word soliloquy. That was hilarious. It actually led me to a lot of profound insights, and I learned about POTS from Miss Smith, who also has joined our Blue Wall of Justice. So, meant to be. I'm a happy towel. All right, how about I go become a rested towel as well? All right, I need it. God knows I need it, towel friends. Thank you very much. God bless all of you. Appreciate you staying around to chat with me. Be well, towel friends. We're going to see each other at some point Monday. Keep an eye out. It's going to be a variable time. We'll see. And Towel loves you very much. Thank you again for all your support, for your camaraderie to each other. Your camaraderie to me means a lot. So reach out. You know how to find me. X is the quickest way. But you can email me as well. My name, BrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. I'll get back to you. I don't always see them right away. On weekends I do usually. But I'll get back to you. And I love you very much. And yes, LS, you send me anything you want, my dear friend. I read it, even if I don't always reply right away. Like, no, I'm like reading all of your emails. It's just but I do reply, especially today because I was like on the ball. So, all right. God bless Miss Smith. God bless LS, Colleen Henry, girl with an eagle eye, Miss Smith, filthy rat bastard. Thank you, filthy rat bastard. Mass ability. I'll check it out. I haven't, I'm not great at like getting, I really don't have a lot of services, which is, it's part of because like I do have my family, like my mom in particular, and she does her best to help. But I don't want to be a burden on anyone. And I think that undermines my ability to like function sometimes, but like I'm working on it. Thank you, filthy rat bastard and Colleen Henry. And again, God bless towel friends. I'll see you sometime Monday. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm going to rest. Love you so much. Appreciate y'all.